Yan. I believe a price of $749 not only covers costs, but also undercuts the Shining 2. Lin Bing was particularly supportive of the $749 price point. However, Lei Jun shook his head and slowly articulated, "We are in the business of futures for smartphones. Everyone is aware of Moore's Law. Currently, I anticipate the sales of the Shining 2 have surpassed 5 million units, thereby spreading their costs. If we price at $749, and they decide to drop their price by 100, how shall we respond?" His words caused several faces to pale. Indeed, they could not merely focus on their price of $799. Setting their price lower than that of Red Star would allow for a potential price drop. I suggest we set it at $699, and let us see if Red Star has the audacity to follow suit. Startling the attendees in the conference room. $699? Mr. Lei, I calculated this morning that at this price, we would need to sell between 4 to 7 million units just to break even, with 7 million being the threshold for profitability. Budget devices do not have as much leeway in component pricing as mid-range devices. We must rely on volume to offset costs. I cannot endorse $699. I also cannot agree. I concur with Mr. Lei. Amidst the dissenting voices, Wang Weit's affirmation drew the attention of the group. Noticing their gazes, he directly stated, $749 will ensure we cover our costs, but we never aim to profit from this product. It is entirely a strategic move for our company's future. A price of $749 lacks the wow factor and fails to captivate consumers. This is precisely why the Red Star Shining 2 was not priced at $899. Though it too falls within the $1,000 range, its configuration could still dominate the market. Yet, Chen Chen opted for a straightforward $799, a price indeed low enough to maintain strong sales momentum for several months. Since we are prepared for potential losses, why not establish a comparably low price? After Wang Wait spoke, the attendees pondered his words, ultimately leading Lei Jun to decisively declare $699. If it means incurring losses, so be it. Our accounts are healthy, and having just secured $300 million, we can afford to sustain some losses. Let us set it at $699. Prepare yourselves for our first major challenge. Just as Lei Jun and his colleagues exited the conference room, Lin Bing's assistant hurried over to him, making eye contact. Mr. Lei, breaking news. Red Star has announced a price reduction of $200, bringing their price down to $699. And users who purchase within a month will also receive an $80 shopping voucher. The Shining 2 is also seeing a limited time price cut of $100. The assistant's words caused the group to exchange alarmed glances, all turning towards Lei Jun. Just moments ago, he had suggested that Red Star might lower their price in response. Yet here they were, reducing their price before the launch of their own device. Chen Chen's market acumen is rather sharp, indeed. Should we reconvene in the meeting room? Wang Wait cautiously suggested, noticing the grim expressions on their faces. Chapter 48. Upgrading, yet lowering prices? Lei Jun is not like Boss Jia. He currently lacks the audacity to further reduce the price of Redmi. If it were Boss Jia, regardless of whether the Shining 2 were priced at $799 or $699, he would simply drop a bombshell price of $499. Take it or leave it. After all, it is the investor's money at stake, not his own. There is no need to reconvene. We will stick to our original plan of $699. For the initial launch, we can afford a limited time discount of $50, a loss we can bear. The reality is, they have capital. It seems they underestimated Chen Chen. They had prepared for fierce competition in the budget market, but did not anticipate such a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, at Huawei, the newly appointed Zhao Ming rushed to Yu Chengbei's office after reading the announcement from Red Star. General Manager Yu, with the Shining 2 dropping to $699, are we really going to confront Red Star head-on? Yu Chengbei was equally troubled. Entering the budget market was essential, as it represented a significant portion of volume and user acquisition, a strategic goal that could not be overlooked. Is there any news from Xiaomi? Not yet, but I suspect they will unveil their budget device at the conference on the 6th. We are already lagging behind these two companies in terms of progress, and if we set our price higher than theirs. Zhao Ming did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. Without sufficient product strength, pricing above the Shining 2 would likely lead to failure. Yu Chengbei was also deeply concerned. The M series had achieved millions in sales globally over a few months. Initially believed to be Huawei's ascent to the high-end market and his own success. However, the K2V3 processor had proven to be ill-suited. As temperatures rose, an increasing number of users reported severe overheating, noticeable lag, and occasional crashes. While domestic consumers might grumble online after purchasing, they were unlikely to seek refunds. However, international consumers were less forgiving. If issues were not addressed, they would not hesitate to file complaints with consumer protection agencies. Consequently, Huawei had initiated free replacements and recalls in certain regions, incurring significant losses. They had attempted urgent fixes through system updates, but results remained unsatisfactory. The M series, with its large screen and metal body, had decent heat dissipation, but shifting to a smaller model could spell disaster. No worries. Let them do as they please. Pricing as low as they wish. Besides, the real headache lies with them. Lei Jun is likely pulling his hair out over pricing. As long as someone else is in a worse predicament. Yu Cheng-bei felt a sense of relief. General Manager Yu, according to our plan, the X1 is projected for launch in June or July, and development is progressing swiftly. I am considering further compressing the price to see if we can bring it under 700. After hearing Zhao Ming's proposal, Yu Qingbei took a moment to contemplate before rejecting the idea. Since they could not compete on price, it was better to change tactics. We need not worry about pricing for now. As long as we execute effective marketing and tell a compelling story, consumers will still be willing to pay a few hundred more. Yu Cheng-bei had no desire to engage in a pricing war with Red Star. Since they could not outrun them on that track, he would pivot to quality and design, focusing on creating superior products that would attract consumers. After Zhao Ming left, Yu Cheng-bei reached out to the HR department to inquire about the progress of recruiting talent from Sanson. Xiao Lu, has Yang Tuan not yet relented? General Yu, he has not. He has stated that for him to join Huawei, he must be entrusted with the entirety of Huawei's brand management and marketing. He believes our current product marketing is utterly inadequate. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's words, Yu Cheng-bei could only manage a wry smile. Indeed, as Yang Tuan noted, Huawei, in its transitional phase, lacks a clear brand marketing strategy, with its market efforts solely focused on individual products rather than serving the Huawei brand as a whole. Reach out to him once more and convey that I have acquiesced. As long as he joins Huawei, he can oversee everything he desires. Yu Cheng-bei was resolute. If Yang Tuo's brand marketing cannot rejuvenate Huawei, then even with Director Ren's backing, he might have no choice but to resign in disgrace. As the date for the Rice smartphone launch event drew nearer, excitement surrounding the new Rice device surged. Previously, Rice had engaged in light pre-promotion, yet Lei Jun had not specified the exact launch date, making it impossible to determine when the event would occur. Unlike other models, a budget phone requires a sufficiently low price to entice consumers to wait for its release. However, with current pricing lacking competitiveness and no stock available or a month-long wait before sales begin, any momentum would be squandered. I heard that Rice is also entering the budget phone market, although I wonder how its products will compare to the Shine 2. The Shine 2 at $699 is simply irresistible. I've already placed my order, regardless of whether it's Rice or Xiaomi. I cannot believe that Rice's budget phone could surpass the Shine 2, especially at a lower price. To be fair, Red Star has indeed acted with integrity this time, offering compensation to users who purchased within a month. In the past, who would have imagined that manufacturers would compensate consumers for price drops? I'm devastated. My order date just exceeded a month. Nevertheless, I called customer service, and Red Star still provided me with a discount voucher. This time, Rice is set to upgrade the second-generation Rice phone. Have you seen how Red Star 2 has dropped in price by 200? If it weren't for my curiosity about the upgrades in the Rice 2, I would have already succumbed to purchasing the Red Star 2. I wonder what upgrades are in store. Judging by the posters, it might be the processor. Do you think there is a possibility that Rice will upgrade while also lowering prices? Upgrading specifications while reducing prices? You must be dreaming. It would be a miracle if it didn't raise prices, let alone lower them. But why not? Look at how Red Star has compensated consumers with discount vouchers. Given Lei Jun's character, it's indeed plausible. I'm going to make a bold guess that the upgraded Rice 2 will be priced at $1899. True. I now believe that among domestic manufacturers, only Rice and Red Star genuinely consider the consumer's interests. My father was adamant about buying the Huawei Mate 1. Now it's lagging dreadfully. Just yesterday, he nearly burned his hand while charging it. At over $3,000, I suggested he buy the Kunpeng phone, but he insisted on Huawei, citing its legacy. I saw online that in some places Huawei has directly recalled or exchanged devices. Thankfully, my father heeded my advice and purchased the Kunpeng phone. Now he brags about how quickly it charges and how beautiful its photos are. The Kunpeng phone? It hardly suits my identity as Yang. High-end phones. Aside from the fruit brand, when will domestic phones be considered high-end? Imitation is imitation, forever to remain so. To those clutching your fruit brand, good luck. The Kunpeng phone outperforms the fruit brand in every aspect, aside from its operating system, right? A 5V1A phone claiming to be high-end? Long Out Hien refused to accept it. Chapter 49, April for Rice. April is a pivotal month for rice, marking the establishment of the rice company in April 2010. Now in 2013, the rice company has evolved from an obscure startup to a major mobile manufacturer with annual revenues in the hundreds of billions. In April, Rice also commenced its Mi Fan Festival activities. On Mi Fan Festival Day, Rice officially unveiled several of its models for this year through various activities and a launch event. Firstly, there is the Rice 2s, an upgraded version of the Rice 2. In terms of appearance, it bears almost no resemblance to its predecessor. However, during the launch, Lei Jun deliberately compared the Rice 2s to last year's Red Star 2, recalling how Chen Chen had paid homage to competitors at the previous event. In terms of cameras, we have upgraded to a 13-megapixel lens, fully supporting 1080p video recording. Thanks to the efforts of our camera department over the past 6 months, the photography capabilities of the Rice 2s have significantly improved, eclipsing those of competitors. Let's look at the sample images. Should we perhaps reward our camera team with a drumstick when we return home? On the processor front, we have upgraded to the Snapdragon 600, a substantial enhancement over last year's S4 in terms of performance, image processing, and core frequency. The Rice 2s also adopts the Type-C interface, which offers a wider transmission speed compared to traditional USB ports, achieving a bandwidth of 10 bps, nearly double the speed of previous USB interfaces. The encoding loss rate has also significantly decreased. Furthermore, this interface allows for faster charging capabilities. The Rice 2s boast a charging power of 225 watts, an improvement over the Rice 2. In light of our fruitful collaboration with competitors, our Rice chargers will be fully compatible with Red Star's Star Flash fast charging protocol, supporting a maximum charging power of 18 watts. After discussing charging and processors, Lei Jun highlighted the newly upgraded MIUI V5, which has undergone significant enhancements and introduced new features and shortcuts, such as the quick options that appear upon long pressing the home button and a completely redesigned control center. The pricing of the Rice 2s continues the tradition of Rice, with the screen displaying $19.99, prompting an uproar of cheers from the audience. Offering more without raising prices, Rice truly excels. However, as Lei Jun remarked, "You're all celebrating too soon." The price on the screen swiftly changed to $17.99, sending the audience into a frenzy of excitement. The cheers and shouts were deafening, seemingly threatening to lift the roof off the venue. In addition to unveiling the Rice 2s, there was also a lower-spec version, the Rice 2 Youth Edition, or Rice 2A. This tactic of launching a Youth Edition to cover different price points has become a time-honored tradition for Rice. The 2A is equipped with the MSA 8260, a dual-core processor, while other specifications are akin to those of the Rice 2, albeit with reductions in screen and camera quality. The most significant innovation of this model is the inclusion of near-field communication, NFC, technology. In 2013, although there were limited instances of NFC being utilized, it had yet to achieve widespread adoption. Yet, at this time, the Rice 2A was equipped with NFC capabilities. Chen Chen knew that in his previous life, Rice was the primary promoter of this feature. NFC and infrared were signature functionalities for Rice, and as the company grew, they negotiated city by city to integrate Rice's NFC into local subway and bus systems, a campaign that ultimately proved successful. Whether utilizing buses, subways, or the remarkable NFC technology of Xiaomi, convenience is paramount. It was not until Xiaomi's promotion gained substantial traction that domestic smartphone manufacturers began to engage in fierce competition, with other brands gradually adopting this NFC functionality. Certainly, a decade hence, this feature will be a standard expectation. One might feel embarrassed to proclaim their flagship status if it lacks NFC capabilities. The pricing strategy for the Xiaomi 2A appears to be directly aimed at 390 and Alibaba's Tianyu, with its price of $12.99 strategically positioned to exploit the vulnerabilities of the 390 model. Both being internet-centric smartphones, the 390's special edition retails at $14.99, while the Xiaomi 2A, boasting similar specifications along with Type-C interface and NFC, is competitively priced at $12.99, undoubtedly troubling the 390 brand. It seems imperative for us to expedite the launch of a model priced just above 1,000 yuan. Otherwise, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage against these rival manufacturers. Chen Chen has already begun contemplating the new model, as 2013 marks a pivotal year when Huaxia will gradually commence the rollout of 4G networks, leading established brands to exit the arena while new giants make their debut. As for Huawei's budget offerings, both Chen Chen and Lei Jun regard them with disdain, their presence hardly rivaling that of the 390, a company that has only recently entered the fray. The Rongyao 8860 has been nearly obliterated by the Red Star 1 and the Xiaomi 1, effectively erasing the Rongyao series from existence. Otherwise, Yu Qingbei would not have initiated a new series. During the launch event, attendees listened as Lei Jun spoke about the low-income demographics of Huaxia and their desire for authentic smartphones. Chen Chen knew all too well that this event was merely a ruse. As anticipated, following his narrative, Lei Jun unveiled Xiaomi's new series, the Homie series. With QQ space having been preemptively claimed by Chen Chen's Shining 2, Lei Jun sought collaboration with NetEase for the Weibo pre-orders and launch. Given their long-standing partnership, which dates back to the premiere of the Xiaomi 1, this new Homie 1, co-launched with Huaxia Unicom, not only supports Unicom's 3G, but also features dual SIM capabilities. In terms of processing power, the Homie 1 employs MediaTek's latest flagship processor, having undergone months of in-depth adaptation and optimization with MediaTek engineers to fully unleash its potential, ensuring a seamless experience across various applications. The configuration, however, seems to be a mere reiteration, as it closely mirrors that of the Shining 2, featuring the same processor, identical cameras, and comparable casing and materials. With a battery of similar capacity, the only distinction lies in the charging capability, as the Homie 1 is equipped with a 10-watt charger. The screen utilized by Red Star is sourced from Huaxing Optoelectronics, while Xiaomi opts for the more economical Tianma display. Nevertheless, both are domestically produced screens, part of the 863 program, and there exists a mutual understanding to utilize domestic components whenever feasible. Chapter 50, The Sudden Price Increase of Gaotong. Borrowing a phrase from Red Star's general manager Liu, technology should not be an aloof entity. It ought to serve every individual. In this era of rapid smartphone evolution, Huaxia still harbors a significant number of low-income individuals, alongside many youths recently graduated from school. They yearn for an affordable, yet high-performing mobile device, which encapsulates the essence of why I developed the Homie phone. So, what is the price of such an exceptional device? The audience may have already caught wind of the price drop for the Red Star Shining 2. As for the reasons behind this reduction, I believe they are somewhat aware, and I shall refrain from elaborating, as it has absolutely no connection to our Homie series. Laughter ensued among the audience, who exchanged knowing smiles. Chen Chen, observing Lei Jun's smiling visage on stage, felt an ominous premonition. The previous iteration of the Homie 1 was priced at $799, and I had preemptively reduced it to $699. Given that my Shining 2 boasts certain advantages in charging and display, Lei Jun's pricing of $699 does not offer any significant edge. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Chen's heart raced with trepidation. Surely, Lei Jun would not emulate Boss Jia's approach of selling phones at a loss. The previous night, after an exhaustive discussion with senior executives at Xiaomi, I successfully persuaded them that our Homie 1 would be priced at $699. The audience, still grappling with the announced price, was taken aback when Lei Jun continued. Our Xiaomi was established 3 years ago today, embodying the dreams of 7 seasoned individuals. We envision a future where all consumers in Huaxia can access high-quality, affordable technological products. Thus, the price of $699 is far from adequate. We shall extend another discount of 50 yuan. The robust and durable Homie 1 will only cost 649 yuan. As the price of 649 illuminated the large screen, Chen Chen found himself momentarily speechless, a sentiment echoed by many industry leaders watching the live stream. Could it truly be possible? Xiaomi's initial pricing of $699 was already perilously close to incurring losses, and now, with the introduction of $649, they were undeniably on the brink of financial folly. After all manufacturers rely on domestic suppliers, and the cost of such configurations is glaringly apparent. Mr. Huang, are we still producing budget models? Bai Yongxiang, watching the live stream alongside Lao Huang, swallowed hard, recognizing the devastating impact of this pricing, which eclipsed Red Star's $799 Shining 2. Of course, why wouldn't we? With Alibaba's financial backing, the budget model market remains vast. Red Star and Xiaomi cannot possibly absorb the entirety of it. This is our buried tribe's golden opportunity to shine. In that case, if we cannot compete on price, we shall explore other avenues. Our Milan configuration surpassed theirs, coupled with my personally curated design. A slight premium is justifiable. Lao Huang's perspective mirrors that of Yu Qingbei. If we cannot lead in pricing, we shall excel in other facets such as aesthetics and design, weaving compelling narratives. In the Huaxia market, selling is assured, albeit with slightly lower sales figures compared to competitors. Red Star and Xiaomi's first-generation models are priced in the 600s. Can the second generation maintain such pricing? With the announcement of 649, Lei Jun unleashed a significant strategy: immediate availability. The Homey 1 pre-order channel will open post-event, with the launch primarily on Weibo, urging the audience to take heed. After the event, as Chen Chen returned to his vehicle, contemplating the company's forthcoming strategies, he could hardly fathom Lei Jun's audacity in resorting to loss leader pricing to counter Red Star. At that moment, a message from Shun Road arrived. President Shun, Gaodong Company has notified us of an impending price increase for their rear patent fees starting next quarter. Upon reading this message, Chen Chen set aside thoughts of Xiaomi, hastily driving back to the company. Gaodong possesses a multitude of patents concerning 3G and 4G technologies, serving as a lucrative revenue stream. Although Red Star employs self-developed chips for processing, they remain reliant on Gaodong's patents for radio frequency, communication, and ancillary technologies. Currently, Gaodong's patent fees are computed based on a manufacturer's suggested retail price, a vexing arrangement that dictates a percentage of the retail price must be paid for each unit sold. This does not even account for previously paid patent fees, as Gaodong delineates between upfront and subsequent patent fees. For instance, for each Kunpeng smartphone sold, Gaodong collects a fee of $9, while $6 is owed for each Red Star 2 sold. Viewing this fee in isolation may not seem substantial. However, with the advent of the 4G era, Qualcomm's patent costs are poised to rise significantly, likely commencing at double-digit dollar amounts. Of course, every dominant player has its own era. Qualcomm holds a commanding position in the 4G landscape, but as we transition into the 5G era, this supremacy will inevitably be usurped by other companies. Chen Chen aspires to emulate the success of Huawei in his previous life, intending to seize opportunities in the forthcoming 5G and 6G epochs to attain a certain degree of leverage and thus elevate his standing. Otherwise, enduring arbitrary price hikes, as we currently do, is exceedingly burdensome. Upon returning to the office, Chen Chen found Lu Weibing and Lu Weiqi waiting for him. Noticing their grim expressions, he inquired about the sudden price increase from Qualcomm. Director Chen, allow me to explain. After receiving Qualcomm's notification, I reached out to some former colleagues and friends, including those at Jiani, Tianyu, and Chen Chen, none of whom had received any notice of a price increase. I suspect this is a targeted maneuver by Qualcomm against us, Lu Weiqi remarked. With a broader network within the mobile industry, he quickly made calls to ascertain whether this price hike was an isolated incident or a widespread occurrence. However, the information he received was disheartening. Only Hongxing had been notified of a price increase, while other companies remained unaffected. My Qualcomm, Lu Weibing, usually the epitome of politeness, let out an expletive. Although the increase appeared modest, taking the Kunpeng phone as an example, where the original patent fee was 9 and post-increase it is just slightly over 10, it marks a deplorable beginning. If they can raise the price by 1 and we acquiesce, what prevents them from increasing it by 5 next time? Or even 10? Will we accept that? Chapter 51. Testing the waters. Is there any information regarding why Qualcomm has singled out Hongxing for this price increase? At present, Chen Chen was not fully prepared for this development. In his blueprint, he envisioned Hongxing maintaining a non-interfering relationship with titans like Qualcomm, waiting a few more years until Hongxing's capabilities in chips, communications, and basebands were sufficiently robust to confront Qualcomm, even if a confrontation were not desired. The repercussions of Huawei's previous sanctions were vividly etched in his memory. Director Chen, Yu Chengbei from Huawei has publicly stated that Qualcomm's actions amount to patent extortion. It seems we are not alone. Huawei has also received a price increase notification. Shinro interjected while approaching with a laptop. It appears that only Huawei and Hongxing are utilizing self-designed and developed chips among domestic manufacturers, while low-end devices rely on MediaTek, avoiding Qualcomm's comprehensive solutions. Consequently, the motives behind this targeted action become clear. MediaTek's chips lack performance advantages and fall short of Qualcomm's communication technologies. Moreover, Apple's A-series chips are not sold externally, and Samsung's Exynos has begun to lag behind Qualcomm in performance, with few domestic manufacturers, aside from Berry Group, utilizing them. Qualcomm is testing the waters, attempting to coerce us into abandoning our chip business in favor of their comprehensive solutions. It appears they aim to monopolize the Chinese mobile market. How audacious! They should beware of biting off more than they can chew. Lu, do we have any updates from Dr. Lu? How is our Lingxiao S3 progressing? And what about our Kaitian baseband? Kaitian, a name conceived by Chen Chen, symbolized his ambition to re-establish the skies of China through this baseband. Shinro referenced her notes to respond on behalf of Lu Weiqi. Dr. Lu is currently conducting simulation tests on the Lingxiao S3, and we have no updates yet. However, the Kaitian baseband has commenced mass production. Let us share our thoughts on this matter. Xiao Shun, please inform Dr. Zhou to join us, Lu Weibing asserted. I disagree. This price increase is undoubtedly a probe. Today, they take 5 cities, tomorrow, 10. Then, they can rest easy, only to find the Qin army at their doorstep again. If they raise the price by 1 today, will we simply acquiesce to a 100 increase tomorrow? Manager Liu is right. If we capitulate too easily, Qualcomm will undoubtedly escalate their demands until we cannot bear it any longer. Liu Weiqi pondered for a moment before also opposing immediate acceptance. Indeed, agreeing so readily is out of the question. However, we must devise a strategy. Some of Qualcomm's patents are unavoidable, rendering this situation nearly intractable. After Chen Chen's remarks, the group fell silent, recognizing that venturing into the mobile industry necessitates navigating around their patents. Accepting this price increase without resistance would likely precipitate another hike in the near future. At that moment, Dr. Zhou hurriedly entered, exclaiming before even crossing the threshold, "Director Chen, do not fret. We can liaise with Huawei to acquire some of their patent licenses. Simultaneously, our Kition baseband can address part of the issue. If all else fails, we can resort to MediaTek and Texas Instrument Solutions." Given their limited expertise in this arena, Chen Chen and the others had felt anxious until the arrival of a professional provided a sense of direction. "Dr. Zhou, what do you propose?" After settling into the office and accepting a glass of water from Shunro, Dr. Zhou continued, "I have just reviewed the technical documentation, and it appears that it is not imperative to utilize Qualcomm's patents exclusively. Huawei possesses substantial expertise in this domain, and we can reach out to them to utilize their solutions and patents. Yes, I would prefer to pay Huawei than Qualcomm." Chen affirmed. "Moreover, our Kition baseband technology has circumvented existing patents. Initially, Dr. Liu and I intended to wait until mass production commenced to inform you, allowing our current models to utilize the Kition baseband. Although the external components may consume more power, our devices are equipped with large batteries and fast charging capabilities, rendering this impact negligible." Hearing Dr. Zhou's perspective, the team felt reassured. As long as alternative solutions existed, Qualcomm would likely refrain from adopting an overly aggressive stance. Meanwhile, at Qualcomm's headquarters in the United States, Jack inquired, "Do you think Hongxing will accept our modest price increase?" "Boss, our contacts in China assure us that they will definitely agree to this price. They have no grounds for refusal. It's not a 100 increase. And this serves merely as a warning," Jack Wells replied, prompting laughter from both. It was astonishing that there were still smartphone manufacturers in China producing high-end devices without adopting Qualcomm solutions, which left this rising titan somewhat displeased. In Smith's eyes, the notion of China venturing into chip development was laughable. Even if you can design a chip, creating a processor is merely the beginning. You still require RF, baseband, DSP, and ISP components, which involve utilizing other manufacturers' products. As chip development becomes increasingly integrated, are you not concerned about excessive power consumption with all your external components? Qualcomm's probing serves a dual purpose. If Hongxing readily accepts the price increase, they will gradually pressure them to cease their chip development. If they refuse, even better, Hongxing can forget about manufacturing phones, as there are certain elements they cannot circumvent. Rumor has it that Hongxing aims to standardize mobile interfaces and charging protocols in China. Their Star Flash protocol has already garnered support from 3 domestic manufacturers. "What about our QC protocol? When will it be completed?" Smith expressed dissatisfaction, noting that Qualcomm's QC protocol had failed to circumvent Hongxing's Star Flash fast charging. This meant that promoting the QC protocol would require authorization from Hongxing. As a company like Qualcomm, how could they not recognize the advantages of such an interface? "Boss, I fear I must disappoint you. Our current agreement supports a mere 10 watts, falling short even of the capabilities of the rice company in Huaxia. Our engineers assert that to accelerate charging speeds, we are inevitably bound to the Type-C interface, yet this requires authorization from Hongxing." "Damn it," Smith exclaimed, clearly agitated. The thought of seeking authorization from such a minor company as Huaxia was profoundly unwelcome to him. "Continue to pressure Hongxing. If they refuse, we shall terminate our collaboration and observe their reaction." "Understood, boss, as you wish." Chapter 52. Absolutely unyielding. "President Yu, Hongxing has just contacted us. They too have received notification of an increase in patent fees, indicating that this price hike is not solely aimed at our company, Huawei." Upon hearing the news relayed by his subordinate, Yu Qingbei lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. This increase in fees from Gaodong is undoubtedly a troubling sign, particularly as it targets both Hongxing and ourselves, the commonality being our capacity to design and develop chips. "What is Hongxing's stance?" After a prolonged silence, Yu Qingbei inquired. "Hongxing has decided to resist this price hike, and their president, Liu Weiqi, wishes to meet with you to discuss our patent authorization matters." Let us schedule a time for a thorough discussion. Previously, Chen Chen readily consented to the Type-C interface authorization. We must not be excessively parsimonious this time. Moreover, the intent behind Gaodong's actions appears to be a bid to suppress our domestic chips from Huaxia. The more we approach this juncture, the more imperative it is for us to unite. Yu Chengbei was also preparing to oppose this price increase. As the head of Huawei's mobile division, he understood all too well the peril of entrusting one's lifeblood to others. Not to mention the abrupt cessation of chip supply. Even mere rounds of extortion and price hikes are intolerable. Accepting this increase would merely restore a facade of amicability. Yet no one can guarantee how they may act in the future. Compared to Hongxing, Huawei's technological foundation is considerably stronger. Even if we were to sever ties with Gaodong immediately, it would not hinder our future mobile business development. We could simply continue using MediaTek and Kirin chips. The next generation of Kirin chips has already passed simulation verification and is anticipated to enter mass production in the latter half of the year. The primary concern lies in how to proceed, as the era of 4G is swiftly approaching, and navigating around Gaodong's patents will prove challenging. It is frustrating. Since taking over Huawei's mobile business, Yu Chengbei had never felt such a headache, even after several unsuccessful models. On the Hongxing side, following their unified front, Liu Weiqi promptly issued a statement denouncing such an unconscionable price increase. Hongxing resolutely opposes this targeted increase. As an international enterprise, imposing such baseless price hikes without prior consultation is not normal business conduct, and certainly not befitting a multinational corporation. Hongxing will not accept it. This announcement instantly ignited a firestorm online, with numerous individuals inquiring about the situation. What else could it be? Gaodong has suddenly decided to raise patent fees, and Hongxing is not having it. What patent fees? Was it not stated that there would be no further costs post-authorization? How can they raise prices suddenly? Those unfamiliar with the matter may not understand. Gaodong's patent fees are collected multiple times. Initially, they charge a front-loaded authorization fee to telecommunications companies, and, subsequently, they impose back-end patent fees based on the chips and modems used, calculated according to the selling price of the phones. As far as I know, their back-end patent fee is 5 of the phone's selling price. Goodness, 5 is exorbitant. This means if a phone sells for $3,000, Gaodong would extract $150? If it sells for $10,000, they would seize $500? Indeed, that is the case. Presently, Hongxing employs its chips, and while the fees may not reach 5, I suspect they still amount to several dollars per device. No way. Are we, the Huaxia, required to pay this American enterprise for each phone? And now they want to increase the fees? The exact amount of the increase for Hongxing remains unknown, but this is undoubtedly a bad omen. It now hinges on how Hongxing will respond. Our telecommunications technology still lags behind that of American firms, leaving us with little choice. I suspect Hongxing will ultimately capitulate. What alternatives do they have? Cease mobile operations? Or seek other companies to replace them? We should resolutely resist. We must not only oppose Gaodong's price hikes, but also those of these American enterprises. Consider this. If core technologies rest in foreign hands, does that not imply our phones would have no privacy whatsoever? Those upstairs should not be so naive. How can we resist? Sigh. In contrast to the concerns of the online community, since Dr. Zhou and Dr. Liu returned from the island with reassurances for Chen Chen, he has ceased to worry. Huawei has already agreed to proceed with the technical patent authorization. No worries. Gaodong may do as they please. I will not accept this price increase. If cooperation is severed, so be it. It was bound to happen eventually. Boss, it seems Hongxing's reaction is rather intense. Their president has directly expressed opposition to our urgencies. Smith, too, felt a twinge of headache. He had anticipated that a mere dollar increase would be met with a thoughtful agreement from Hongxing. Yet he had not foreseen such a vigorous response, even to the point of terminating cooperation. Now, they find themselves in a precarious position. Gaodong is not keen on severing ties with Hongxing altogether, as their sales rank prominently within Huaxia, certainly within the top 5, accruing substantial annual patent fees. It is likely that future models will also utilize Gaodong's chips. To abruptly terminate cooperation would be a regrettable loss. Very well, Jack. Communicate to them that this price is negotiable. I require their authorization for the Type-C interface. Even a 1-cent increase is necessary, or we will lose face entirely. After receiving Gaodong's response, the atmosphere at Hongxing shifted dramatically. Gaodong had relented. As long as our side maintains a sufficiently resolute stance, Gaodong would not dare to act harshly. However, this probing has unveiled Gaodong's true nature to Hongxing, revealing their intent to exploit Huaxia companies as mere cash cows. We will not accept, not only $0, $5, but even a single cent is unacceptable to Hongxing. In contrast to Chen Chen, who had traversed a different path, Lu Weiqi harbored a deeper disdain for these American enterprises and adopted a firm stance. Uncle Lu is correct. Even a single cent is unacceptable to Hongxing. They wish to acquire our fast-charging technology authorization. Dream on. Faced with Hongxing's renewed rejection, Smith found himself in a quandary. What began as a minor probe had unexpectedly escalated to this level of confrontation. Feeling somewhat humiliated, Smith steeled himself and, with a somber expression, followed the CEO's lead. Very well, since Hongxing is so obstinate, let us sever cooperation outright and blacklist them from Gaodong. They shall not receive a single chip from us in the future. Boss, should we not consult the board regarding this? Jack Wells felt a pang of anxiety. Just days prior, he had envisioned Hongxing pleading for their cooperation or negotiating terms. Yet now the collaboration was unceremoniously terminated. No need for consultation. I am taking full responsibility. We shall impose a ban on Hongxing, ceasing all collaboration henceforth. Very well. I hope the board does not hold me accountable. Chapter 53. Homie note? Negotiations with Gaodong have completely collapsed, yet both Chen Chen and Yu Chengbei had anticipated this outcome. Although the two mobile manufacturers compete in the domestic mid to high-end market, they were surprisingly united on this matter. We will not accept. We will not compromise. For the time being, it seems we must rely solely on MediaTek. Lu Weiqi let out a bitter smile. Rejecting the proposal was a simple task, yet the subsequent responsibilities would likely fall upon his shoulders. Therein lies no cause for alarm. For the comprehensive rollout of 4G technology would require an additional 2 to 3 years. Moreover, the patents for 4G are not solely held by Gaotong. Through cross-licensing agreements, we shall not relinquish our foothold in the 4G era. Huaxiao officially commenced the integration of 4G networks at the end of 2013, with Huaxiao Mobile being the first to join, a move intended to compensate for the sacrifices made by Huaxiao Mobile during the 3G era. In the face of prevailing network standards, only Huaxiao Mobile utilized the TDS-CDMA network, which, when compared to CDMA 2000 and WCDMA, is well understood by those who have experienced mobile 3G. This indicates that next year will herald the dawn of the 4G era, and Hongxing must resolve the patent licensing issues before the latter half of next year. Fortunately, we still have time. After all, as 4G networks begin to emerge, the immediate release of 4G smartphones is not anticipated. The latter half of this year will see a continuation of 3G devices dominating the market, even extending into the first half of next year. It will not be until the latter half of 2015, with a reduction in 4G pricing, that they will fully become mainstream. There's a joke that if the 4G network were to shut down for a night, the next day Huaxiao Mobile would come to collect the houses. It remains a matter of pricing. Currently, Hongxing possesses 4G patents, yet compared to those leading telecommunications manufacturers, we find ourselves at a disadvantage, even lagging behind Huawei. Now that the baseband issue has been resolved, the next hurdle is the filter. Once these supporting components are addressed, Hongxing will have no fear of potential future sanctions. It is not solely Hongxing that has had a fallout with Gaodong. Huang's Meizu, having been banned from sales by Gaodong for such an extended period, continues to thrive. Huawei's comprehensive sanctions have not led to its immediate demise. Meizu, backed by MediaTek, continues to flourish, with its shipment volumes once ranking among the top in Huaxia. Having come to terms with this, Chen Chen finally found time to focus on the Xiaomi Homie 1, a smartphone that dominated the low-end market in the previous timeline, leaving no competition in its wake. Homie, Hongxing, you need to rise first. It's not personal, but I mean this for all present. A week after its launch, Xiaomi's first round of sales saw 300,000 units available in stock, a feat that would have been unimaginable in the past, where immediate availability was a mere fantasy. This urgency was largely due to Lei Jun being pressured by the success of the Shine 2. If they failed to offer immediate sales, they risked missing any opportunity whatsoever. Even so, Lin Bing's heart bled at the thought of 300,000 units. While the profits were substantial, so too were the losses. The cost price hovered around 750. Yet they were selling at 649, leading to a potential loss in the tens of millions. Could one not feel the sting? Lei, should we not consider controlling the shipment volume? At this rate, that 300 million in financing may not last long. How many reservations do we currently have? Over 2 million, came the reply. Li Wanxiang planned to initiate sales weekly this month, with 300,000 units each time, meaning nearly 100 million would be lost in just 1 month. I propose we limit the quantity for the subsequent sales to, say, 100,000 units each time, while still publicly claiming we are shipping 300,000 units. After all, no one knows our back-end data, akin to the first Xiaomi. Without hesitation, Lei Jun outright rejected Lin Bing's suggestion. He had already prepared to incur a loss of 100 to 200 million by pricing so low. While Hongxing was entangled with Gaotong, Xiaomi needed to seize the moment for shipments. No, we will proceed with Li Wanqiang's plan. We must capitalize on the current momentum and capture as many users as possible. If not for the factory's limitations, Wanqiang and I intended to aim for 2 million units in the first month. Lin Bing's expression shifted. Lei Jun had never disclosed his intention of achieving a shipment volume of 2 million. Such a figure would mean a loss of nearly 8 to 1, 7 billion. Although Lin Bing served as Xiaomi's president, in matters of overarching strategy, it was undoubtedly Lei Jun, the chairman and CEO, who held the sway. They were already a step behind. Had they managed to launch at the beginning of the year, they would not be so reactive now. Reflecting on this, Lei Jun appeared dejected. Both the Xiaomi 1 and 2 had been released as preemptive strikes. Yet Hongxing countered with superior specifications at a price just $1 lower. How had the Hongmi series turned the tables? It was evident that Hongxing had taken the initiative, while they found themselves at a disadvantage. This was a classic case of economies of scale, which Lei Jun understood well. After the release of the Xiaomi 1, Hongxing swiftly followed suit. While Xiaomi scale effects had yet to materialize, and even ramping up production had not commenced. Meanwhile, Hongxing rapidly enhanced its production capabilities through commendable cooperation with suppliers and manufacturers. Watching Hongxing's extensive shipments left Xiaomi merely as spectators. The scenario differed with low-end devices. Hongxing had already established its economies of scale, affording them greater leeway for price reductions. Xiaomi's lower pricing became inconsequential, as the component prices had already been slashed, and while their procurement costs were lower, Hongxing's bulk purchasing would undeniably yield even lower prices. This led to a situation where Hongxing could lower its prices while still turning a profit, whereas Xiaomi could only incur losses. It was an overt strategy, one devoid of resolution. Unlike the high-end market, where unique features and differentiation could elevate prices, low-end specifications tended to converge, with Hongxing's quality even slightly surpassing Xiaomi's. Consumers would naturally gravitate towards the more affordable option. The MIUI system had initially been a strong selling point, but now Hongxing's Xingyao OS had caught up, narrowing the gap in system-level advantages. As for our next steps, we aim to develop a large-screen low-cost device, the Note series, which will require merely a slight upgrade to the processor based on the existing plan. Engaging in a head-to-head clash with Hongxing is not a viable strategy. We must create a distinctive product to establish differentiation. A large-screen low-cost device? That is indeed a commendable approach. If we progress swiftly, we could have it ready in less than 2 months, particularly with the Hongmi 1, thus effectively amortizing our development costs. Yes, I believe that differentiation in smartphones is the future direction. Currently, only Samsung and Huawei are focusing on the large-screen market. While the Kunpeng phone boasts a sizable display, it hardly qualifies as large. Moreover, I believe we can reignite the development of the Xiaomi Note series. Following last year's launch of the Kunpeng phone, Lei Jun had contemplated entering the large-screen high-end market, but felt that the Xiaomi brand could not yet support a price exceeding 3,000 yuan, leading to the temporary shelving of the development plan. Now that Kunpeng and Huawei's Mate have demonstrated that domestic brands can indeed establish a foothold in the 3,000 yuan price range, Xiaomi cannot afford to lag behind. Chapter 54. General Ren's heroic call. Shenzhen. At the headquarters of Huawei in Longgang, General Ren appeared weary. Fully aware of the significance of processors, not merely the processor chips, but also the baseband chips, he had begun investing substantial funds and engineering resources into researching relevant technologies back in 2009. However, technological advancements cannot be achieved overnight after several years. Some progress had been made, yet it remained insufficient compared to a company like Gaotong. Now, General Ren's countenance bore the marks of fatigue, his hair appearing grayer than before. Yu Changbei stood behind him, while a similarly haggard middle-aged man in a white lab coat held a document in front of them. General Ren, the design of the 4G baseband is exceedingly complex, and the engineering workload is unimaginable. Furthermore, the EDA software we utilize lacks comparable circuit modules. We will likely need a top-tier team of baseband chip design experts to expedite the design and development process. Otherwise, we may find ourselves resorting to either Gaotong Solution or MediaTek's, as we are unlikely to produce a 4G baseband in the near term. General Ren silently regarded the Huawei engineer before him. He was acutely aware that the recent price increase of the thermal paste was aimed squarely at Huawei's semiconductor division. The current sales strategy of the thermal paste company revolves around bundled sales. If you procure their chips, the patent fees are significantly reduced. Conversely, should you choose not to adopt their chip solutions and rely solely on their patents. The costs soar in comparison to purchasing the chips directly. This round of price hikes serves as a trial. If Huawei acquiesces, it could lead to an incessant escalation of prices that might compel Huawei to abandon its own chip research, thereby dominating the entire semiconductor market in China. Hongxing has already made its stance clear, firmly opposing such maneuvers, which brings great comfort to Mr. Ren. Observing Chen Chen, who despite his youth, exhibits such tenacity reminiscent of his father's earlier vigor, Mr. Ren feels compelled not to lag behind. A resolute rejection is imperative. Mr. Ren turned his body, unusually lighting a cigarette to alleviate some tension, and then inquired, "How can we expedite progress? What do we lack?" It appears we require experts or a team in baseband technology. After all, we are currently navigating this endeavor with caution, lacking a variety of specialists. We may need to employ multiple design teams to potentially hasten our progress, replied the composed, middle-aged man. Mr. Ren grasped the situation. Currently, Huawei lacks experts in baseband technology. They must either recruit a baseband chip team or implement a manpower-intensive strategy. We have some reserves in terms of patents, and we can also obtain certain patents through cross-licensing with Hongxing and MediaTek, ensuring we are not overly passive in the realm of 4G patents. Hongxing? Does Hongxing possess 4G patents? Mr. Ren expressed surprise upon hearing the engineer's assertion. In the past, he had maintained a good relationship with Chun Yunlong, who had a keen eye for opportunities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested heavily in establishing Hongxing's chip division. Indeed, Lu Weiqi represented Hongxing in discussions with us yesterday, and we have reached an agreement on patent licensing. I too was astonished to learn of their 4G patents. Yuqingbai informed Mr. Ren. Yes, Director Ren. I have researched their patents, which they have only recently secured, along with several critical technologies. Mr. Ren nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments. A privately owned enterprise achieving this level of success is certainly not led by indecisive individuals. Hence, he promptly convened a shareholders' meeting. In truth, not only baseband chips, but also processor chips, now require additional manpower. Yuqingbai holds the most authority on this matter, as the current K2V3 processor has caused him significant trouble. Overheating, throttling, stuttering, and the recall incurred substantial costs abroad. However, matters solvable by financial means are trivial for Huawei. What is truly feared are issues that money cannot resolve, particularly the detrimental impact on brand reputation, which is immense. Early the following morning, the news reverberated throughout the semiconductor industry. Mr. Ren issued a wide-ranging call to arms. Any talent in the semiconductor field who joins Huawei's chip division will receive top-tier compensation, both in salary and bonuses, all at industry-leading levels. What does this imply? Previously, one might earn merely 10,000 yuan in a research institute in China, but upon joining Huawei, that could easily double. Not enough? Then let it be 20,000. If that doesn't entice you, how about 30,000? Who could possibly resist such an offer? Uncle Lu, since Mr. Ren has issued a call to arms, we at Hongxing cannot remain passive either. You should also announce that top-tier talent in the semiconductor field is welcome at Hongxing, with equally competitive compensation. Mr. Ren truly exemplifies leadership. While he focuses on targeted recruitment, he had not considered issuing a general appeal. However, given Chen Chen's reputation and standing within the industry, one might find that such an appeal could be met with skepticism. Who do you think you are, issuing a call to arms? Now, with Mr. Ren's precedent established, it is essential for him to seize the opportunity to attract talent. It is worth noting that, at present in China, the remuneration for researchers in various institutes does not compare favorably with that abroad, primarily due to the late start of the industry. Consequently, those engaged in frontline research often face cost-cutting measures that suppress their salaries, leaving many highly qualified individuals, despite their prestigious titles, earning only enough to scrape by, waiting for their day in the sun. In light of Huawei and Hongxing offering top salaries, who would be tempted? As the saying goes, great rewards will attract brave souls. Several heavyweight figures in the semiconductor sector have extended olive branches to Huawei, while Hongxing follows suit alongside Huawei in offering top-tier salaries. Dr. Lu is also en route to Taiwan, tasked with discussing future 4G patents and chip procurement on behalf of Chen Chen. Hongxing is now considered a major client of MediaTek, with the standalone sales of the Shining 2 already surpassing 6 million units. Following the price reduction, sales witnessed a significant surge, with experts estimating total lifecycle sales between 15 to 20 million units. Both the Homey 1 and the Shining 2 utilize the same chip to prevent supply shortages. Chen Chen decided it was imperative to negotiate procurement terms with MediaTek. With a new product line confirmed, Chen Chen is prepared to make bold moves. A single Shining 2 in the low-end product line will undoubtedly not suffice. He plans to introduce the Shining Plus series, priced at 999 yuan, and later in the year, he will launch the Shining Note series with upgraded configurations, targeting the Xiaomi 2 Youth Edition. The Hongxing series will continue to rise in price, reaching between 1999 and 2999 yuan, thus achieving comprehensive price coverage across 2 brands and 3 series from 699 to 3,999 yuan. Chapter 55. Glass Material and Heat Dissipation. As the adage goes, technology is fundamentally about changing appearances. The Lingxiao S2 will be repurposed following the conclusion of the Hongxing 2's life cycle, perfectly suited for the Shining Note series priced just above 1,000 yuan, while the third-generation Hongxing and Kunpeng smartphones will continue to use the new Lingxiao S3. In this instance, Chen Chen personally participated in the design of the second-generation Kunpeng smartphone, opting for tempered glass as the back cover. High-end products must possess an appearance befitting their status. Not only glass, but also, in the previous generation, flagship devices often incorporated nano-leather, providing an unparalleled tactile experience. However, the current technology of suppliers renders production costs prohibitively high, making mass production impractical. Since the price of synthetic nano-leather is steep and not cost-effective for mass production, why not simply use genuine leather? The Emperor's Edition deserves to look the part. Charging an additional 1,000 yuan for high-grade Spanish top-grain cowhide is hardly unreasonable. Not at all. Moreover, releasing it as a limited edition, a tactic that has been overused in the past, remains effective. Consider the 8848 smartphone, which boasts a detachable design and automatic explosion from a distance of 10 meters, all wrapped in top-grain cowhide, commanding an exorbitant price, yet customers still line up to purchase. As for future endeavors, introducing collaborations with brands like Porsche Design or Lamborghini could elevate the Kunpeng series to unparalleled price heights. As long as the price escalates and consumers are willing to pay, the high-end market is assured. The standard version will use tempered glass, as this material possesses its own advantages: high hardness, resistance to scratches, and superior heat dissipation and feel. The sole drawback is its susceptibility to breakage, a peculiarity of the material that cannot be avoided. Previously, nanopolymer materials demonstrated excellent drop resistance and vibrant colors, but their wear resistance remains a fundamental flaw. Even with coatings, the layers wear off with daily use, leading to aging plastic that ultimately detracts from the phone's feel and aesthetic appeal. Regarding metal, it is lightweight and boasts excellent scratch and drop resistance, but its well-known drawback is signal interference. Therefore, the fully metallic design of the first-generation Kunpeng necessitated the reservation of antenna slots in the frame to facilitate signal penetration. Since 2013, metal bodies have gained immense popularity. While budget smartphones still clung to plastic, high-end devices transitioned to metallic casings, exemplified by Huawei's M series and the iPhone series. Mr. Chen, are we truly opting for a glass rear cover? Questioned Chen Chen from the Kunpeng phone design department, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Chen Chen. After all, the current smartphone market is still dominated by plastic and metal. It was perplexing that Mr. Chen would take a retro turn, emulating the iPhone 4S with a glass back. Originally, Chen Chen intended to maintain the metallic design for the Kunpeng 2, but with the chairman's intervention, they would have to adhere to his vision. Metal materials were merely a transitional phase. Glassbacks undoubtedly represented the future trajectory of mobile materials over the next decade. This was not retrogression. It was homage, do you understand? If it weren't for the current challenges in producing ceramics, he would have aspired to utilize ceramic for the phone's exterior. It wasn't that ceramics were unfeasible. Rather, the cost of microcrystalline nanozirconia technology was considerably high, and ceramics were relatively heavy. Chen Chen resolved to incorporate this innovative material in future series. Without elaborating further, Chen Chen's team, recognizing their boss's serious demeanor, had no choice but to align with Chen Chen's intentions. After all, they were merely employees, and Chen Chen wielded absolute authority within the company. This was an undeniable fact. You could voice your reasoning and opinions, but once Chen Chen made a decision, compliance was mandatory. The decision for the phone's rear cover was confirmed as glass, while another area requiring Chen Chen's input was the cooling system. The new Lingxiao S3 would continue using the same 28-nanometer manufacturing process as its predecessor, with performance enhancements primarily focused on increasing the clock speed. Coupled with the need for an external baseband, the heat generation would undoubtedly exceed that of the Kunpeng 1. Over the next decade, manufacturers would continually grapple with heat dissipation. While the issue might not be overtly apparent now, by the latter half of this year, those employing Snapdragon processors would come to understand the harsh realities. Each generation seemed to generate more heat, with only the 835 showing any signs of improvement, followed by the 855 and 888, which remain notorious for overheating. Smartphone manufacturers attempted every conceivable method to optimize their cooling systems, from increasing the surface area of thermal pads to employing copper heat pipes, dual copper heat pipes, vapor chamber heat spreaders, and even attaching cooling back clips. Some audacious manufacturers even installed cooling fans directly onto the phones to unleash the processor's full potential. In 2013, consumers had yet to fully experience the wrath of overheating, and their understanding of mobile device heating was incomplete. In reality, hotspots are not alarming. What is truly concerning is the ensuing cooling period, during which the CPU throttles, ultimately causing lag and crashes. Such scenarios inevitably become the manufacturer's burden, as a poor user experience tarnishes their reputation. The Kunping 2 would utilize the known first-generation cooling technology, simple and effective, emulating laptop designs by incorporating a copper heat pipe. This heat pipe, technically referred to as a heat pipe, is filled with a specialized liquid that evaporates under heat to carry away thermal energy, subsequently condensing on the opposite end and returning in a continuous cycle to dissipate the processor's heat throughout the device. This technology began development after Chen Chen assumed complete control of the company. It is not particularly advanced, but current manufacturers had yet to consider integrating it into smartphones. With these matters settled, Chen Chen largely left other internal configurations to Cui Chen, whose experience from the Kunpeng 1 had significantly enhanced his capabilities. He merely needed to steer the overall direction to avoid major issues. Should any problems arise, he could always spend a few years training in the African division. Much like Wang Teng from Xiaomi, who, after his initial struggles with the Mi 9, was rumored to have been sent to Africa, yet returned to assume a pivotal role. Hence, employees need rigorous training, particularly in the African sector. Oh, I almost forgot, Red Star does not yet have an African division. The company's overall operations were progressing systematically. Yet Chen Chen's primary concern, which was also developing at a sluggish pace, was the Xiao AI smart speaker. Currently, the system had only one task, and Chen Chen speculated that once the Xiao AI speaker was launched, the Xiao AI system would undoubtedly undergo an upgrade. However, progress was disappointingly slow. It could be described as severely unsatisfactory. Initially, it was thought that creating this device would not be particularly challenging, but the engineers shook their heads upon reviewing the proposal. Dr. Zhou candidly remarked that the level of intelligence required was akin to that of Apple's Siri, suggesting that this year would be quite challenging. For this project, Dr. Zhou even reached out to his old classmate, Cheng Wenfei, who is currently working at an AI research lab in the United States, hoping to recruit him to Red Star to lead the Artificial Intelligence Initiative. Chapter 56, Progress of the Ecological Chain. Cheng, are you truly leaving? Cheng Wenfei looked at the persistent Raphael Lawrence and replied, Lawrence, I have made my decision to return to my homeland, and I apologize for your attempts to dissuade me. Cheng Wenfei had been working in the research lab at the University of Pennsylvania for nearly a decade and had long harbored intentions of returning home. Coupled with the invitation from his old classmate, Zhou Yaobua, he ultimately decided to return to China. Cheng, our research institute at the University of Pennsylvania boasts world-class research and experimental facilities. Forgive my bluntness, but if you choose to work for major companies like Apple, Texas Instruments, or Amazon, I would not attempt to retain you. However, what AI research exists in China? To me, it seems a veritable research desert. As for Red Star, I have never even heard of this company. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wenfei struggled to suppress his frustration and responded, Lawrence, even if China is an arid wasteland for AI research, I have resolved to return. I will transform that desert into an oasis step by step. So please cease your persuasion. Very well, Cheng, but I still urge you to reconsider. Your research in the field of artificial intelligence truly deserves a better environment than China. Apologetically, Cheng Wenfei ignored Professor Lawrence and strode outside. Having made a decision, there was no need for second thoughts. Chen Chen regarded Cheng Wenfei's arrival with utmost seriousness, personally welcoming him at the airport alongside executives like Liu Weiqi and Dr. Zhou, offering top-tier salary and benefits, including ready accommodations. As they drove back from the airport, Cheng Wenfei gazed out at the swiftly changing cityscape and couldn't help but exclaim, the transformation of the capital over the past decade is truly astounding. Indeed, years ago, when I returned, I marveled at China's changes. This time, I suppose I will not leave again, replied Cheng Wenfei with a smile, continuing, I have no ties in the United States anymore. I, old Cheng, am ready to dedicate myself to Red Star. The two were classmates who had pursued further studies in the United States after graduating from the University of Beijing. However, after graduation, Dr. Zhou chose Texas Instruments while Professor Chung opted to remain at the university. Reflecting on old times, they reminisced about their amusing experiences during their studies. Old Chung, I remember you once spoke of digital immortality. How is that research progressing? In response to Dr. Zhou's teasing, Chung Wenfei showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he laughed and replied, "Don't remind me. Back then, my ambitions were lofty, but in reality, I found countless challenges. Based on my calculations, achieving our goals would likely require the computational power of global supercomputers. Haha, old Chung, if I happen to pass away one day, ensure to upload me to the network. That way, I can still chat with you." As the conversation unfolded, the driver had already steered the vehicle slowly into the Red Star Technology Park. "Minister Zhou, Professor Chung, we have arrived," he announced. Upon reaching the company, Chen Chen intended to have Chung Wenfei settle in first. Unexpectedly, he discovered that Chung was also a workaholic, eagerly desiring to familiarize himself with his responsibilities and the development progress of Xiao AI. "Mr. Chen, your father personally sought me out in the United States back in the day. At that time, I had no intention of returning home. Yet as I age, the pull of my homeland grows stronger. I plan to retire here at Red Star," Professor Chung remarked. "You flatter me, Professor. It is indeed our privilege to have a technical luminary like you join us at Red Star. We hope you will lend your expertise to our smart speaker endeavors." Chen Chen responded. With Chung Wenfei's involvement, Chen Chen felt a sense of relief. His ecological chain plan was already underway. The smart fan had been launched, and the sweeping robot was set to roll off the production line soon, with table lamps and air purifiers in the midst of intensive development. The control center on the mobile phone had long been completed, awaiting hardware integration to form a closed loop. While others may be unaware of the trend towards ubiquitous connectivity, Chen Chen was acutely aware. The hardware would connect through the mobile phone, which would serve as both a remote control for these devices and a supercomputing hub. The omnipresent screens would interconnect, allowing for seamless collaboration and dialogue among them. Next would be an array of smart home devices, all unified under a cohesive industrial design aesthetic, capable of connecting to the internet. Red Star, having executed strategic planning well in advance, now had a television team of over 30 members refining the first Red Star television in collaboration with Huaxing and Foxconn. Zhang Feng's ecological chain department was tirelessly engaged in product development and investment activities. Their investment strategy was rather unconventional, focusing more on the potential of products and teams rather than scrutinizing business plans. If a team and its product met Red Star's criteria, the company would invest, either through a full acquisition of the team or by acquiring over 50 of the shares while refraining from involvement in company management. This approach aimed to prevent the issues faced in Chen Chen's previous life with Xiaomi, where subsidiary companies, having grown under the Xiaomi brand, sought independence, even producing products incompatible with their parent company's systems. Another method of incubation was concurrently underway, wherein the company would propose product requirements, and the ecological chain department would establish dedicated product teams for development. Although this process was slower, it ensured that the projects remained under the company's control. Occasionally, Zhang Feng and his team could finalize investments in less than an hour, as he described it, filled with a surreal essence. This was understandable. As a startup team, making grandiose promises was futile given the market's immaturity. Red Star was essentially there to facilitate growth, utilizing its resources to assist these smaller companies and teams. By the end of April this year, Zhang Feng, having recently taken over the ecological chain department, successfully invested in Huaxing Electronics, a company on the brink of bankruptcy. When Chen Chen received Zhang Feng's proposal, he struggled to recall when China had such a company specializing in smart wearable devices. It was only when Huaxing's founder, Huang Wang, arrived at Red Star with samples that Chen Chen realized this was none other than Huami from his previous life, the maker of the Xiaomi bracelet. Chen Chen instructed them to halt other product developments and focus entirely on creating a wristband priced below 100 yuan, assuring them of sales exceeding 1 million units by September. While Chen Chen was unfamiliar with Huaxing, he was well acquainted with Huami, which had once dominated the market with its 69 yuan wristband, achieving staggering sales figures. The first generation of the wristband took nearly 9 months to reach 1 million units. While the second generation achieved this in just 2 months, the third in a mere 17 days, and the fourth in only 8 days, ultimately allowing Xiaomi to capture over 45% of the wristband market, with cumulative sales ranking first globally. All these wristbands were produced by Huami, which had transformed from a near-bankrupt enterprise into a company selling millions of units annually within just 2 years. Chapter 57. The visual scheme for the sweeping robot? What a joke. Is it done? Zhang Feng called out through his mask to the intercom. Minister Zhang, it has been completed, came the response. Various youthful voices echoed within the factory. The sensors are installed. Mr. Chen will enter shortly. After donning a mask and shoe covers, Chen Chen stepped into a room strewn with debris. Today marked the testing of the sweeping robot, primarily assessing its path planning capabilities and cleaning efficiency. The concept of a sweeping robot might seem simple, essentially a mobile vacuum cleaner, but achieving true intelligence required the integration of various sensors and intelligent chip algorithms. Were these spheres? Chen Chen inquired, pointing at the fist-sized spheres affixed to the walls, their smooth surfaces rotating continuously. These are the sensors and positioning devices for our robot. They can detect ambient temperature and humidity. Think of them as small radars scanning the environment and transmitting signals to the sweeping robot. Chen Chen grew more perplexed. His first sweeping robot from his previous life lacked such devices, merely featuring a disc-shaped body with a spinning radar and a collision detection mechanism. Suppressing his curiosity, he prepared to observe the experiment's proceedings. The responsible party, Li Lei, brought over a sweeping robot and initiated it via his phone. Upon pressing the switch atop the robot, a voice began to announce its status. Finally done, Chen Chen remarked. Manager Li, did you identify the cause of the previous malfunction? Li Lei shook his head. Let's go outside for now. Manager Li, why has this sweeping robot been designed this way? Wouldn't it suffice for a single sensor and radar to be mounted on its head? Why so many sensors? In response to Chen Chen's inquiry, Li Lei retrieved another machine and explained, Mr. Chen, our conventional robots have been developed and tested. The one we are testing today is our visual scheme, which operates without relying on radar or infrared, utilizing solely visual cleaning. However, due to the processor's limitations in handling such vast amounts of data for modeling and mapping, we added several sensors to assist with modeling and positioning. We also plan to equip this unit with a mechanical arm to manage larger debris. Chen Chen was taken aback by Li Lei's explanation. Are we really pursuing such advanced technology? A purely visual cleaning robot? Isn't that akin to the autonomous driving schemes for electric vehicles from my past life? Manager Li, is it too early for this? I believe there are inherent issues with your approach. Why develop technologies that are unnecessary? I'm not saying this technology is futile, but its application in a sweeping robot seems impractical. This product simply needs to excel at cleaning. Even upgrades should stem from enhancing the core functions like sweeping, spraying, and mopping. Mr. Chen, I believe this is the trend of the future, which is why, indeed, this is impressive technology. But we cannot effectively utilize it at this stage. You should focus on perfecting the sweeping robot. By the way, it's already June. Will we meet the September launch deadline? No problem. Before Li Lei could respond, Zhang Feng interjected eagerly. Not only are sweeping robots, but our air purifiers are also keeping pace. Although the wristbands may lag a little behind. It's no matter if the wristbands are delayed. We can always present a PowerPoint in the meantime. And once mass production commences, we can launch them for sale. This is precisely where Chen Chen excels. In his previous life, he dealt with numerous PowerPoint presentations and mobile products, and everyone was in the same boat. Mr. Jia, let us not forget, hasn't he even reached mass production yet? Yet he boldly convenes a launch conference with merely 2 images. Moreover, he does possess products. It's just a matter of waiting a bit after the announcement. Chen Chen departed from Shurtu, satisfied, accompanied by a few bewildered engineers. He packed away several visual engineers from Shurtu, intending to first integrate them into the webcam team for training and later transfer them to the automotive algorithms department once the car division is established. He felt he had struck gold. Now, counting the products slated for release in the second half of the year, there are quite a few. Wristbands, televisions, air purifiers, sweeping robots, in addition to the Shining Note series, the Digital series, and the Kunping series. One launch event might barely suffice to cover them all. Perhaps we should consider splitting it into 2 sessions, a first half and a second half. Chen Chen returned home in high spirits, oblivious to the fact that the owner of a small factory in Zhucheng was already furious, having smashed several phones in frustration. Chapter 58 Huangzhong. Do I still have any hair on my head? Li Yanhua took a deep breath and knocked on old Huang's office door. Guomin. Upon seeing Li Yanhua, Huangzhong immediately greeted him with a smile. Shaoli, what brings you here? Have the bugs in Flyme been resolved? Mr. Huang, they have been resolved, and the adaptation for Milan 1 is also complete. Then what this old Huang looked at Li Yanhua with a puzzled expression, unsure of the purpose of his visit. Li Yanhua adjusted his breathing and placed an envelope on old Huang's desk. Mr. Huang, I am here to resign. Resign? Shaoli, have you encountered some issues at work? You know how urgently we are pushing at Milan. I understand that you have been working extra hours recently. Rest assured, you can take a holiday starting tomorrow go relax a bit. Upon hearing that Li Yinhua intended to resign, old Huang felt it was due to the immense pressure of his recent workload. After all, he was the leader of the Flyme system. And with the upcoming launch of Mylan, it was only natural that he was frequently working overtime to resolve bugs and ensure compatibility. No, Mr. Huang, I genuinely want to leave. I have been with Meizu for so many years, and I wish to explore a different way of working. Is someone trying to poach you? Who is it? Huang Zhang's expression turned serious. He had encountered similar situations before where someone claimed they wanted to change their work style, only to turn around and join another company. Mr. Huang, truly no one is trying to poach me. I simply wish before Li Yinhua could finish. He was interrupted by old Huang. Is it Lei Jun? Is it to me? It must be him. I can't think of anyone else. Looking at Li Yinhua, who remained silent, old Huang reined in his emotions, picked up the resignation letter from the desk, and handed it back to Li Yinhua, saying, Yinhua, regardless of who is trying to poach you, let us consider this a matter that has occurred. You are still the head of Flyme. You may return. Mr. Huang, after saying this, he pushed the resignation letter back towards Li Yinhua. What benefits has Lei Jun promised you? Why are you so determined to leave Meizu? Have I wronged you in any way? I acknowledge that the recent projects have been rushed, and the overtime has been intense, but that is for the sake of the company's growth. As I mentioned, you could take a break anytime. No, Mr. Huang, there is a company that wants to invite me to develop our domestic mobile phone operating system. Developing a domestic operating system? Which fool of a company would undertake such a foolish endeavor? ISNT developing an operating system, a surefire path to failure? Upon hearing this, Huang Zhang immediately ruled out the possibility of Demi trying to poach him. Someone as astute as Lei Jun would surely be aware of the risks involved in developing a domestic operating system and would not engage in such folly. Yinhua, I don't care which company is trying to poach you. A self-developed operating system leads nowhere. You have been in software for years and understand that the most crucial aspect of an operating system is its ecosystem. Without a corresponding ecosystem, what use is your research? If it were Apple, Microsoft, or Google trying to recruit you, I would not hesitate to let you go. But now you say you want to delve into self-developed domestic operating systems. After all these years working together, I cannot bear to watch you leap into the fire. Li Yinhua recognized that Huang Zhang's words were grounded in truth. Yet was not his initial dream to pursue this very goal? Mr. Huang, some things simply must be done by someone. If a person loses their dreams, how different are they from salted fish? Li Yinhua was unwilling to remain a mere salted fish. He yearned for a challenge. How could one know for certain it would fail without attempting it? Just like Mr. Yuan in the past, who devoted his entire life for the dream of enjoying the shade beneath the rice stalks, and Mr. Deng and Mr. Chen, after the establishment of the nation, many once deemed their ambitions impossible, yet they transformed the impossible into reality. Some things must be undertaken by someone. Complete your handover and take your leave. Huang Zhang gazed at Li Yinhua, now resolute in his decision, knowing he could no longer retain him. Even if he were to force him to stay, his heart would no longer reside with Meizu. As long as it wasn't Lei Jun poaching him, he could go anywhere. As Li Yinhua stepped out, Bu Sibao entered, holding an envelope. Don't even need to look, it's undoubtedly another resignation. Holding an envelope. He certainly wasn't here to deliver a love letter to himself. Are you here to resign as well? Are you also going to work on a domestic operating system? Bu Sibao was taken aback. No, I'm just feeling that the treatment at Meizu is a bit low, and the offer from Lei Jun is more appealing. I merely wish to switch jobs. Why is old Huang reacting so strongly? Mr. Huang, no, I am indeed here to resign, but not to work on any operating system. Pursuing that in our country is a dead end. Speak up. Who's trying to poach you? If you don't tell me the truth today, I will not accept this resignation. Old Huang, suppressing his anger, wanted to ascertain who was again trying to undermine Meizu. Mr. Huang, this speak. Utstami. Busibao kuiti utirit dinamidami. Visibly sensing old Huang's rising agitation, he feared that if he remained silent, he might not escape. Damn it, it's Lei Jun again. How much has this Lei Jun offered you? He is nothing but a thief. An unrepentant scoundrel. Get out. I don't want to see you for another minute. Go to Lei Jun. After dropping the resignation letter, Bu Sibao hastily exited old Huang's office, regretting that he had come at such an inopportune time. Had he known Li Yinhua was also there to resign, he would have chosen a different occasion. Huang Zhang picked up the 2 envelopes on the desk and tore them into shreds. Damn it. Lei Jun, I will not rest until you and I have settled this. When you sought to learn, I graciously taught you how to create mobile phones, and now you have turned around to establish to me, poaching several executives and engineers from me, and now you come back to poach again. Is there no one else left in our nation? Do you think you can single-handedly exploit me, Huang Zhang? After gulping down a large mouthful of water, Huang Zhang still could not quell his fury. He retrieved a homey one from his drawer and smashed it violently onto the ground. As he looked at the shattered pieces of the homey phone, Huang Zhang gritted his teeth and declared, "One day, you will meet the same fate as this phone. Lao Bai, come to my office." Bai Yongxiang arrived at Huang Zhang's office, surveying the debris strewn across the floor, seemingly aware of the situation. It appeared that the resignations of Li Yunhua and Bu Sibao had greatly vexed old Huang. "Mr. Huang, why are you so furious? Lao Bai, tell me, does Lei Jun have no other place to poach from but our Meizu? Look at me. Do I have any hair left on my head? None at all. Not a single strand." Upon hearing Lei Jun's name, Bai Yongxiang understood. If there were merely 2 resignations, old Huang would not be this enraged. The moment Lei Jun was involved, old Huang would instantly erupt. A few years ago, the relationship between these 2 individuals was remarkably close, sharing everything and often spending entire days engaged in conversation within Lao Huang's office. Lei Jun had a penchant for chilled cola, prompting Lao Huang to place a refrigerator in the office, ensuring that Lei Jun could enjoy his beverage at any time. However, as everyone is aware, circumstances took a turn for the worse, leading to a bitter rivalry. As Lei Jun's company flourished, Huang Zhang felt increasingly resentful, thinking to himself, "Wasn't it I who taught you how to make phones? President Huang, the funding from Alibaba has been secured. Our Milan series is ready for production at any moment. Do not let this matter vex you. The Milan series is our primary focus now." Suppressing his indignation, Huang Zhang set down his water cup and contemplated the decision to host a concert for the Mei tribe at the beginning of next month. Yet, whom should he invite? Su Wei? The Milan brand was born from his careful deliberation. Initially, given the scale and funding of the Mei tribe, venturing into the budget phone market seemed implausible. It was only with Alibaba's investment of $400 million that Huang Zhang felt empowered to proceed. As Lao Huang himself put it, "After painstakingly honing our first Milan phone for 2.5 years, our debut will be nothing short of explosive." Chapter 59. This time we're going big. Youth can be savored, but must not be squandered waiting. The youthful quality Milan series will meet you next month. The promotional posters and slogans were steeped in the distinctive style of the Mei tribe, featuring minimalist designs and poetic phrases. One cannot help but admire the craftsmanship ethos of the Mei tribe. Otherwise, Lao Huang would not have earned the moniker of the carpenter. It is all about refinement. What does the Milan series signify? Is Lao Huang venturing into the budget phone market as well? The slogan bore the unmistakable mark of Bai Yongxiang's hand, exuding a youthful charm that captivated the audience. There was anticipation that the Mei tribe would unveil something truly surprising. With Lao Huang's meticulous touch, the aesthetic appeal of budget phones would surely see significant improvement. Just look at the unsightly offerings from Hongxing and Dami in that price range. Affordable, yet undeniably unattractive. While the price may be slightly higher, the visual appeal must rise accordingly. My disdain for the unattractive Shine 2 and Homey 1 was precisely why I opted for a fruit phone. Get lost upstairs. Is it because their phones are ugly? I don't even want to point that out. The fervent discussions among netizens thrust this boutique manufacturer back into the trending spotlight. Witnessing such enthusiasm on the very first day of the promotional campaign brought a modicum of relief to the irked Lao Huang, who had been angered by the poaching of talent. Youthful quality? Has the Milan series launched prematurely? Lao Huang's financial capacity for budget phones was a mystery to Chen Chen, as it was expected that the Milan series would debut the following year, now arriving an entire year ahead of schedule. Could it be that the Shine 2 and Homey series had provoked him? In the previous timeline, Dami had launched the Homey at the end of July 2013. As the saying goes, red and blue have always made a compelling duo. To counter the Homey, Lao Huang's Mei tribe introduced the Milan series a year later, in 2014. To compete, the release of the first Milan phone had indeed generated considerable excitement, boasting both striking aesthetics and impressive specifications, making it the only brand capable of rivaling the Homey at that time. Assistant Shun, please inform General Manager Liu that we should also release the promotional slogan for our Shine Note. We cannot let the Mei tribe dominate the buzz. Shinro, emerging from the adjacent office with a computer in hand, interjected, President Shun, are we not perhaps rushing the pre-launch? The original plan was to unveil this phone at the September Autumn Conference alongside the Kunping phone and the digital series. Are we on schedule? We can still launch next month and engage in a face-off with the Mei tribe. Having all products showcased at the Autumn Conference may be excessive. Shinro set her computer aside and pulled out her phone to check the schedule. While we are on track, if the Shine Note launches early, sharing the same processor as the Hongxing 2, it could potentially impact its sales. That's not a concern. This phone has nearly completed its sales cycle, and with 14 million units sold, it's already quite impressive. Any impact will be minimal. All right, I will notify General Manager Liu right away. Soon after, the promotional posters for Hongxing were simultaneously released across forums, official websites, and various platforms, proclaiming, "This time, we're doing something big." Beneath the slogan was a stunning silhouette render of a Shine Note. It seems next month will be quite lively in the mobile phone industry. Just as the May tribe releases their promotions, Hongxing follows suit with their pre-launch. Is this a competition brewing? What does doing something big mean? A larger screen? A bigger battery? I suspect that a bigger battery. None of Hongxing's phones have a small battery. If it doesn't boast at least 2,000 milliamp hours, it hardly qualifies as a Hongxing phone. Look. Huawei is also warming up for a new device. It seems they're gearing up to rival Hongxing. You all should check out Huawei's slogan. This time, we're doing something even bigger with the Enjoy series. How fascinating. So many new phones are clustered for release in July. Students who just completed their exams should take their time before purchasing a phone. It appears all three brands are targeting a youthful audience. Hongxing against Meizu. Huawei against Hongxing. This is intriguing. Dami and Lei Jun, what do you stand? With new devices from Huawei, Hongxing, and the Mei tribe, what about you? Lei Jun was taken aback by the simultaneous pre-launch announcements from the three companies, especially the slogan from Hongxing. Why did it sound so familiar? Wasn't that our Home Me Notes promotional tagline? You use what I used. I guess I'll just post. This time, we're going to do something even bigger. That's not quite right either. There are no more phrases to use. Let the marketing department quickly create another poster. This Hongxing. Why do I feel like there's a mole within Dami? I just started selling phones with an internet mindset, and they have already outdone me. My budget phone hasn't even been released, and theirs is already on the market. Now, my Homie Notes slogan hasn't gone live yet, and they've copied me. Why do they always seem to be one step ahead? With a heart full of confusion, Lei Jun personally monitored the marketing department, urging them to revise the poster swiftly. Seizing the current online buzz, Dami too needed to initiate a pre-launch. What are these three companies thinking? Why the rush to release simultaneously? If you all want to play this game, don't blame me, Lei Jun, for being ruthless. I'll announce my launch on July 31st, letting you all go first and then using your products as comparisons at my press conference. Yes, that's the plan. I was just lamenting the lack of models for comparison in the budget phone market, and now these three manufacturers are collectively offering themselves up as targets. I'll gladly accept. Before long, Dami's promotional campaign also went live. Though hastily conceived, it could not compare with the meticulously prepared previous version. This time we're going all out. The phrase lacked the grandeur of its competitors, yet the netizens were abuzz. This is the first time we've seen these manufacturers cluster together for a release, facing off against each other in person. This is undoubtedly beneficial for consumers. Competition fosters progress. Such a confrontational approach will surely lead to direct clashes. The first to launch will likely face more criticism. Wait, are these companies really going head-to-head? If that's the case, the executives should forego online promotions and just face off to see who's bigger. Given that, if I were to measure up, wouldn't I frighten them? How amusing. This scenario is indeed a rarity. Lao Huang, observing the simultaneous press conferences from the other three companies next month, was momentarily taken aback. I merely intended to unveil a new series. Must it be this collective onslaught? Old Jiang is out to obliterate us. And Wang Jingwei is joining the fray. Let's go for it. No, it should be Hongxing targeting us, and now Dami wants to join the fray. Let's engage. As the final promotional poster from Hongxing was released that evening, it propelled the excitement to a new zenith. We shine brighter than you. Chapter 60. Suffocatingly grand following the release of You All Look Stunning. Internet users erupted with joy, sparking a fierce competition. Much like the rivalry between Flash 2 and Homie 1, with your launch price set at $799, I swiftly undercut you by dropping my price to $649 even before your announcement. Ultimately, it is the consumers who reap the benefits. Amidst the online frenzy, another tech company began to feel restless. The so-called Red Road Master, Zhou Hongyi, summoned his product manager to inquire about their product's progress. Last year, Zhou Hongyi partnered with brands like Huawei to launch the 390 Special Edition phone, leading to a heated verbal skirmish with Xiaomi on social media. Zhou Hongyi likened Lei Jun to Yu Buchuan, a domineering figure in the industry, and urged him to set aside his AK-47 and awaken from his delusions of grandeur. The two even arranged a face-off on social media, with Zhou Hongyi daring, "Next week at 10 a.m., if you are a man, meet me at the east gate of Cheoyang Park." This verbal spat provided ample entertainment for netizens, but ultimately, the showdown never materialized and faded into obscurity. Although the 390 Special Edition did not achieve remarkable success, Zhou Hongyi remained undeterred, intent on penetrating the smartphone market. Therefore, he collaborated with another veteran manufacturer, Coolpad, to establish Qi and prepare for yet another foray into the mobile phone sector. So, several companies are set to unveil their products next month. Isn't it a bit premature for us to join the fray? The product manager remarked. Zhou Hongyi understood the implication. It was merely a matter of several armored warriors clashing, and his minor role would only serve as fodder. Yet the allure of the online buzz and traffic was irresistible. With visibility comes exposure, and exposure is essential for the Qi brand to thrive. Do not fear. They are aiming for grandeur. Our God series is undoubtedly impressive, and this wave of excitement could very well elevate our brand. Are we on schedule? The product manager, without hesitation, declared, "We are on track. All the details are firmly lodged in my mind. As long as we are on schedule, let's revise the advertising slogan to be as audacious as possible." Audacious? Could that not render us targets of ridicule? Zhou Hongyi regarded the product manager with exasperation. While he excelled in product design, his marketing acumen left much to be desired. After years of studying Lei Jun, Zhou Hongyi had developed his own insights into marketing. We must be bold. Without audacity, how will anyone remember our God smartphone? It is audacity that generates excitement, and excitement and traffic are the essence of the internet phone market, where Lei Jun reigns supreme. Oh, and now there's Chen Chen emerging. Following the same path as Lei Jun understood, Zhou. After the product manager departed, the promotional slogan for the Qi God series soon appeared online. We do it big. At first glance, the slogan seemed unremarkable, but paired with the poster, it became intriguing, depicting an enormous smartphone standing atop 4 smaller devices, which keen observers could identify as the recent classic models from Mei, Huawei, Hongxing, and Xiaomi. Wow, this Zhou is fearless in taking shots at everyone. The God smartphone? It evokes memories of the old Buddha, boldly declaring war on the world. Initially, I thought Hongxing's "You Look Better" was a bold enough declaration against 3 competitors. Yet someone has outdone him. The audacity of the Red Robe Master is commendable. This declaration challenges 4 manufacturers. So, your God series is also launching next month? Zhou Hongyi unusually liked this comment and replied, "Indeed, the God series will debut on July 23rd. Impressive. I can't wait to see just how remarkable and grand your God phone truly is." Observing the online discussions and various criticisms, Zhou Hongyi clapped his hands in satisfaction. As long as the bravado is loud, the excitement is bound to follow. Although many criticize them for their overreach, any publicity is good publicity, he mused. At the start of the year, after unveiling the Super TV, Boss Jia, noticing the smartphone sector's lively atmosphere, was eager to join the fray. With Leshi flourishing and its market value exceeding 10 billion, Boss Jia aspired to build his own ecosystem. Thus, in early March, he launched the Leshi Super TV, connecting the website to users in a nascent ecosystem. However, in Boss Jia's eyes, this was merely the beginning. Televisions only occupy a limited space in users' lives. What truly matters is the smartphone, the device with the longest usage time and frequency. Secretary Li, do you think we should also venture into the smartphone market? Boss Jia, the competition in the smartphone market is fierce. Isn't it unwise to enter now? I believe this is an opportune moment. Have you not seen the Red Robe Master back in the smartphone game, along with Lei Jun from Xiaomi? They're all internet-based. We at Leshi can surely create a smartphone, essentially a smaller television. It's not that difficult. As he spoke, Boss Jia's hand began to slide down, and Secretary Li leaned against him. We are novices in the mobile sector. Isn't it premature to engage in their battles? Not all. In this era, traffic reigns supreme. I aim to leverage this opportunity to announce our intent to develop a smartphone, attracting more attention. I've even thought of a slogan, suffocatingly grand. Indeed, it is quite grand. A minute later, after preparing himself, Boss Jia summoned the head of the marketing department. Design a poster. We too shall partake in this grand spectacle of traffic, promoting our Leshi Super smartphone with the slogan, suffocatingly grand. The marketing head, taken aback by Boss Jia's sudden whim, thought to himself, what is this? Just after launching the TV, he's planning a supercar release next month, and now a super smartphone? However, he knew better than to oppose his boss's desires. Casting a glance at the somewhat uneasy Secretary Li, he exited to create the poster. Soon, Leshi's promotional poster appeared online. Suffocatingly grand, Leshi Super Smartphone. Isn't Leshi a video site? Why are they entering the smartphone market? The Red Robe Master is also known for antivirus software. Is he not making smartphones too? Who could have imagined such vibrant activity in the Chinese smartphone industry? Just a couple of years ago, such a scenario would have seemed inconceivable. What an exhilarating spectacle. The clash is escalating, and even Boss Jia from Leshi is joining in. It seems the smartphone sector is truly ablaze with excitement. Chapter 61. Oh, what a remarkable talent. Chen Wei and Chen Yongming observed the uproar among various manufacturers online, chuckling to themselves, "Let them fight. Their bloody battles have nothing to do with us." Is a few hundred yuan worth fighting over? It appears that these so-called internet companies are not as formidable as they claim. User engagement and ecosystems are mere illusions. Only the bright, red RMB is truly enticing. While you engage in your online skirmishes, we will quietly amass our fortune offline. Can your paltry 100 yuan phones match the profit from my 1,000 yuan device? Low-end smartphones are beneath our notice. However, the mid to high-end market remains of particular interest. The transitioning Green Factory has decided to launch another iteration of the Fine series in the latter half of this year. The Blue Factory is indifferent. They have firmly established themselves in the mid to high-end market. Just last month, they unveiled their flagship series, the X-Play, with a launch event hosted by Wang Han. The X-Play is equipped with the powerful Snapdragon 600, a 5.7-inch 1080p LTPS capacitive multi-touch screen, and the premier hi-fi audio chipsets CS8422 and CS4398, along with the illustrious OPA 2604 operational amplifier. The starting price has already soared to $29.98 for the 216G variant. The only source of dissatisfaction for the Blue Factory is their stagnation in charging technology. They remain unable to make significant breakthroughs in this domain, while their competitor, Redstar, has already achieved a charging power of 40 watts, whereas their own laboratory has only managed to reach 18 watts, falling even short of last year's offerings for Big Rice. In contrast, the Green Factory, while not expanding as rapidly as the Blue Factory and having fewer stores, has surpassed them in charging technology, instilling a sense of urgency in Chen Wei. The reason is straightforward, with most mid-range and high-end phones adopting non-removable designs. The Blue Factory's emphasis on lightness and thinness limits battery capacity, thereby necessitating higher charging power. You might argue that an 18-watt charging speed over 13 years is fast. Indeed, it is. However, ignorance is bliss until one compares products. The 3000-plus Kunping phone boasts 40-watt fast charging, while the Blue Factory's offering in the same price range only provides 18 watts, highlighting a stark contrast. Shifting the focus to Redstar, Chen Chen did not anticipate such fierce competition. It is not a matter of encirclement. Everyone must let their products speak for themselves. The only source of his discontent is Huawei's Play series, which seems poised for a close rivalry. While his tagline promises something monumental, Huawei has countered with an even grander claim, emulating Big Rice from the previous era, and now it appears Huawei is imitating him. In the last era, the brand Rongyao adopted a similar strategy. Now that Rongyao is no more, it is likely that Yu Chongbei found the brand names Rongyao and Xingyao lacking in distinctiveness. And if potential buyers see these names, they might mistakenly believe they are looking at Redstar's phones, which would be detrimental to Rongyao's brand establishment. Speaking of product strength, the Shine Note is not to be underestimated, unless these manufacturers can manage to deploy the Snapdragon 600 in their budget phones. Only Lei Jun seems bold enough to do so. However, if he were to allocate the Snapdragon 600, would he still be able to sell his Big Rice 2S? As netizens have aptly put it, it's akin to fitting a Lamborghini S V8 engine into a tractor. Frankly speaking, had it not been for users and the ecosystem, Chen Chen would be reluctant to invest too much energy into these budget phones, given their low profit margins and multitude of issues. Yet, these budget devices account for the bulk of shipments, making it imperative to engage in their production. Unlike Fruit, which only has one or two models, Redstar has long established its brand influence and value. Even without affordable low-end devices, users still recognize and endorse the brand. Conversely, Redstar cannot afford to solely produce high-end phones without a solid foundational user base, as this would render their success as fragile as a house of cards. As he observed the online excitement, Chen Chen was abruptly reminded of the task progress by the system in his mind. The current task completion had reached 80. Remarkably, after nearly a year of effort, he had barely achieved 50, but within just 2 months of bringing in a technical expert, the progress on the smart speaker had surged to 80. Professor Chung, how is the progress coming along? Upon entering the artificial intelligence laboratory, Chen Chen eagerly inquired, "Mr. Chen, I have resolved several logical algorithm issues and made significant strides in voice recognition. Based on the current progress, we anticipate completion before September." "Excellent. This is fantastic." With Professor Cheng's affirmation, Chen Chen clapped his hands in excitement. This project had been a persistent concern of his. Without Chen Wenfei's leadership, it was uncertain how long it would take Redstar's engineers to achieve results. He knew that once the system's core was completed, upgrades would undoubtedly follow. Yet they were struggling to realize the initial version. "Let us not be too hasty," As long as we can launch by October, I will reward all of you with bonuses. Chen Chen declared. We may not have other rewards, but we can certainly distribute money. Promotions and future career plans are mere illusions. For these engineers focused on research, as long as they have a satisfactory laboratory and equipment and are not micromanaged, that is already sufficient. If the boss could occasionally hand out bonuses, that would be even more perfect. Mr. Chun, the speaker currently lacks a name. Would you like to suggest one? Who says engineers are one-dimensional? Chung, with his words, exudes a profound respect for his profession. Chen Chen was about to blurt out Xiao AI Tong Shui, but restrained himself. Naming it Xiao AI Tong Shui felt inappropriate. He personally adored the name. But if Big Rice had already registered it, wouldn't that lead to infringement? The prospect of facing legal troubles was unappealing. How about Xiao Xing Tong Shui? Reflecting our red star's essence. Xiao Xing Tong Shui? Perfect. Mr. Chun's choice resonates well. Using Xiao avoids grandiosity, while Xing represents our red star. The term Tong Shui conveys a sense of learning and progress together. Brilliant. Chen Chen was pleasantly surprised by Professor Chung's wit. His technical prowess was impressive, and his eloquence was delightful. The name Xiao Xing Tong Shui was simply a slight alteration of Xiao AI Tong Shui. Yet Professor Chung could elaborate so articulately. It was truly a talent. A remarkable talent indeed. Then it's settled. We shall call it Xiao Xing Tong Shui. I eagerly anticipate the launch of our red stars, Xiao Xing Tong Shui. Chapter 62. Please welcome the first contestant to the stage. Time swiftly passed to July, and the much-anticipated competition in the mobile phone industry was about to commence. The first contestant to take the stage is the Berry clan. Let us witness the surprises the Berry clan has in store for us. The Berry contestant has even brought their own BGM. This has become a tradition for Berry. Hence their launch events are often dubbed concerts. Let us see which guests they have invited. It turns out to be Gala. Where is the world filled with flowers? If it truly exists, I will surely go there. I seek no one's approval. I only wish to be true to myself. I have never chosen to abandon my ideals. Following the completion of 2 songs by the Gala band, our Berry contestant has taken the stage. Now approaching us is Mr. Bai Yongxiang, the president of Berry, whose Mandarin is remarkably articulate. Oh Bai, I love you. I love you too. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Berry new product launch. The year 2013 is indeed special for Berry. We launched the MX2 last year and the Flyme 3 in April this year, which has become the best operating system for Berry phones. For Berry, everything in 2013 is merely the beginning. So today, we will take another significant step forward. We are thrilled to introduce Berry's new sub-brand, Meizu. Initially, we were ambitious and aimed to create a grand slogan for this new brand. There are many words that reflect Berry's spirit, such as idealism. Without idealism, we would not have pursued the first large-screen smartphone, the M8, on the Chinese mainland. Additionally, there is the spirit of craftsmanship. The founder's dedication to the product exceeds that of any other brand's founders. Furthermore, we are uncompromising. Berry is a company that does not settle. Lastly, we are dedicated to being at the forefront of technology, consistently delivering the most cutting-edge products. As the initial words appeared on the grand screen behind by Yongxiang, the audience erupted in sporadic cheers. However, when a phrase born for passion graced the display, the entire audience was set ablaze with enthusiasm. Attending the launch event were fervent enthusiasts of both kerosene and smartphones, alongside various media representatives, all well aware of the tales surrounding Lao Huang and Lei Jun. Chen Chen leaned over to catch a glimpse of Lei Jun, only to find him smiling, showcasing his signature dimples. Regrettably, all of this had already been articulated and utilized by competing brands. Observing the emptiness behind the slogan of Meizu, devoid of any lofty or grandiose terms, I inquired with Li Nan about the matter. The lights in the venue dimmed completely, and a chibi-style avatar of Bai Yongxiang materialized on the screen. He explained that Meizu's lack of a slogan stemmed from its pursuit of perfection, similar to its approach to product development, which had resulted in an inability to finalize one. Consequently, appealing phrases had been appropriated by other brands. I remarked that this was a historical predicament, not entirely attributable to him, to which Li Nan retorted with a rather audacious statement. No marketing is the best marketing. The audience discerned the underlying implications, and under the guidance of the Atmosphere team, began to cheer. Competitors had already demonstrated that this assertion was utterly absurd. We must confront the issues head-on. Only by adhering to idealistic pursuits and embracing a spirit of craftsmanship in creating products we adore will our innovations speak for themselves. If Meizu strives for perfection without compromise, presenting a product that truly ignites passion, then it too will communicate on our behalf. given our marketing shortcomings. Let's directly showcase the product. Today, we are thrilled to introduce Meizu's latest creation, the Meilon Note. The Meilon Note is a smartphone crafted for the younger generation, embodying the consistent quality characteristic of Meizu devices. As a product of such caliber, we must first ensure that its wireless connectivity meets the demands of contemporary society. I am aware that wherever one goes, the question, is there Wi-Fi, is often posed. Therefore, to facilitate swift internet access, the Meilon Note is equipped with dual-band Wi-Fi, achieving a maximum download speed of 150 megabits per second, provided your home internet speed is adequate. The Meilon Note will undoubtedly satisfy your efficiency needs. Of paramount importance is the inclusion of a formidable processor, which happens to be the world's first octa-core processor, making the Meilon Note the inaugural smartphone in the Meizu lineup to feature an 8-core processor. This groundbreaking chip allows for the dynamic allocation of its 8 cores according to task requirements, without restrictions, with all cores reaching a frequency of 14 GHz. An 8-core, 14 GHz configuration promises extraordinary performance. Furthermore, we have equipped the Meilon Note with 2 GB of high-speed flash memory and conducted a comparative analysis with smartphones released by competitors in the first half of this year. As the grand screen displayed a comparison with the Hongmi One, various bar graphs illustrated our comprehensive lead in application launch times and performance metrics. The results revealed that the Meilon Note outperformed its rivals by an impressive margin of 46, decisively eclipsing the performance of their quad-core devices. Regarding the camera capabilities, the Meilon Note features a rear camera boasting 8 megapixels, while the front camera achieves an impressive 5 megapixels, complete with beauty-enhancing technology. We have invested in a larger battery, now reaching 2,940 mAh, which ensures prolonged endurance for the Meilon Note. The endurance data demonstrates that, across various aspects, it surpasses competitors' offerings by an entire generation. While these comparative statistics may appear somewhat convoluted and difficult to memorize, the key takeaway is simply this: the Meilon Note can be utilized for a full 2 days. 2 whole days. Recently, competitors seem to be engaged in a contest of size, yet the Meilon Note features an unprecedented 5.5-inch display, providing an enhanced viewing experience and superior ergonomics. As for competitors boasting even larger screens, such claims are utterly unnecessary, merely marketing gimmicks. The quality of this screen is equally exceptional, as it is a custom design panel from LG, achieving a resolution of 1280x 720p, with a peak brightness of 450 nits. As Bai Yongxiang continued detailing the specifications, he pressed the remote, and the screen began showcasing the Meilon Note's exterior with a plethora of colors continuously cycling through. It is available in 5 distinct colors, each representing a unique personality. This smartphone features an innovative design, marking Meizu's most vibrant product to date. Moreover, it is the first device to utilize a monolithic body crafted from polymer nanomaterials, rendering any visible seams non-existent, culminating in an astonishing tactile experience. Youth should be savored, but never squandered on waiting. Thus, we have equipped the Meilon Note with 18 watts of fast charging. We recognize that while young individuals are still striving, they possess pragmatic and tangible needs. They desire large screens, ample storage, and robust batteries. Yet, they also appreciate artistry, craftsmanship, and quality, which serve as our motivation for developing this new product. Upon concluding this segment, Bai Yongxiang pressed the remote once more, unveiling the phone's pricing on the grand screen: 216 at $11.99 and 232 at $12.99. The Meilon Note is here, and we welcome competitors to make their comparisons. Meizu remains steadfast in its commitment to producing high-quality products for the youth. As the event wrapped up, Chen Chen glanced at Lei Jun, noting his inscrutable expression, seemingly pondering how the next product would measure up against the Meilon Note. Chen Chen found himself more perplexed by the source of Meizu's considerable investment in the budget smartphone market. Was it the Zhuqiang government or another entity backing them? One cannot deny the formidable capabilities of this device, particularly its eye-catching octa-core processor, 8 cores. The very sound of it is exhilarating. Now that the Meizu launch event has concluded, with its 5.5-inch display, 2,940 mAh battery, and dual-band Wi-Fi temporarily leading the charge, let us invite the next contender, Huawei, to reveal what surprises they have in store for us. Chapter 63. Do you think I still have a chance? Huawei has arrived. The representative for Huawei's mobile division, Mr. Yu Dachui, is now making his entrance. No, it is Mr. Yu Qingbei. After a brief introduction, Mr. Yu exited the stage, only to return with a new contender, Mr. Zhao Ming, the brand manager for the Enjoy series. Mr. Zhao commenced his product presentation, urging us to focus on the competition. He asserted that the Enjoy X1 is crafted specifically for the youth, also featuring a MediaTek octa-core processor. To our astonishment, Huawei's Enjoy X1 boasts an even larger 5.7-inch display, surpassing the Meilon Note. The screen is supplied by BOE, a domestic manufacturer, and we eagerly await your evaluations of its quality. Next, let us consider the battery. According to Mr. Zhao, the Enjoy X1 is equipped with a 3000 mAh battery. While the camera configuration includes a rear 13-megapixel and a front 2-megapixel setup. Lastly, let us examine the pricing. The Enjoy X1 is priced at $1299 for Model 216 and $1399 for Model 232. Mr. Zhao has concluded his presentation. Let us now compare these two models. Screen size, 5 inches versus 5.7 inches. Resolution, 1280 by 720 versus 1280 by 720. Processor, MediaTek MT6592 versus MediaTek MT6592. Battery, 2,940 mAh versus 3,000 mAh. Camera, op MIP 5 MIP vise 3 MIP 2 MIP operating system, Flyme 3. 0 versus EMUI 2. 0. Price, $11.99 versus $12.99. Now, let us welcome the third contestant of the month, Red Star, and see what surprises he has in store for us. Taking the prototype handed over by Chen Chen strides confidently onto the stage. Compared to the grand venues like the May Tribe Water Cube Concert and Huawei's National Exhibition Center, the Red Star launch event appears somewhat modest. Once again, the choice of venue is the 798 Art District, with only over 900 attendees and media invited. However, on various online platforms, Chen Chen has effectively leveraged his resources. Even before the event commenced, numerous netizens flocked to the live stream, eager to see what unique products the third contestant, Red Star, would unveil. As a beam of light illuminated the stage, Chen Chen stood before the audience, prompting a wave of enthusiastic applause. This scene left by Yong Xiang and Zhao Ming feeling a pang of envy. Despite their elaborate event setup, they could not match the fervor that Chen Chen's mere appearance incited. Without a doubt, Chen Chen is currently the star of this launch event, though that may be because Xiaomi has yet to kick off their presentation. Hello everyone, I am Chen Chen. Just a couple of days ago, our competitors have successively launched their larger models, and now is finally Red Star's turn to take the stage. To be honest, I am rather eager to showcase our new product. He adds with a light-hearted chuckle, please don't laugh. I am genuinely excited to present what Red Star has to offer. As I mentioned earlier, a good product speaks for itself, and our Red Star product is already making a ruckus like 100 ducks quacking. Instantly, laughter erupted once more in the audience. I had remarked that their product slogan was a blank slate, as all the good phrases have been claimed by competitors. Idealism, non-compromise, and born for enthusiasts. All taken. I pondered for quite some time, hoping to craft a fitting slogan for Red Star, but the options seemed exhausted. Ultimately, since our good product speaks volumes, the slogan it conveyed to me was that everyone should enjoy the joy of technology. And thus, that is the slogan for Red Star. Watching the live stream, Lei Jun was momentarily taken aback. Not only did you steal our promotional phrase, but you also took this one? That was clearly meant to be my line. He turned to Lin Bing, saying, do you think we have a mullet, Xiaomi? How could this kid know to say all our promotional lines first? This is obviously our slogan. Observing the disgruntled Lei Jun, Lin Bing could only offer a resigned smile. After all, those were your thoughts. And you hadn't even prepared a PowerPoint presentation. If there were a mole, it could only be you, Lei Jun. Upon examining the competitors' products, I believe the entire mobile phone market in China is beginning to develop positively. Do you recall what phones were like 2 years ago? Where was the exquisite industrial design? Where is the formidable performance? Today, we are here to present a truly revolutionary product. Let's first take a look at its appearance. Competitors have employed high polymer materials, and I trust you're all aware of the benefits of such materials. Today, we too will utilize this class of materials. However, we have chosen a specific type known as polycarbonate, which provides a superior tactile experience and enhanced oxidation resistance, ensuring that the vibrant shell of our shining Note remains brilliantly vivid over time. In terms of processors, we continue with our Red Star Lingxiao series, with the shining Note featuring the Lingxiao C1 processor, boasting a quad-core clock speed of up to 1.6 GHz, delivering impressive performance. Some may wonder why we are still using a quad-core processor when competitors have adopted the latest octa-core processors. I shall refrain from elaborating on this. I welcome our media friends to compare our phones with competitors once they have them in hand. Chen Chen's remarks left many audience members and media members puzzled. While competitors flaunted octa-core, he was presenting a mere quad-core. Were they hesitant to draw comparisons? Moreover, astute viewers noted that this was not the Lingxiao C1 at all. The specifications clearly indicated it was a downclocked version of the Ling Xiao S2. No wonder they wanted to take it back for comparison. It was merely a rebranded flagship processor placed into the shining note. We continue to utilize a 1280 by 720 resolution screen from Huaxing Optoelectronics, measuring 5.7 inches. I believe the quality of this screen speaks for itself, as it was featured in our Red Star 2, showcasing excellent specifications. The camera setup consists of a 2MP front-facing camera and a 13MP rear camera, and as you're all well aware, Red Star's camera tuning has garnered significant acclaim, so I shall not elaborate further. However, this vague statement left the live audience and online viewers baffled. If you're not going to elaborate, what more is there to say? Surely you're not going to mention Red Star's charging and battery capabilities? Regarding charging, as a globally leading technology manufacturer, Red Star would never resort to deceiving consumers with 10W or 18W power. This time, we have equipped the Shining Note with a substantial 3000 mAh battery and 225W fast charging. I will make claims about lasting 2 full days, but rest assured, with Red Star's fast charging capabilities, you need never worry about charging anxiety again. Once again, I assert, in terms of charging, Red Star is light years ahead. As for the pricing, our Shining Note may be slightly more expensive than competitors, as we offer a faster battery, a more powerful processor, a superior screen, and clearer photography. Thus, our selling price is $1,299, with the press of a button on the remote. The large screen displayed the price of the Shining Note. $216 for $1,399, $232 for $1,499. This pricing made some audience members frown, but Lei Jun's expression shifted dramatically. For Mei Tribe and Huawei, this price might not be a significant concern, but for him, it carried weight. Xiaomi's 2A falls within this price range. Its product capabilities do not match those of the Shining Note, and his Homey Note series is positioned within this bracket as well. While others might be oblivious to the intricacies of the processor, he was acutely aware that the Ling Xiao S2 being offered at this price point represented a severe competitive disadvantage. At that moment, Lei Jun genuinely wanted to ask Chen Chen, "Do you think I still have a chance?" To the audience present, the Shining Note did not present an overwhelmingly stunning revelation. It was merely viewed as the youthful version of the Red Star 2. Just as it seemed the launch event was nearing its conclusion, Chen Chen showed no intention of wrapping it up. In our daily lives, I observed that many of our items are rather haphazard. What truly is designed to be both aesthetically pleasing and functional? Why do power strips have to look so unappealing? Why does my household fan exude a distinctly outdated industrial aesthetic? China sells nearly 400 million power strips each year. And our investigation at Red Star found that every household's power strip is a chaotic mess. At that moment, I proposed to my Red Star team, why don't I invest 20 million renminbi to create an aesthetically pleasing power strip? A good product must not only possess exceptional performance and quality, but also require an artistic design. However, some companies in our Huaxia do not possess the capability to excel in industrial design. It is not a matter of ability. Rather, they have grown complacent, reluctant to consider the needs of consumers or to embrace change. Today, I would like to present our Hongxing power strip for your consideration. Shen Rou stepped forward, retrieving 2 power strips and presenting them to Chen Chen on stage, while the large screen displayed the elegant design of the Hongxing model. The audience remained silent, offering no applause or reaction, but Chen Chen was unperturbed, continuing to operate the remote control in his hand. At first glance, our Hongxing power strip may appear unremarkable, but let us make a comparison. The large screen revealed a selection of competing power strips, featuring combinations of white and blue or yellow and white, with protruding large sockets. In stark contrast, our Hongxing model, a pristine white rectangle, resembled a beautiful swan amidst a flock of ugly ducklings. This comparison surely evokes a sense of appreciation. After observing our Hongxing power strip, one cannot help but notice the superior aesthetics of our design compared to that of our competitors. Indeed, it is beautiful. With the guidance of the Atmosphere team, the mood in the room began to lift. Our power strip, no larger than a pencil case, embodies the minimalist industrial design ethos of Hongxing, with considerable effort invested in many unseen details. Firstly, we have ensured a more compact size. Those familiar with the plastic industry will understand the necessity of draft angles for mold release, which are dictated by volume. As the volume increases, the feasibility of mold release diminishes. The competitors' power strips feature a draft angle of 3 degrees. I aspired to achieve 0 degrees, but our engineers advised that it was unfeasible. Ultimately, through relentless effort, we settled on a draft angle of 15 degrees, which grants our Hongxing power strip a remarkably pure and rectangular form. We have meticulously refined every detail, investing significant resources into achieving this 15-degree draft angle. Additionally, we have equipped this power strip with 3 USB ports, enabling the charging of various devices like smartphones. Each socket is designed with safeguards against accidental insertion, ensuring that homes with small children remain worry-free. Having perfected the exterior, we have also utilized top-tier materials for the internal components, employing solid copper for connections. Feel free to take one home and examine it for yourself. Another common issue with power strips is that when a 3-prong plug occupies one of the 5 sockets, the adjacent 2-prong socket becomes unusable. Our Hongxing power strip has undergone a redesign of its plug, reducing its size by 38% compared to standard plugs, allowing for simultaneous connections without hassle. As Chen Chen elaborated on these features, both the livestream audience and those present were rapt with attention. It was unprecedented to witness such a detailed presentation of a power strip's design and construction. To think that so much could be said about a power strip, its design, materials, and manufacturing processes has indeed provided the audience with a distinctive experience. This power strip retails for 49 yuan, and there is also a pro version with 5 sockets available for 69 yuan, which supports remote power management via mobile devices. At this revelation, many audience members appeared taken aback. Could a mere power strip be controlled by a smartphone? Does this mean the Hongxing power strip can access the internet? After the conference, our Hongxing store will list these products for purchase according to your needs. Next, I have 2 more products to present, so please do not rush to leave. Noticing some media representatives preparing to depart, Chen Chen intervened. Is there more? No wonder the previous smartphone introduction required little elaboration. This is not merely a smartphone launch. Is it? Why gloss over smartphone specifications while delving into these products in such detail? At Chen Chen's remark, the room fell silent once more, as everyone prepared to see what else Hongxing had in store. This conference was indeed captivating. Allow me to briefly introduce our next product, as I recognize this event has been lengthy and many are eager to return. As Shen Ro brought forth a fan, the audience erupted in amusement, questioning whether a fan warranted a dedicated launch event. This fan has already been available in the Hongxing store this year and has garnered widespread acclaim, so I wish to provide a brief overview. The fan's design also reflects a modern minimalist aesthetic, with our engineers having re-engineered both the motor and fan blades for enhanced efficiency. Moreover, this fan supports smartphone control, allowing you to adjust its oscillation or increase wind speed without the need to rise from your bed. Simply operate it through your mobile device. The audience, now intrigued, recognized the convenience of smartphone control, especially as the weather heats up. Priced at a modest 149 yuan, this fan promises to become even more exciting after our next launch event, so stay tuned. Finally, many of our loyal fans may already be familiar with our Hongxing power bank, which has achieved sales exceeding 1 million units within just 2 months of its release. However, for those who may not have followed Hongxing closely, allow me to provide a brief introduction. The Hongxing power bank features top-tier battery cells from LG and Panasonic, with an aluminum alloy unibody design that offers exceptional grip. It supports our Hongxing 18-watt fast charging, ensuring rapid charging for both your devices and the power bank itself. Priced at 79 yuan, it stands as an exceptional value compared to many power banks on the market that often exceed 1 or 200 yuan. Those in need may purchase it from the Hongxing store. This concludes our press conference. Thank you all for attending. We have prepared a small gift for everyone, a Hongxing power strip for each attendee. Thank you once again. After the event, as Chen Chen descended from the stage, he felt a touch parched from all the speaking. He marveled at how those lengthy conferences could be sustained for hours on end. Accepting the water cup Shinro offered, he took a generous sip and observed the line of attendees eagerly awaiting their power strips, nodding in satisfaction. At the very least, it seemed that General Gong Ma might have a restless night ahead. Setting the cup down, he grew increasingly fond of Shunro. Her beauty was matched by her exceptional work ethic, and most importantly, her attentiveness was commendable, as she had anticipated his need for water immediately after the presentation. Truly, he was exceedingly pleased. It must be said, I relish attending Hongxing's launch events. They're always delightful gifts to receive. Rumor has it that during the launch of the Shine 1, President Chen gifted every attendee a smartphone. Really? A smartphone for each person? Of course. Just the other day, at the Meizu launch event, they were as bare as a hairless cat. At this moment, General Huo Quan of Gongma, having received the marketing report, wore a bewildered expression. Isn't Hongxing a mobile phone company? Why are they introducing a power strip? Huo Quan felt as though his Gongma was proceeding smoothly down the path, only to be unexpectedly struck by Hongxing, who then raised its head and inquired, "What do you think of my product? How many offline channels do you possess? If you were to sell online, what amount could you potentially generate?" merely trifling matters. Thus, after enduring the initial shock, Huaquan did not dwell on it for long. Following the conclusion of the press conference, the Hongqing Mall and Cat and Dog Pink 60 store officially listed this power strip, igniting an overwhelming enthusiasm among netizens for such a product. For far too long, the world has suffered from the lack of aesthetic appeal in power strips. Mr. Lei, should we proceed with our power strip production? Lei Jun smiled wryly and replied, "Of course we should. How can we not? We've already invested a considerable sum. Abandoning that now would be akin to throwing money into the void. However, it's certain that our product won't create the same sensation as Hongqing's, and there is a risk that a similar design may be accused of being a copy. I truly admire Chen Chen. I just had this idea and invested a little. You already have a finished product? Should I continue or halt?" Mr. Lei? The product manager called out again, noticing Lei Jun's silence. "It's fine. You all carry on. Just be mindful of the design to avoid accusations of plagiarism." Very well. The product manager felt quite helpless. Her own design was already finalized and in the molding phase, yet Hongqing had unveiled their product outright. Coupled with Lei Jun's skeptical gaze as he departed, she now questioned whether she might have inadvertently become an insider trader. Just as the person in charge of the power strip left, Lin Bing entered and said, "Mr. Lei, should I maintain the normal pricing for the Homey Note? Currently, we face competition from the Milan Note below, the Changwan X1 at the same price point, and the Shining Note above. We find ourselves in a rather passive position." Upon hearing this, Lei Jun felt a twinge of headache. Having scheduled the press conference for the last day was intended to catch the competitors off guard. Yet he ended up being the one besieged. As for Zhou Depeo's so-called God series, he barely regarded it. Gritting his teeth, Lei Jun stated, "Let us lower the price by another 100. At $10.99 and $11.99, we want to directly confront Hongqing. That Huawei Changwan X1 is hardly a concern. And we'll also reduce the price of our Xiaomi 2A by 100. The Homey 1 is still in a state of loss." The plan was to create a large-screen Homey Note to garner some profit in the big screen market, but now several companies are crowding in with their large-screen phones, each undercutting the price severely. Xiaomi has fan-driven marketing, but Hongqing's marketing is quite commendable as well. As for the Mei clan, they're the true masters of hunger marketing and fan economy. Despite the incessant inquiries from netizens, the fourth contender opted against a live press conference, instead hosting an online launch. The inaugural model of the God series was the God F1, boasting an astonishing 6.2-inch screen, undeniably the largest among its peers. In terms of configuration, there was nothing particularly innovative. It still featured the true octa-core processor, and the battery capacity reached a staggering 4,000 mAh, the largest among the four devices. After all, a larger screen necessitates a larger body, which naturally accommodates a bigger battery. However, the charging capability lagged behind, offering a mere 10 watts, suggesting that fully charging this 4,000 mAh battery would likely take 4 to 5 hours. Priced at only $12.99, apart from a few users genuinely interested in an oversized screen, most others would likely discount this device altogether. The screen was excessively large, almost transcending contemporary standards, without a comprehensive screen design. With a forehead and chin coupled with a 6.2-inch display, the overall dimensions of the phone were significantly larger than a future equivalent with the same screen size. Early the following morning, Shinro presented yesterday's sales data to Chen Chen. After we opened the reservation channel yesterday afternoon, the number of reservations for the Shining Note reached 490,000. Sales of the power bank saw a notable increase, climbing 39 compared to the previous day, totaling over 8,000 units. Our Hongqing electric fan can now be classified as a hot item, selling over 20,000 units overnight, with the factory working at full capacity to meet production demands. And the power strip? In comparison to the electric fan and mobile power bank, Chen Chen was particularly interested in the sales figures for the power strip. In his previous life, Xiaomi's power strip had sold 250,000 units on its first day, reaching 1 million in a month, an undeniable blockbuster, given that he was directly replicating the design and even showcased it at the press conference. The sales figures should not be disappointing, right? Shinro turned the page and continued. As of this morning at 8 a.m., just 17 hours since launch, all channels combined sold 310,000 units. This morning, Minister Zhang Feng added another order for 200,000 units. 200,000 is still a bit low, but Zhang Feng's additional order surely reflects his own insights. Inform him that the first month's sales of this power strip could very well reach the million mark. He should brace himself to avoid backlash from netizens. Understood. A notification has come through. An internet conference is scheduled for August 12th in Wuzhen, and the organizers wish to invite Mr. Chen to attend. Should we prepare the itinerary in advance? An internet conference? Who else has been invited? Chen Chen felt somewhat unfamiliar with this conference, as he had been a mere nobody in his previous life, hardly someone who could attend such a prominent event. Notable figures included Jack Ma from Shenzhen, Lei Jun from Xiaomi, Zhou Hongyi from 390, Li Dongxiang, and Sun Yanhong from Chengdu. After pondering for a while, he realized he had no concrete recollection of this gathering, yet he decided to attend nonetheless. After all, since his rebirth, he had largely confined himself to the realm of Hongxing, with little interaction with those industry titans. It would be beneficial to broaden his horizons and make acquaintances. However, he pondered why his company, Hongxing, which was clearly a manufacturing entity, was being classified as an internet company. At Goma, Hua Quan discovered early in the morning that the marketing department manager was awaiting him with a visibly anxious demeanor, piquing his curiosity. Xiao Zhang, what urgent matter brings you here so early? Mr. Hua, this morning Hongxing released their power strip sales data, and I believe it is imperative for you to be informed immediately. Upon receiving Manager Zhang's report, Hua Quan's expression shifted dramatically upon glancing at the figures. 310,000 units? How could that be? It is indeed 310,000 units. This figure accounts only for the sales from the end of their press conference until this morning's 10 o'clock. The full day numbers may be even more staggering. Hua Quan, with a grave expression, set the document down and pondered while seated in his office chair. A sales volume of 310,000 units in just a few hours is simply unfathomable in the power strip industry. If such numbers were to exist, they would typically only emerge when distributors make bulk purchases. Yet, those do not genuinely count as sales, as they have not reached the consumers. Based on your analysis, how significantly will Hongxing's power strip impact us? Hua Quan inquired of the marketing manager. It's difficult to say, Mr. Hua. If we consider the current sales data, over the next month, Hongxing's power strip could reach sales in the tens of millions. However, we can't extrapolate their first day figures to project the entire month. So I estimate it will be around 2 million units. In the foreseeable future, they will likely capture the entirety of the youth market from us. Our market share will inevitably diminish, and I estimate it will drop by about 20. After Manager Zhang concluded, Hua Quan's countenance grew darker, almost as if he could squeeze water from it. Losing 20 market share was utterly inconceivable. This figure pertained only to Goma, and one must remember that although Goma was a leader in the industry, it did not monopolize the entire market. If Hongxing were to seize all that market share, it represented an alarmingly terrifying statistic. Immediately notify me. I require a board meeting. Let us engage in a comprehensive discussion regarding the product updates of our esteemed Goma company. Swift action is imperative. The entire Goma corporation mobilized rapidly, convening a high-level board meeting to deliberate on the audacity of a mobile phone company venturing into the realm of power strips. The board members appeared nonchalant, perceiving Hua Quan's concerns as somewhat exaggerated. How could a mere mobile phone company like Hongxing possibly succeed in the power strip market? It was only when Hua Quan presented the sales figures released by Hongxing that the board members adopted a more serious demeanor. Could these figures be a deliberate exaggeration on Hongxing's part? One board member, confronted with such astonishing sales data, found it hard to believe that over 300,000 units could sell overnight, immediately suspecting fabrication. General Zhang, do you believe Hongxing has any reason to falsify such data? While one could argue that their mobile phone sales might be inflated, it is essential to note that this is not their primary focus, and thus, there is little incentive for deception. Moreover, sales figures on shopping platforms are verifiable. Hua Quan raised 2 power strips, inquiring which one they would prefer to display on the table, the one from Hongxing or the most popular model from Goma. Silence enveloped the room, yet their gazes betrayed their true sentiments. Even board members from Goma, a professional power strip manufacturer, would opt for Hongxing's aesthetically pleasing model with USB ports, let alone the consumers. Despite Hongxing's power strip being newly launched, with inventory yet to be released, Goma managed to procure a few units through alternative channels. Chen Chen had distributed over 900 units at the launch event. Hua Quan, with a grave expression, addressed the board members. We must regard this matter with utmost seriousness. If we fail to present a similarly designed product and our competitors introduce theirs first, what do you foresee for our market share? His words altered the countenance of his colleagues. Although Goma boasts numerous offline distributors with lucrative profit margins, they could not withstand consumers' preferences for more visually appealing options. For years, Goma has been the titan of the power strip industry, And yet, the emergence of a mobile phone company has jolted them unexpectedly. While you mobile manufacturers engage in your competition, must we, as mere onlookers, suffer the consequences? It is indeed ironic that the initial casualties of your rivalry are those of us selling power strips. Chen Chen remarked, I merely made a slight move. And yet you respond as if facing an imminent threat. It is reminiscent of the legal battles between Wang Laoji and Jia Duo Bao, where both firms emerged unscathed, while Qijing faced demise. The conflict between Pepsi and Coca-Cola led to the unfortunate disappearance of the delightful Very Cola. Now, in this skirmish between Hongxing and Demi, we at Goma have taken the brunt of the impact. What is the rationale behind this? The aforementioned cases were all within the same industry, yet here we are, a power strip company entangled with a mobile phone company, a connection as tenuous as can be. I am resolved to undertake a comprehensive overhaul of our products, aspiring to emulate the design excellence exemplified by Hongxing. Do any of you dissent? The days of effortless profit are evidently behind us. Previously, our focus predominantly rested on distribution channels, neglecting product development and enhancement. It is now time for us to innovate and transform. Though a few board members expressed that there was little to worry about, as consumers typically purchase power strips in urgent situations, and would not wait days for delivery from online platforms. Nevertheless, Hua Quan stood firm against the majority and called for a vote, which ultimately passed with a 7-2 majority in favor of his proposal. Months later, upon witnessing the sales and reputation of Hongxing's power strip, Hua Quan sighed in relief, grateful for Gongma's prompt response. The power strip saga was merely a prelude. On July 30th, the grand competition of who can make the most significant announcement welcomed its fifth contender, Demi. Much like the previous series, Demi opted for a live-streamed event instead of a traditional offline launch. The Homey Note 1, in terms of specifications, bore little difference from the previously released Homey 1, except for a significant upgrade in the processor, from a quad-core to an octa-core. The screen expanded to 5.7 inches, the battery capacity increased to 3,000 mAh, and charging reached 18 watts, with Type-C ports mirroring those of Hongxing. Curiously, the Homey Note was priced the lowest, with a configuration of 216 memory priced at merely $11.99. This competition of magnitude could have seemingly reached a conclusion, as netizens engaged in discussions summarizing this July event. The most affordable octa-core large-screen smartphone was the Homey Note. The highest configuration belonged to the Shining Note, the most colorful was the Meilong Note, the least memorable was the Changwon X1, and the largest screen was found on the Chiku de Shun F1. However, one might ponder if they had overlooked another competitor. Is there another? Haven't these manufacturers already concluded their announcements? It is the last day of July. Why is there no word from this participant? The Leshy Superphone. Have you forgotten? Boss Jia has also released a poster declaring Leshy's venture into the mobile phone market. I almost forgot about you, Boss Jia. It is your turn. Hurry up. If you do not launch in July, we will deem you to have forfeited. Surely, you won't end up presenting just a PowerPoint, will you? Yet, have you noticed that these manufacturers are all opting for larger batteries? Each one seems to boast a more substantial battery than the last. Is it because larger screens consume more power? Following the trend set by Hongxing, these brands have adopted the practice of producing larger batteries. Chen Chen queried, can you guess why they're opting for larger batteries? Boss Jia, observing the netizens' comments, felt a pang of despair. At least some remembered that Leshy was also entering the mobile phone arena. As for the phone, there is none, not even a design draft. What phone could there be? A PowerPoint presentation? However, the netizens had indeed guessed correctly. On the afternoon of July 31st, Boss Jia indeed held a launch event. The content of the event was notably simple, consisting of just 2 PowerPoint slides, one showcasing his supercar, and the other his superphone. As for mass production, that might have to wait until 2023. Boss Jia's online launch event left netizens utterly entertained. It was the first time they had witnessed a product launch featuring merely 2 slides. Yet, one could argue that it was bold to host such an event based solely on 2 slides. Boss Jia proclaimed, did my PowerPoint leave you breathless? Chapter 67, The Dilemma of Yang Ta. As users began to receive their respective products, some netizens finally grasped why the phones equipped with the FAGU octa-core processor required such large batteries. Hesitant consumers promptly rushed to create review videos. An old fish, I sincerely thank everyone for their support. In the spirit of objectivity, I personally purchased one of each of these phones, and after a few days of use, I would like to share my subjective impressions. To begin with, regarding appearance, I have 5 phones laid out before me, all featuring plastic backs. It is crucial to remember, regardless of the manufacturer's grandiose claims during the launch about advanced polymer nanocomposite materials or polycarbonate, They're all simply plastic. In terms of color vibrancy, the Meizu Note has employed a coating that enhances the brilliance of the phone's exterior. However, with time, as the coating wears off, it inevitably leads to dullness and wear, as many who purchase the Mi 2 can attest. In second place, I find the Shining Note's matte polycarbonate to have a more pleasant tactile feel, though is prone to becoming dirty within just a few days of use. Noticeable stains have appeared. As for Huawei and Mi, I shall refrain from excessive commentary, as their plastic backs are merely standard fare. The themes of the recent press conferences were grand, and my initial impression upon receiving the devices was similarly monumental. No model boasted a screen smaller than 55 inches, and the Dashin F1 was remarkably larger than I had anticipated. As the camera zoomed in, an elderly gentleman compared the device's size to his palm, revealing that the screen of the Dashin F1 was excessively large, making it impossible to hold with one hand. It seemed that the design ethos of Qihoo revolved around sheer size, neglecting user ergonomics. However, those who relish expansive displays might consider it a worthwhile purchase. When discussing performance and battery life, I believe these aspects cannot be viewed in isolation. After meticulous examination of the Lingxiao C1 processor, I discovered it was not a novel chip, but rather a downclock version of the Lingxiao S2 used in Kunping phones and the Hongxing 2, with a maximum frequency reduced by 0.1 GHz, which minimally impacted performance. As is well known, Hongxing has a penchant for equipping devices with large batteries and fast charging. Yet the Shining Note, surprisingly, did not feature a larger battery, opting instead for a slimmer profile. I found myself pondering during Chen Chen's press conference why, given the ample space, they did not opt for a larger battery. It wasn't until I handled devices from other manufacturers that I realized Chen Chen's choice was not due to an inability to increase battery size, but rather a lack of necessity. Upon hearing this, many viewers were left scratching their heads, as the explanation seemed to skirt around the core issue, prompting some to scrub through the video for further insights. The Dashin Homemi and Milan devices, equipped with a Phage octa-core processor, exhibited minimal performance enhancements while their power consumption increased significantly, indicating that without substantial battery capacity, one could not sustain such a large display and the power demands of the octa-core processor. After several days of usage, I noted that this octa-core processor generated considerable heat, particularly in the current weather conditions. Outdoors, in temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, the Dashin F1 throttled after merely 5 minutes, while the Homey Note endured for 8 minutes. Conversely, the Milan Note's processor management surprised me. According to Lao Huang, engineers from Phage had collaborated closely with Meizu, resulting in its commendable performance. This elucidates why certain manufacturers prioritize larger batteries, while Hongxing refrains from doing so. The latter's processor is a flagship model that has undergone extensive refinement over the past year, ensuring superior compatibility compared to other devices utilizing the Phage octa-core chip. At the video's conclusion, Lao Yu emphasized his genuine interest in Hongxing's new smartphone, expressing anticipation for a day when all things could connect to the internet. The moment Lao Yu's video was released, it swiftly ascended to the top of the digital mobile video charts, unveiling the true nature of the Phage processor. Lao Yu's assertions resonated with me. I had chosen a Milan Note for its appealing color scheme, but now found myself regretting the decision, as the heat generation and battery life were far from the 2-day usage promised by Lao Bai. It was true, as mentioned by an upstairs commenter, that my Dashin device performed better with a battery capacity of 4,000 mAh that could last a day and a half, had it still featured a meager battery of merely 2,000 mAh. I cannot fathom the consequences. As various review videos proliferated online, the Shining Note emerged as the ultimate victor. Chen Chen had anticipated the performance of the true octa-core chips from competing brands, and the deployment of the downclocked Lingxiao S2 effectively constituted a dimensional assault. This was also why Lei Jun's countenance changed upon hearing the parameters of the Lingxiao C1. He was all too aware of Phage's performance capabilities, and with a limited refinement period, he found himself at a disadvantage against the Lingxiao S2. In that moment, Lei Jun entertained the notion of developing his own chip. With proprietary chips, one could dictate their application and deployment without the constraints of external partnerships. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, recognizing the impracticality of Xiaomi's current scale and chip development. Several failed production runs could severely deplete the company's resources. Even in his previous life, Lei Jun had been compelled to create the Pinecone chip, incurring billions in losses due to unsuccessful runs, ultimately leading to the cessation of the large chip project. The stakes were simply too high. Without continuous financial support from other divisions, their chip endeavors could not be sustained by their existing mobile operations. Chen Chen had anticipated the online discourse surrounding these developments, but did not dwell on it, especially as Hongxing had recently welcomed a significant new figure. After months of negotiations, Yang Tuo ultimately declined Huawei's overtures and chose to join Hongxing. Motivated by two primary factors, financial capability and the solid footing of the Kunpeng series in the 3,000 yuan price range, which promised greater opportunities for impact. Mr. Chen, what is your positioning for our Hongxing smartphones? This was Yang Tuo's first inquiry after joining the team. In his years at Samsung, he believed that creating a quality product was straightforward, and crafting a high-end flagship was similarly unchallenging. The true challenge lay in convincing consumers that the device justified its elevated price point. This was the essence of brand influence. For example, the Changxiang series could command prices above 1,500 yuan with consumer interest, while the 680 series thrived at 1,999 yuan. This was the power of brand impact. Contrasting this, Xiaomi, despite numerous iterations and a plethora of features, still faced skepticism about its pricing. Would consumers really spend over 5,000 yuan on a Xiaomi device when they could invest in Huawei or Apple? Even a device from the Blue Factory would likely be perceived as superior. This has been the prevailing sentiment regarding the Xiaomi brand for nearly a decade, simply not worth the price. No matter how high the specifications or how many cutting-edge technologies were included, consumer acceptance remained elusive. Faced with Yang Tuo's question, Chen Chen fell silent for an extended period, struggling to formulate a response. Eventually, he spoke. I haven't given the positioning much thought. I envision the Kunpeng smartphones targeting geeks and business professionals, the Hongxing digital series following a cost-performance route, and the Shining series aimed at boosting sales volume and attracting users. Upon hearing this, Yang Tuo smiled and replied, Mr. Chen, your perspective is somewhat misguided. Product positioning should not merely differentiate demographics by price. It requires distinct branding and diverse series to establish a coherent product identity. For instance, our Kunpeng series, are you aiming to position it as a business line, a geek line, or an imaging flagship? Yang Tuo's comments left Chen Chen pondering. In his previous life, high-end series were often all-encompassing, serving as both business and imaging flagships. However, upon reflection, he realized that was not entirely the case. Consider Xiaomi's 14 series. The 14, 14 Pro, and Ultra were fundamentally three distinct devices, merely sharing the 14 series designation. Manager Yang, it seems I have grasped a few concepts. In the future, we could potentially divide the Kunpeng series into 2 or 3 distinct versions, each tailored to different demographics. For instance, the standard version could serve as an ordinary flagship, the Pro version could cater to business professionals, and the Ultra could be positioned as a flagship for imaging or technology enthusiasts. This is merely the first step. We must engage in a series of sustained brand marketing efforts. We cannot afford to be like a bear grasping at straws, scattering our focus. This time, we should promote the charging capabilities of our Kunpeng phones, while next time, we might spotlight the imaging features, ensuring a timely and clear separation of our campaigns. Moreover, I have observed that our Red Star brand enjoys significant popularity online, yet we have invested very little in traditional marketing channels, and we lack a familiar advertising slogan. This is indeed a considerable oversight. While others like Xiaomi are advertising on CCTV, our competitor has become overly fixated on internet marketing, neglecting the fact that mobile internet was not yet fully widespread, and Xiaomi had invested significantly in traditional advertising. The most renowned of these was their slogan, Xiaomi phones are fast. Xiaomi is born for enthusiasts. With so many classic slogans at our disposal, how could we have overlooked their potential? Such negligence is truly regrettable. It's understandable, though. Thrusting a novice into the role of a major corporation's chairman will inevitably lead to some oversights. Charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours, Chen Chen exclaimed, recalling this ubiquitous slogan from the past. It was this very phrase that established the Green Factory's influence in the fast-charging arena. Our own 40W fast charging is considerably superior to the previous generation S225W. It genuinely can achieve the claimed 5-minute charging for 2 hours of talk time. Having savored this slogan, Yang Tuo couldn't help but extend his thumb in admiration for Chen's eloquence. Market tested, how could it not be effective? Chen continued. Another aspect is the branding descriptor for the Kunpeng phone. If we aim to appeal to business individuals, we require. Yang Tuo was about to elaborate when Chen Chen interjected, beauty is an attitude, a realm. A gentleman is like an orchid. And there is also the essence of jazz living. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated Chen became. He recalled so many promotional phrases, questioning why they hadn't been utilized in our product marketing, focusing solely on technical specifications and charging capabilities. We have utterly neglected to employ any tasteful expressions to bolster our brand. Look at how the previous generation effectively elevated their status with the essence of jazz living. As soon as that campaign launched, it instantly upgraded their phone's prestige. At this moment, Yang Tuo felt puzzled. The term "a gentleman is like an orchid" was one he had crafted specifically for the Kunpeng phone, and he had hoped to showcase it in front of his new superior. Now, Chen Chen had disclosed it first, leaving Yang Tuo feeling somewhat flustered. Indeed, Director Chen, since we have already made attempts in charging and imaging, we should maintain this brand tone. Use Red Star phones. Experience a revolutionary life. Yang Tuo congratulated himself on his cleverness. Just look at this promotional phrase. How exquisite. Surely, it will resonate with the older business elite. Chen Chen regarded Yang Tuo with a bemused expression. Could this fellow also be a time traveler? This phrase, experience a revolutionary life, was originally his creation. Then we shall entrust the brand development and marketing of Red Star to Manager Yang. Chen Chen extended his hand towards Yang Tuo. Rest assured, Director Chen, I will not betray your trust. Once seated again, Yang Tuo continued. Now that we are approaching the launch of our new device, the first generation of Kunpeng phones is nearing the end of its life cycle, so there is no need to expend further energy on it. I will return and draft a plan. Starting with our next generation of phones, we must redefine our Kunpeng brand. Then, somewhat hesitantly, Yang Tuo added, Director Chen, I had a new phone design back at Samsung. Would you like to see it? Oh dear, Yang Tuo wouldn't he be contemplating the development of a smart window? Would he? That would be utterly inadvisable. In the previous timeline, the Berry brand perished due to this very design, which netizens derisively dubbed hemorrhoids. Their phone, priced over $3,000, ultimately struggled to sell at $1,700. However, the failure of the Berry Pro 7 cannot solely be attributed to this design. It would be unfair to place the blame on Yang Tuo. The design was indeed ahead of its time, with the phone's aesthetics and texture scoring perfect marks. But it perished due to the inadequacies of the X25 processor. That was a true case of a single core struggling while 9 cores merely observed. Manager Yang. Our Red Star team is currently engaged in developing a new series of phones, and I fear we may not have the capacity to develop another model at this time. However, rest assured, once our new series is complete next year, I will ensure your ideas come to fruition. May I inquire if our new phone will be a standalone series or a single model? Since Yang Tuo had already joined Red Star, Chen Chen decided to be forthright. The new series is still in a confidential status, known only to the developers and a few executives within Red Star. Externally, not a whisper has been leaked, as this phone design is set to revolutionize the existing smartphone paradigm. Chapter 69, Old Huang's Visit. Full screen design. Full screen? The unfamiliar term left Yang Tuo somewhat bewildered, unsure of what a full screen design entailed. We plan to create a phone with the entire front surface as a screen, eliminating the forehead and chin, and minimizing the bezels to the utmost extent. When one holds a full-screen phone, everyone will be astonished and utterly transformed. Chen Chen confidently elaborated. When the Mix was introduced, it propelled Xiaomi, then struggling with declining performance, into a resurgence, completely redefining phone design. From 2016 to 2024, nearly all phone manufacturers have been striving for a fully screened front. Yang Tuo cleared his throat. He couldn't quite envision what a phone with a fully screened front would look like. If Red Star truly accomplished this, it would indeed be revolutionary. Director Chen, what about the front camera? If the front is entirely a screen, we can't possibly eliminate the front-facing camera, can we? This was Yang Tuo's immediate concern. Where would the camera be placed? Currently, we have yet to finalize the plan. One option is to use a pop-up camera, and another is to forego the front camera entirely, instead incorporating a small screen on the back. When one wishes to take selfies or engage in video calls, they would simply flip the phone around. Not only that, but we are also experimenting with an entirely new material, microcrystalline zirconium industrial ceramics, which would allow us to use ceramics for the entire phone's casing. Just imagine, the front of the phone would be a single slab of screen, smooth to the touch like jade. Director Chen, I understand now. I will have Assistant Chen coordinate with Dr. Zhou. When you have time, you should discuss with Cui Chen and Dr. Zhou to brainstorm some ideas for this phone's copy. After Yang Tuo departed, Chen Chen called for Shun Ro from the next room. Xiao Shun, please greet Dr. Zhou and inform him that I approve of Yang Tuo's involvement in the full-screen project. Certainly, Director Chen. Director Chen, yesterday Huang Renxuan from NVIDIA sent a letter requesting a meeting with you to discuss potential business collaborations. Huang Ren from NVIDIA? Chen Chen took a sip of his coffee and set it down on the table, uncertain about what old Huang wished to discuss. Previously, Chen Chen had never been fond of coffee, preferring sugary soft drinks, especially Coca-Cola. However, since joining Red Star, Various circumstances had led him to develop a taste for this bitter brew. Could he be hoping to have me use their chips? It's worth noting that NVIDIA is currently facing tough times, with their graphics cards being thoroughly overshadowed by AMD and Intel. They hardly resemble the AI giant they were in later years. Their CUDA technology still lacks practical application, while others may be unaware. Chen Chen knows just how powerful Huang's CUDA is. It is a parallel computing platform and programming model that leverages NVIDIA's GPUs for general-purpose parallel computing, compatible with both software and hardware. The ability to facilitate developers in efficiently harnessing GPU parallel computing can be likened to perceiving each CUDA unit as a distinct CPU. With thousands of CUDA units operating concurrently on a single GPU, formidable computational power is at one's disposal. However, under normal circumstances, Redstar is anticipated to unveil new devices by September, and even if one wishes to utilize this technology, it might be too late for adaptation. Moreover, Redstar has its proprietary processors, rendering the selection of NVIDIA's processors entirely unnecessary. The true nature of this processor remains known solely to Lei Jun, who may find himself in a predicament. Aside from discussions regarding chips, Chen Chen could hardly conceive of any other reason for Huang to seek his counsel. Utilizing their Tegra 4 is out of the question, even for mid-range devices. This processor is one of the earliest models, generating significantly more heat than its predecessor, the Tegra 3. Nevertheless, given that an invitation has been extended, it would be impolite to decline, and this also presents a commendable opportunity to invest in NVIDIA, which currently boasts a market valuation of over $8 billion, projected to soar to $1 trillion in a decade. Chen Chen informed Huang that a meeting could be scheduled in 3 days, as he would be available then to discuss further. On the afternoon of the appointed day, Chen Chen, accompanied by Liu Weiqi and Yang Tuo, descended to the entrance of the Redstar Technology Park to welcome Huang Renchuan. After all, he is the CEO of a publicly listed company, even if they do not intend to implement NVIDIA's Tegra 4 processor this time. It is prudent to convey a sense of importance for future interactions. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Huang Renchuan felt a surge of excitement at Redstar's evident regard for him. There was hope. Perhaps this time, the Tegra 4 could find a new market. He hastily opened the car door, and upon seeing Chen Chen's outstretched hand, he eagerly clasped it with both of his, awkwardly pronouncing, Chen General. Guoran is under the auspices of Xiong Chusheng. Huang, with a light-hearted chuckle, remarked that compared to NVIDIA, it was of no consequence at all. After enduring the discomfort of Huang's clumsy Mandarin, the two engaged in mutual flattery before proceeding to the reception area of Redstar. Once seated, Huang wasted no time in broaching the subject. Chen General, I am here today to seek a partnership. Observing Chen Chen's silence, Huang continued. Our NVIDIA Tegra 4 processor is a remarkably robust chip, no less capable than the Snapdragon 800. I understand your company has its own chips, yet I hope you might consider granting NVIDIA an opportunity to supply one. Chen Chen, with a candid demeanor, expressed, I must apologize, but Redstar currently has no plans to procure for mid-range or high-end models. I tend to be quite straightforward. Huang's hopeful expression swiftly dimmed. Chapter 70. The naming of the new battery. This journey to China has not been favorable, or rather, the Tegra series has encountered significant challenges. Tegra 2 led to dissatisfaction among manufacturers like HTC, who refused to continue purchasing after being misled. In desperation, Huang sought partners in mainland China, initially being stood up by Zhou Hongyi from 390, who intended to use Tegra chips in their television boxes, only for Huang to later discover that 390's hardware business was in jeopardy. He then turned to the prosperous island nation, where Nintendo expressed interest in procuring Tegra chips for their gaming consoles. Yet Huang was again left disappointed. After much effort, he finally found a partner in China with Rice Company, whose chairman offered a remarkably low procurement price. Reluctantly, Huang accepted, but under the stipulation that the total order could not be fewer than 1 million units to secure that price. Noticing Huang's dimming enthusiasm, Chen Chen spoke up. Huang General, I sincerely apologize for the Tegra 4. I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you at Redstar, and I hope we can collaborate in the future. Recognizing Redstar's lack of intention to procure, Huang decided it best to take his leave. Please do not rush to depart. Since you are here, why not take a tour of Redstar? Just because we cannot collaborate on the Tegra 4 does not imply we cannot explore other avenues. Upon hearing Chen Chen's invitation, Huang, who had already begun to rise, settled back down. Oh, what areas do you envision for potential collaboration with NVIDIA? Chen Chen replied, I am looking to procure a batch of enterprise-level graphics cards in the latter half of the year, and I hope we can partner on that. Initially considering an investment in NVIDIA, Chen Chen reconsidered, realizing that returns would take a decade to materialize. It would be wiser to continue investing in Lingxiao processors. Furthermore, even if he invested, there was no guarantee that Huang would sell him graphics cards should a conflict arise. It was not like last year when Red Star invested in a company called Zhang Yiming, a domestic enterprise, with an investment of over 80 million, promising returns of tenfold or even 100-fold in the future. I will await good news from you, Chen General. Realizing it was time for him to depart, Huang rose. The group escorted him downstairs. On their way back, Lu Weiqi, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Chen General, why do you wish to procure such a large batch of NVIDIA graphics cards? Our company has no current need for them. As for the reason, once our little star is unveiled, you will understand. Their CUDA platform is undoubtedly the most formidable in the realm of artificial intelligence development. Our little star will also emerge as the pinnacle of artificial intelligence. When Red Star's valuation reaches $1 trillion USD, I shall ensure you receive dividends, old Lu. Lu Weiqi, incredulous, scoffed at Chen Chen's grand visions. Promises of stock options had yet to materialize, and now he was speaking of Red Star's potential $1 trillion valuation. Keep dreaming, he thought. If they could even achieve a valuation of 100 billion USD upon listing, it would be remarkable. $1 trillion? Such thoughts were beyond Lu's imagination. Moreover, if $1 trillion USD was the benchmark for dividends, it implied there were no plans to distribute any profits to him. Come, accompany me to the fast-charging lab. And the day after tomorrow, you can join me for a visit to Wuzhen. Consider a break. At this moment, Lu Weiqi's heart brimmed with joy. Indeed, he realized he was now Chen Chen's most trusted confidant. Attending the internet conference, this public affair, also includes me, old Lu. To engage face-to-face with industry magnates, can I, old Lu, have the opportunity to meet the titans from Shenzhen and Hangzhou? No, wait, I am the president of Hongxing. And now Hongxing ranks among the top 3 companies in terms of domestic shipments. I'm also a notable figure in the industry, am I not? This implies that a resurgence of fortunes might be possible, doesn't it? Chen Chen was oblivious to the calculations swirling in Lu Weiqi's mind as the group arrived at the fast-charging laboratory. Since the introduction of the new battery scheme last year, every experiment had ended in failure, and Chen Chen had refrained from pressuring the researchers, seldom inquiring further. Following the system's unveiling of the initial fast-charging solution, Hongxing's own research team had delved deeper into that approach, progressing from 18 watts to 27 watts, then to 40 watts, and eventually reaching 67 watts in the laboratory. It was estimated that the dual charge pump solution had surpassed 120 watts in recent months. However, progress must be made gradually. One cannot merely leap to 120 watts like the protagonists in other novels. What would follow? Would a single mobile phone suffice to conquer the world? Moreover, what if one were to traverse through time and space and venture into graphics card development? You might toil to produce a card comparable to the 1050, only for someone like old Huang to effortlessly unveil a 3060 that leaves you utterly lost. You have no inkling of how much toothpaste he has left in his tube. Just like now, if a time traveler were to suddenly achieve 120 watts in mobile phone fast charging, Hongxing could counter with a 150-watt dual charge pump dual battery solution, leaving you in the dust. Upon entering the fast-charging laboratory and bypassing the security measures, the person in charge, Xiao Zhang, immediately approached them. Mr. Chen, Mr. Lu, our latest experiment with the new battery has been successful. Both stability and charge-discharge capabilities have met expectations, although we still have substantial gaps due to manufacturing issues. What about safety? Chen Chen inquired. The impact of the new battery's novelty is not particularly significant, but safety is paramount. We cannot introduce a new battery to create a sensation, only to have it backfire. Rest assured regarding safety, Mr. Chen. Our tests on cycle life and high-temperature resistance have been thorough. Observing Xiao Zhang's confidence, Chen Chen nodded in approval. As long as safety is assured. Curiously, Lu Weiqi took the battery that Xiao Zhang handed him. Although he had seen the report on this new battery, it was his first time witnessing it in person. Not just him, but Chen Chen was also seeing it for the first time. Previous attempts to observe had been thwarted by Xiao Zhang's insistence on safety. After scrutinizing it from various angles, Lu Weiqi found nothing particularly remarkable and handed it back to Chen Chen. Mr. Lu, do not underestimate this battery. Its capacity has reached 5,000 milliamp hours. How much? 5,000 milliamp hours? This revelation astonished Lu Weiqi. The size of this battery appeared no larger than the 3,000 milliamp hours battery currently used in the Kunpeng phone, and it felt lighter in hand. Indeed, this battery is 23 lighter than the previous lithium-ion version, with a 42 increase in capacity for the same volume, and it can withstand a greater charging current. Currently, The 5C charging current remains within safe limits, marking a significant improvement. In truth, this battery cannot be classified as a revolutionary innovation in terms of technology and craftsmanship. It merely entails enhancements in the folding method of the separator, the ratio of electrolyte, and the composition of the anode materials. In simpler terms, it has slightly improved energy density. This battery still has a considerable way to go before reaching theoretical values. According to the data provided to Mr. Chen, we still have over a 30 gap, and we are continually refining our equipment to meet manufacturing standards as quickly as possible. When can we begin mass production? This version is ready for mass production. We just need to decide on a name that conveys the battery's exceptional capabilities at first glance. Faced with Xiao Zhang's flattery, Chen Chen responded non-committally, almost instinctively suggesting Jinsha River, Qinghai Lake. After a moment's reflection, he thought better of it. Such names may sound impressive, but could very well be subject to copyright, akin to Xiao AI. Let us call it, everyone think of a name. I shall name it Polaris. Ultimately, this battery was named the Yangtze River Battery by Chen Chen, although a more fitting name might have been Thor's Battery. Chen Chen deemed this battery merely a refinement, and felt that utilizing such a grand name would be somewhat excessive. When their electric vehicle battery is launched, it must bear the name Thor. Hongqing Electric Vehicles. Thor's Battery. Now that would be impressive. As for Lei Jun's thoughts, why should I concern myself with that? Unfortunately, no matter how much this battery is improved, it remains a soft-pack battery, rendering it unsuitable for new energy applications. The dangers of soft-pack batteries are well known. If a battery pack malfunctions in an electric vehicle, the resulting scene would be akin to TNT. In the realm of electric vehicles, steel-case batteries are still essential. With Chen Chen's current level of understanding, the optimal solution lies in solid-state batteries. Once solid-state batteries are developed, a single charge could propel a car for over 1,000 kilometers, followed by rapid recharging. At that point, the market would naturally gravitate towards electric vehicles without government intervention. Alas, if only I could have traversed through time a few days later to glean the structure of solid-state batteries. At least it would provide the engineers with some direction. Chen Chen inwardly lamented. During his own time travel, he had encountered countless news articles proclaiming the imminent mass production of solid-state batteries. Yet upon his arrival, he found none. As for the technical principles and internal structures, he was utterly in the dark, only aware that the electrolyte had been replaced with a solid, thus preventing fires or explosions even if lithium dendrites pierced the separator. Xiaozhang, the development of batteries is of utmost importance to us at Hongqing. Manager Liu is still coordinating with some engineers. I plan to allocate this floor entirely to you, separating fast charging and battery research to establish a dedicated battery research team. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Currently, having batteries and fast charging in the same laboratory does feel a bit cramped, and I intend to report this to Mr. Liu in the coming days. Chen Chen turned to Liu Weiqi beside him and said, Mr. Liu, please follow up on this matter. I have already initiated discussions with the government regarding the space issue. Our park still has some vacancies, and I plan to apply for the construction of 2 additional laboratory buildings. Understood, Mr. Chen. I will ensure this is followed up. The battery patents have already been approved, and since there are no significant conflicts with other companies, the legal department's primary function now is patent application. This battery technology application encompasses not only domestic patents, but also global patents. Furthermore, the full-screen design has prompted a series of appearance patents, including water drop screens, left and right-centered punch-hole screens, notch screens, and pill-shaped screens. Chen Chen eagerly anticipates the reactions of other manufacturers when his full-screen phone is launched and they attempt to develop various types of front-facing cameras. In his previous life, he had faced legal challenges from a certain rice company. Now, with Hongqing having its own legal department, he looks forward to a showdown to see whether the legal department of that rice company is more formidable than Hongqing's. After Yang Tuo officially joined Hongqing, Yu Chengbei slammed the desk in his office for the first time. It had taken Huawei considerable effort to negotiate with Yang Tuo, only to have Hongqing swoop in and steal the deal. Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? How could you let Hongqing poach them after months of negotiations? I agreed to every condition you presented. Observing the furious Yu Chengbei, Shen Jiang, the manager who had been in close contact with Yang Tuo, felt somewhat aggrieved. To manage the brand, he had agreed. To take full responsibility for Huawei's marketing, he had also consented. The salary offered was at the industry's pinnacle. He could say he had shown genuine sincerity. However, Yang Tuo ultimately chose Red Star, leaving me with no recourse. Mr. Yu, I must admit that we have indeed failed in our duties. I acknowledge my mistakes. There is little I can do. Authority weighs heavily, and as a mere manager, I find myself overshadowed by the likes of Huawei as newly appointed head of mobile business. All I can do is endure the self-reproach. Immediately, I must seek out a top-tier brand marketing director. Shen Chen nearly stumbled out of Yu Qingbei's office. This CEO, who usually appears jovial and portly, could be quite intimidating when angered. The task of finding another eminent marketing maestro seemed daunting. It is already August, and the third quarter is halfway through. Yet Huawei's sales in the first 2 quarters have been underwhelming, falling far short of Yu Qingbei's expectations. The international market has faced significant setbacks due to the K2V3 processor issues, resulting in a substantial recall that has inflicted irreversible damage on the Huawei brand. In the first half of the year, Huawei's global shipments barely exceeded 27 million units, even counting those low-end models produced in collaboration with carriers. The sales of models priced above 2,000 yuan barely reached 7 million units, while the internationally marketed Enjoy X1, known as U8890, has made a remarkable impression in the global arena. Domestically, however, it pales in comparison to the sales of Homey Note and Shining Note, with only over 600,000 units sold in its first month. In stark contrast, it achieved over 1.3 million units in international shipments within just a month. And the company anticipates total global shipments to reach the tens of millions. Nevertheless, even with this success, the annual total is unlikely to exceed 50 million units. The reason for its impressive international performance is simply that foreign competitors in the low-cost segment are woefully inadequate. Moreover, brands like Redstar and Xiaomi have yet to venture abroad, excelling solely in the domestic market, while Huawei stands as the only manufacturer among them with a global presence. As for Z and TCL, Yu Qingbei deemed them insignificant. Their global shipments may reach millions, but the quality of their products is questionable, including basic feature phones. Such manufacturers are destined to fade into obscurity. The only brand to watch closely is Redstar, should they decide to enter the international market. Their products could pose a formidable challenge to Huawei. Yet, that remains a distant possibility, even if Redstar desire to expand. They lack the necessary distribution channels to compete with Huawei. Sigh. Yu Qingbei let out a deep sigh. The task of building Huawei's high-end brand remains daunting, especially now that we have lost a marketing genius like Yang Tuo. Moreover, why were we not invited to this internet conference? Our technology and communications have Huawei's influence. Yet Redstar received an invitation while we did not. We are a technological enterprise, and it irks me to be categorized alongside internet companies. If they choose not to invite us, so be it. I am not particularly distressed by it. Chapter 72. The goal? To be number 1 globally. The scenery and air here are undoubtedly superior to that of the capital. Arriving early in Wuzhen, Chen Chen completed various formalities and checked into his hotel before exploring the town with Shinro. This marks Chen Chen's first outing since arriving in this world, and the myriad responsibilities and corporate developments at Redstar have nearly overwhelmed him. Despite possessing a system, he finds himself in a state of perpetual chaos. He envies protagonists from novels who effortlessly acquire advanced technology systems, attracting talent and beautiful secretaries at every turn, while their opponents conveniently become incompetent. In stark contrast, he is left to grapple with his own challenges. Standing on a quaint bridge, he gazes at the picturesque Jiangnan scenery, feeling utterly at ease, especially as the evening remains pleasantly cool. Is that Chen Chen from Redstar? Where is he? I can't see him. It's him on the bridge. A couple, busy taking photographs, recognized Chen Chen and hurried over. Mr. Chen, may we take a photo with you? Look, I'm using a Redstar phone from Kunping. Seeing the somewhat flustered couple, Chen Chen gestured for Shinro to let them approach. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I absolutely adore the photography capabilities of your Kunping phones, and I watch every one of your launch events. Thank you for your support of Redstar. Come, let's take a photo together. The young man raised his phone for a selfie, and Chen Chen playfully posed with a peace sign, his repertoire of poses limited to this one. To his surprise, he had fans now. After the photo, Chen Chen T. Shinro, I never realized I had admirers, haha. You really should market yourself more. If you participated in more speaking engagements and events, you'd have even more fans. Forget it. I'm quite socially anxious. If it weren't for my desire to witness industry leaders at this internet conference, I would have gladly sent Lu Weiqi in my stead, Chen Chen replied, shaking his head. Aside from launch events, he rarely made public appearances, delegating such tasks to Lu Weiqi. Look over there. Following Shun Ro's pointing finger, he noticed a group of young people, led by the earlier couple, hastily approaching. Let me tell you, Mr. Chen is very approachable. When I asked for a photo, he readily agreed. We must seize the chance. To Chen Chen's surprise, he found himself surrounded by fans, finally understanding what enthusiasm feels like. He had rarely put himself out there aside from launch events, and his social media presence was minimal. Clearly, They were all dedicated fans of Red Star. Everyone, please be patient. I'll have Assistant Chen take a group photo for us shortly. He hurriedly signed papers and pens thrust toward him, and when a female fan, caught without any paper, lifted her dress for him to sign, he was momentarily bewildered. 1, 2, 3, cheese. After the group photo, Chen Chen quickly grabbed Shinro and made for the hotel. It was all quite overwhelming. Yet, he felt a sense of joy knowing his fans recognized him and supported Red Star, something that money could not buy. It reminded him of Lei Jun from his previous life, who had signed his name on a flagship model. Perhaps he should consider creating a special edition with his signature. The days flew by, and soon it was August 12th, the day of the internet conference. As a special guest, Chen Chen sat alongside industry giant from Hangzhou and Shenzhen on stage. As the conference commenced, various leaders took turns speaking about cloud computing, mobile internet, and their visions for the future, filled with grandiose rhetoric. Initially, Chen Chen felt somewhat out of place, surrounded by esteemed industry veterans, many older than himself. However, as he listened to their speeches, his nerves dissipated. Boasting and dreaming were skills he possessed as well. When it came time for Chen Chen to speak, all eyes in the auditorium were fixed upon the young man in his 20s. Our company, Hongxing, is fundamentally a technology enterprise. I find it perplexing that we have been categorized as an internet company. Perhaps it is due to the notable volume of our shipments on the internet. The host then inquired. Our esteemed general manager, Chen, is a young and accomplished entrepreneur. Hongxing has now ascended to become one of the top 3 smartphone manufacturers in the country. I would like to ask Mr. Chen what goals he has for the future. Goals? Oh, they're quite ambitious, Chen replied. Our foremost aspiration is for Hongxing to independently manufacture smartphones without reliance on other companies. Expressing such an audacious ambition might provoke laughter. Hence, Chen opted for a more pragmatic goal to articulate. In the next 35 years, we aim to achieve the highest global shipment volume. This is Hongxing's short-term developmental objective. His pronouncement elicited a chorus of laughter from both the audience and the stage. As they marveled at his audacity, the host, unfazed, immediately turned to the vice president of Fruit Company and asked in English, Mr. Chen just stated that in 3 to 5 years, they aim to become the world's leading smartphone company. Do you feel a sense of urgency regarding this? Chen interjected, I do not. I specified we aim for the highest shipment volume. This remark once again sparked laughter throughout the audience. After taking the microphone, the vice president of Fruit, crossing his legs, remarked, It's easier said than done. Mr. Chen, can you tell me how you plan to accomplish this? Facing the host's attempt to redirect the conversation back to himself, Chen steeled himself to respond. While Hongxing may appear as a minuscule player in the shadow of Fruit, we have already positioned ourselves among the top 5 global manufacturers in the first 3 quarters of this year. I believe that achieving global supremacy isn't beyond the realm of possibility. As the saying goes, what if it actually happens? Haha, what if it does? Hongxing is a company that has been in existence for over a decade. From its founding by my father in 1998 to nearly facing bankruptcy 2 years ago. I believe few would have anticipated that a company on the brink of collapse could rebound and emerge as one of the world's top 5. Thus, in this wondrous land of Huaxia, not only has a formidable company like Ali been birthed, but also the small miracle that is Hongxing. Though your fruit company may currently be thriving, our growth is not to be underestimated. Our prospects are equally promising. Chen spoke with a modest tone that belied his substantial capabilities. At this moment, Hangzhou Ma, observing the unfolding dialogue, felt a twinge of displeasure at Chen's remarks. Why must you invoke my Ali in your discourse? Can your Hongxing truly be compared to us? Even if you attempt to flatter me, it is unwarranted. I must retort. As Chen waxed poetic about the future of smartphones, he expressed, I believe having ideals is crucial. What if they come to fruition? Chapter 73. Ansuma engage in verbal sparring. Our duty at Ali is to assist those with aspirations in realizing their dreams, regardless of the wealth they may acquire. If you discover the air around you is inadequate, your water unsatisfactory, and your food unsafe, then what does it matter? What value does a superior Hongxing phone hold? This declaration from Hangzhou Ma elevated his status, implying that while Chen may dream, Ali specializes in making dreams a reality. So, Mr. Chen, do not associate your ambitions with Ali. We operate on entirely different levels. However, Chen astutely seized upon a flaw in Hangzhou Ma's argument and retorted, since Mr. Ma asserts that Ali exists to help those with dreams, will you assist Hongxing? Realizing his misstep, Hangzhou Ma quickly crafted a response. I believe Hongxing no longer requires our assistance. They're now among the top 3 smartphone manufacturers in the country and do not need Ali's support. The essence of Ali's business model is to nurture small ideas and help them flourish. Hangzhou Ma's eloquence was noteworthy, yet his explanation merely reiterated his earlier point, albeit with greater precision. As this was Chen's first experience in such a setting, he remained fully alert. Hangzhou Ma, having ensured his response was flawless, launched an offensive towards Chen. I observe individuals like you, Chen, and Lei Jun, envisioning a bright future. However, I believe my duty is to establish an ecosystem for those who cannot envision the future or wish to do so. Chen understood Hangzhou Ma's implication. He merely sought to portray himself as a facilitator of wealth, while Chen was merely focused on producing smartphones. Before Chen could respond, Hangzhou Ma delivered another ostentatious remark. I have no interest in money. Whether it is hundreds of billions or thousands of billions, it holds no significance for me. What purpose would such wealth serve? I do not possess the youthful desire to change phones daily or adorn myself with new attire. My joy lies in assisting those who encounter broader horizons. What audacity! Such arrogance was palpable, as Hangzhou Ma effortlessly diminished Hongxing's worth while implying that without him, no business would thrive in Huaxia. At that moment, Lei Jun could no longer tolerate Hangzhou Ma's haughty demeanor. Chen and I are both smartphone manufacturers. Who are you to look down upon us? By suggesting Chen merely focuses on phone production, you are insulting me as well. When you were engaged in pyramid schemes, I was already thriving. Hangzhou Ma's assertion that an abundance of money could be a burden was equally true for opportunities. He continued, I rise early, around 5. As I am overwhelmed by the plethora of opportunities, I must make difficult decisions about which opportunities to forego, focusing instead on what I truly excel at and enjoy. Just like our rice, we dedicate ourselves solely to manufacturing smartphones to ensure that countless individuals can access quality devices at reasonable prices. Upon witnessing Lei Jun's outburst, a glimmer of excitement crossed Hangzhou Ma's face. In the past, you ignored me entirely. Now, allow me to demonstrate who the true leader is. Yesterday, you disregarded me. Today, I am beyond your reach. Regarding Lei Jun's earlier question, he found it quite amusing. Once we clarify what we desire, what we possess, and what we are willing to relinquish, we realize that opportunities are not as abundant as they seem. As the situation unfolded with such intrigue, Dong Ge, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain his laughter. I feel I should go barefoot today. With Hangzhou Ma present, competition is inevitable. However, the business models of both companies are entirely distinct. Seeing Dong Ge join the fray only heightened Hangzhou Ma's excitement, as he recalled Dong Ji's previous comments. During an interview, Dong Ge had referred to a statement made by Ma Yun, asserting that having over 7 million sellers on Taobao is an exaggeration, akin to boasting to the point of embarrassment. Despite this being their first encounter, Hangzhou Ma unleashed a barrage of criticism. What Chang Dong stated earlier was indeed quite accurate. The operational models of our two companies differ significantly. We are not an e-commerce enterprise. Rather, we facilitate others in their e-commerce endeavors. Observing the exchange among these prominent figures, Chen Chen swiftly seized the microphone to counter Hangzhou Ma. While we revel in the benefits of the mobile internet today, it is the smartphone that has ushered us into this era. Hangzhou Ma's enthusiasm over the fact that over 40% of Taomao's transaction volume stems from mobile devices is palpable. However, no matter how lofty our aspirations may be, we must remain grounded, progressing step by step. Our society today is fraught with numerous challenges and issues. I wholeheartedly concur with Mr. Lei Jun's perspective that we should seek out tangible endeavors that genuinely benefit society. Regardless of one's capabilities, our focus should be on doing it well. It is the smartphone that has propelled the advancement of the mobile internet, allowing us to savor the conveniences of online life. As Hongxing, a leading manufacturer globally, our status as a domestic frontrunner is indisputable. Yet, despite Hangzhou Ma's excitement over his mobile sales barely surpassing half, he behaves like an exuberant child. Is it not the case that he professes a disinterest in money? What pretense of moral superiority is this? He speaks only lofty platitudes, gilding his own image. But I am well aware of his true nature. Among the distinguished individuals present is Hangzhou Ma, who has been in the game the longest. Despite his continued discourse on grand principles, Chen Chen simply set down the microphone in silence. Initially, he had hoped to engage with the fruit company's vice president. But Hangzhou Ma monopolized the center stage, behaving as if it were his own arena, criticizing this and that. Just wait, upon my return, I shall decisively crush your YunOS and Bumblebee, while simultaneously amplifying my support for Pinduoduo. Once my short video e-commerce initiative launches, you will find yourself in dire straits. After all, I hold a substantial stake in Pinduoduo. Let Hangzhou Ma continue to play the role of the arrogant. 30 years of ebb and flow will reveal the truth. Had I known this meeting would unfold in such a manner, I would have abstained from attending altogether. Zhang Chuyang lamented, how exasperating. When will it be my turn to take the stage? Chapter 74. The daylight sensor during the days spent at the internet conference in Wuzhen. Chen Chen found himself quite pleased with the picturesque scenery of Jiangnan. It would have been even more perfect had he not attended the conference. Upon returning to the capital, the front desk informed him that a Mr. Xiao had been waiting for him for several days. Turning to Shinro, who typically organized his schedule, she opened her planner and said, he is the owner of a sensor company. We received his visit request on the day we departed for Wuzhen. After Xiao Wang relayed the information to me, I deemed this small sensor company not particularly significant and planned to report back to you after our return. This year, we had considered procuring their sensors for the Shine 2, but Mr. Liu, after reviewing their company situation, worried that their production capacity might not suffice and thus declined to pursue collaboration. From now on, whenever you encounter someone with the surname Xiao, Yi, or Lin, report to me immediately. If you meet anyone named Tang, expel them without hesitation. Understood, Mr. Chen. Would 3 o'clock this afternoon be suitable for you? Very well. Let us convene at 3 o'clock to ascertain what Mr. Xiao desires. Please provide me with the materials pertaining to their company. Currently, there are numerous small companies in the domestic market engaged in sensor research and production, but these firms are significantly outclassed when compared to mainstream sensor manufacturers. Presently, the leading companies in the camera sensor sector include Sony, Samsung, OV, and Hynix, among others. Among these, Sony's lenses and sensors are the most widely utilized. Subsequently, OV, a genuine American enterprise, underwent a series of transformations to become a Chinese entity, garnering support from major smartphone manufacturers. Prior to Chen Chen's arrival in this timeline, flagship devices from these domestic manufacturers had already begun to incorporate OV sensors. In his office, Chen Chen perused the materials Shinro had brought, recognizing that the optical sensors on smartphones are a crucial component of the camera system. Currently, the CMOS used in the Hongxing Kunpeng smartphone is sourced from Sony SIM179, complemented by a 7-piece stacked lens module, boasting exceptional lens resolution and imaging quality. Xiao Yuan's Daylight Optical Instrument Company was established in 2001, and over the course of 12 years, it has developed a reasonably competent production line and a certain level of technical capability. However, with the evolution of the industry, Daylight Optical Instrument, much like OV, has found the gap between itself and the top-tier sensor companies widening. Coupled with the competition sparked by the Shine 2 in the low-end market, Daylight's business has become increasingly challenging. Daylight Instruments specializes in providing components for counterfeit devices, and most counterfeit manufacturers prioritize procuring domestic, cost-effective sensors. As long as the sensor can capture a human figure, it suffices. The phrase only capable of scanning codes from later years was, in fact, a compliment to these lenses. The fierce competition in the low-end market has further constricted the survival space for counterfeit devices, naturally making it all the more difficult for Daylight to thrive. Xiao Yuan has contemplated change. He is unwilling to remain merely a supplier for counterfeit devices, yet investing in research and development necessitates capital. To secure funding, he must achieve significant sales volumes. Currently, with slow-moving inventory, he lacks the necessary funds for research and development, and without advanced technology, no company is willing to procure his products. Last year, when the Shine 2 was finalized, Daylight briefly made it on a Hongxing supplier list, primarily due to its affordability, as Daylight sensors were decent for their low price. However, after Mr. Liu Weiqi assessed their supply capacity, he removed Daylight from the supplier list. One must understand that the sales volume of the Shine 2 is in the tens of millions. For a small company like Daylight, securing a few million in orders might have warranted efforts to expand production capacity, but the sheer scale of tens of millions is beyond their capability. In desperation, Xiao Yuan began promoting his products himself, and negotiations seemed promising. Yet, the outcome was inevitably disappointing. It was not that these manufacturers failed to recognize the value of Daylight's latest sensor. Rather, it was simply priced too high. Why opt for the expensive option when there are cheaper alternatives available? Upon arriving at Hongxing, the front desk informed him that Mr. Chen was attending the internet conference in Wuzhen and that they had already communicated his visit to Mr. Chen's assistant, who would reach out once Mr. Chen returned. He waited in the capital for 4 long days, growing increasingly anxious. This year, Hongxing was undoubtedly the top seller in the domestic market, serving as Xiao Yuan's lifeline. When he received a call from Hongxing, he was nearly elated to the point of jumping. As long as Hongxing was willing to procure his latest sensor, his company would undoubtedly be saved. Once his liquid lens development was completed, he would no longer have to rely on the whims of counterfeit device manufacturers. Mr. Chen, this is our latest TG23 sensor, boasting a 1.4 base, an aperture of f2.3, and a single pixel area of 1.03 In Mr. Chen's office, Xiao Yuan excitedly presented the latest sensor to him. Clearly, he had come to view Hongxing as the salvation for his company, and securing an order from such a powerful manufacturer would provide the necessary funds to invest in the development of liquid lenses. However, at this moment, he remained blissfully unaware that, after reviewing the materials from Daylight Optical Instruments, Chen Chen had already begun to entertain thoughts of acquiring the company. Noticing Chen Chen's keen interest, he eagerly continued to elaborate on the features of the latest sensor. While Chen Chen may not have possessed extensive knowledge regarding mobile sensor technology, he had taken the time to study the subject before Xiao Yuan's arrival. The strength of a sensor's performance can first and foremost be assessed by the size of its CMOS base. Typically, this base measures 1 As the variable x diminishes, it signifies an enlarging base for the CMOS sensor, thereby permitting a greater influx of light. Aside from the sensor itself, the aspect that garners the most attention is the pixel count. Typically, mobile phones boast pixel counts ranging from several million to tens of millions. However, for the sake of this discussion, we shall set aside the staggering figures of 1 or 200 million pixels that may emerge in the future. Even those lofty counts are merely composite pixels and do not hold substantial value. As the adage goes, a larger base can crush one beneath it. Yet the current manufacturers are not engaged in a contest of who possesses the larger sensor base. Rather, the competition is centered on who can offer a higher pixel count and superior resolution. The images we observe on our mobile devices are composed of myriad pixel points, akin to a mosaic where a 5-megapixel image comprises approximately 5 million pixel squares. This indicates that the higher the pixel count of a mobile phone, the more intricate details it can preserve, resulting in enhanced clarity in visual representation. Furthermore, the individual pixel area and aperture size are equally pivotal factors influencing image quality. The aperture values, often displayed on mobile camera interfaces as f1.8 or f2.0, denote the amount of light entering the sensor. A smaller f number allows more light to reach the sensor, producing brighter photographs. However, the focal lengths of lenses in the current market are relatively similar, and the aperture parameters are also largely consistent, with no indication of a fierce competition akin to that of future eras, where every parameter would be scrutinized. Once again, the prevailing contest remains one of pixel quantity. General Chen, this sensor is the latest produced by our company, and its hardware capabilities are commendable. Xiao Yuan continued to meticulously elucidate each parameter of the sensor, hopeful that Chen Chen would consider placing an order with Tianguang. Chapter 75. Entering the room, Manager Xiao. Please leave, Chen Chen remarked as he listened to Xiao Yuan's presentation, nodding intermittently, having discerned the sensor's impressive quality. What is the price? Upon hearing Chen Chen finally pose the most critical question, Xiao Yuan, perspiring even in the air-conditioned room, could only divulge the price that had already faced numerous rejections, 72 yuan. After speaking, he anxiously regarded Chen Chen. He understood that this price was relatively steep for domestic sensors. Other manufacturers, despite inferior performance, offered lower prices. Even the previous generation of sensors from his own company had not exceeded 40 yuan. He handed over the sensor information to Shinro, signaling her to investigate the prices of similarly performing sensors from other optical companies. Chen Chen was aware that the sensor in his Kunpeng mobile phone had a procurement price from Sony of approximately 210 yuan, and that was for orders in the millions. It was clear, to obtain quality, one must pay a premium. Before long, Shinro relayed the findings to Chen Chen. When he turned his gaze back to Xiao Yuan, he felt a different sentiment. The comparable quotes from others are merely 50 yuan, and yours is a staggering 72 yuan, 15 times more. Do you take me for a fool? Manager Xiao, this price is simply unacceptable, Chen Chen stated, no longer looking at Xiao Yuan, instead reclining casually in his chair. The perspiration on Xiao Yuan's forehead intensified as he hesitated before responding. General Chen, our sensor is undoubtedly in the top tier of the domestic market in Huaxia. You are aware of the substantial investment we made in research and development. If Hongxing is willing to procure, we will certainly supply at cost price. Once production scales up, our costs will further decrease. Yet you cannot present a price that exceeds the market average so significantly. Chen Chen countered. General Chen, this is already our cost price. I wish I could offer a lower price, but we have invested heavily in this sensor. Xiao Yuan's voice dwindled, and he felt a pang of guilt. Why should Hongxing bear the burden of his costs? Observing Chen Chen's prolonged silence, Xiao Yuan despondently began to tidy the documents on the table. Well, since these large manufacturers are unwilling to procure, I find myself in an impasse. He had initially thought that Chen Chen's Hongxing being research-oriented, would be willing to bear the costs of our D and foster a fruitful collaboration. However, it now appeared he had been overly optimistic. Manager Xiao, my dissatisfaction with the sensor's price stems from the fact that Tianguang is not part of our Hongxing. What does General Chen mean by that? My intention is to acquire Tianguang. If Tianguang were to become a subsidiary of Hongxing, I would be more than willing to invest in my own companies or D. Acquiring Tianguang. Xiao Yuan was taken aback by Chen Chen's proposition. He had never anticipated such a suggestion. With his mind buzzing, he straightened up and asked, General Chen, are you serious? Certainly. Just now, Xiao Shun provided a preliminary valuation of your company. I am prepared to invest too. 7 billion for full acquisition. What do you think? Manager Xiao? In Chen Chen's estimation, this was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Other sensor companies were thriving and had no intention of selling. Some lacked the research capability entirely, meaning any acquisition would necessitate establishing a new R&D framework, a futile endeavor. Tianguang, on the other hand, possessed both research prowess and was currently facing operational challenges, making it a prime candidate for acquisition. Furthermore, post-acquisition, minimal effort would be required. Xiao Yuan's vision and technical expertise were evident. What was lacking was merely capital. With sufficient funding, they could flourish, potentially yielding unexpected rewards in the future. General Chen, is your interest in acquiring us based on our liquid lens technology? Liquid lens? What liquid lens? Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yuan's statement. He had no knowledge of any liquid lens technology. Moreover, given that it was only 2013, how could a small domestic company dare to venture into liquid lens development? It was no wonder they were on the brink of bankruptcy. Engaging in such an endeavor would likely lead to ruin, akin to asking a fledgling company to develop mobile processors. Xiao Yuan soon realized he had misspoken, but it was too late to retract his words, and he reluctantly disclosed that the company was indeed researching liquid lens technology. By mentioning this, Xiao Yuan hoped to elevate the company's valuation slightly. As anticipated, Chen Chen expressed surprise at the mention of liquid lenses. Provided that your claims about the liquid lens are substantiated, I can consider increasing the acquisition price, but I need to confirm your capabilities. Rest assured, General Chen, I have invested nearly all our resources into this lens development. I would not dare deceive you, Xiao Yuan replied, his tone laced with desperation. What a fortunate discovery. The last time, Sure2 Technology sought to create a sweeping robot with a vision system, and now a modest sensor company is delving into liquid lens research. It feels akin to a protagonist in a novel stumbling upon treasures without ever leaving home. Xiao Yuan calculated that Tianguang had been established for nearly 12 years, with a net asset valuation close to 100 million yuan. Including the ownership of land and other assets, the total approached 1.4 billion. Chen Chen's offer of 2.7 billion was indeed quite reasonable. Given Tianguang's current development trajectory, without addressing the order issues, bankruptcy would be inevitable within a year. Thus, being acquired could be seen as an advantageous alternative. However, the thought of relinquishing a company that had been his labor of love for over a decade was undeniably disheartening. Finally, Xiao Yuan continued, Mr. Chen, I am in principle inclined to agree to your acquisition without necessitating a price increase. However, I earnestly hope you can continue the development of the liquid lens, as I believe it is undoubtedly a splendid proposition. Mr. Xiao, rest assured, among domestic smartphone manufacturers, apart from Huawei, it is we at Hongxing who place the utmost emphasis on technological research and development. As for you, you may continue your tenure at Hongxing. We can further discuss the specifics. Chen Chen discerned the other party's intent, yet the current talk of acquisition was merely verbal, declaring an investment of 2.7 billion, with fluctuations amounting to several million, would undoubtedly require thorough investigation and negotiation before a contract could be signed. Only then could it be regarded as a legitimate acquisition. As for allowing the other party to remain at Hongxing, that was even simpler. The company was in dire need of talent, and although Xiao Yuan's sales abilities were lacking, his technical insight was commendable. Mr. Chen, as the chairman of Tianguang, I must consult with a few minor shareholders before proceeding. Then we shall await Manager Zhao's favorable news. Upon hearing Chen Chen refer to him as Manager Xiao, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Xiao Yuan's mouth. Chapter 76. I aspire for complete domestic production of mobile components. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yuan, Chen Chen cheerfully hummed a new song by a leading artist in the music industry in his office. My heart swells. We are committed to achieving perfection. My heart swells. Our performance is remarkably smooth, stronger and more impressive. Our reputation will not be tarnished by detractors. My heart swells. This generation is a significant upgrade from the last. Truly, A top-tier artist, the lyrics and melody are catchy and even more singable than the previous hit. Enduring the peculiar whims of her boss, Shinro ventured to inquire, Mr. Chen, are you planning to debut as a singer? Haha, I could never embark on such a path. The tech industry already boasts a top-tier artist, and I shall not add to the commotion. Xiao Yuan held a dominant share in Tianguang Optics, owning 79 of the stock, with 3 minor shareholders possessing the remaining 21. One of them, named Li Hua, held the largest portion at 10. Chen Chen nodded, deeming this matter not worthy of his concern, leaving it to Xiao Yuan to manage these minor shareholders. Mr. Chen, I do not comprehend why you are so insistent on acquiring Tianguang Optics. Is it solely for their liquid lens technology? In Shunro's view, acquiring this company would not lead to a reduction in their sensor prices. So why opt for the expensive option? Xiao Shun, you do not understand. The domestic production of components under the 863 plan is not merely a slogan to be uttered and forgotten. Since we have committed to this initiative, we must earnestly strive to propel the advancement of the industry chain. Of course, I have my own motives for acquiring Tianguang, which is to ensure that Hongxing can establish a seamless industry chain. A complete industry chain? Indeed. Currently, our domestic production for the shining second generation has only reached 54. I envision a day when Hongxing can, like Sang, manufacture a fully domestically produced smartphone without relying on foreign companies. This sensor is merely the first step. Lenses, panel glass, RF components, filters, ISP, and basebands all require our efforts to advance the domestic production process. I understand this is quite challenging, but one must harbor dreams, mustn't T1? If we work diligently, who knows what might be achieved? Shinro nodded, having spent a year with her boss. She realized that his ambitions were far from superficial goals of merely achieving the highest shipment volume globally. The domestic shipment figures for this year had yet to be released, but based on sales from the first 3 quarters, Hongxing was poised to be the undisputed leader domestically, with prospects of breaking into the global top 3. A few days later, what was initially thought to be a certain acquisition turned sour when Xiao Yuan brought forth troubling news. Li Hua, holding 10 of the shares, had rejected the merger. While Li Hua's dissent would not alter the fate of the acquisition, Chen Chen was reluctant to allow an outsider to possess shares in his subsidiary. The 10 stake amounted to over 26 million. It was astonishing that someone in such a small company could be so indifferent to financial gain. Upon receiving Xiao Yuan's call, Chen Chen displayed an expression of incredulity, never anticipating anyone would decline the stock acquisition. At the opportune moment, Shenro presented Li Hua's information to Chen Chen. He had been a technical partner since Tianguang's inception. He was also the driving force behind the liquid lens project. After reviewing Li Hua's profile, Chen Chen's interest was piqued. Li Hua, male, 46 years old, graduated from Capital University, subsequently pursued further studies in Japan, and upon returning to the country, joined Tianguang Optics, contributing his technical expertise. He had remained dedicated to the research and development of Tianguang Optics for over a decade, increasing his shareholding from the initial 7 to the current 10. The company's ability to establish a foothold domestically, particularly in the market for imitation devices and now the low-end market, bore his influence. Fascinating indeed. Xiao Shun, please reach out to Xiao Yuan. I wish to have a private conversation with this Li Hua. Chen Chen was now filled with intrigue regarding this minor shareholder and instructed Shinro to arrange a call, eager to ascertain whether he was merely waiting for the right price or genuinely possessed substantial capabilities. Even if your technical skills are exceptional, you cannot retain shares in Hongxing without yielding. Chen Chen was resolute in not permitting anyone to hold shares in his vital industry chain company. Moreover, given the importance of Tianguang Optics and his intention to continue investing in research and development post-acquisition, it was even less tenable for Li Hua to maintain such a significant stake. As for the ecological chain, that was another matter altogether. Initially intending to discuss matters over the phone, Chen Chen was taken aback when he received a call from Xiao Yuan, who along with Li Hua, had flown from Shenzhen to the capital, with Li Hua expressing a desire for a face-to-face meeting. Let us meet, then. If a slight premium of 1 to 200,000 were necessary, Chen Chen would acquiesce. However, if he intended to demand an exorbitant price, that would be unacceptable. Xiao Yuan and the other shareholders at Tianguang had ample means to handle this situation. In the meeting room, Chen Chen scrutinized a middle-aged man with thick glasses who, in turn, observed him. It was evident that he was an engineer dedicated to research, somewhat detached from worldly affairs. He had never anticipated that the chairman of Hongxing would be so youthful. Manager Li, Tianguang currently lacks sufficient funds to invest in research and development, and you are also ill-equipped to adapt to the present market. If this trajectory continues, bankruptcy is the only path ahead. I have not attempted to undervalue the deal. The price of 260 million is quite fair. Do you believe that Hongxing's acquisition of Tianguang could resurrect your company? I have no intention of selling my shares, even if they become worthless in the end. Having worked at Tianguang for 12 years, Li Hua had devoted countless efforts to the company's development over the past decade. Observing Li Hua's agitation, Chen Chen gestured for Xiao Yuan to calm him. This individual is quite resistant to reason. Li Hua had returned from Japan, and Tianguang was his first company, where he had spent over a decade. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no attachment. Chen Chen understood this. Yet such emotional fervor did not facilitate negotiations. Once Li Hua's emotions had settled, Chen Chen patiently continued. Manager Li, we at Hongxing are profoundly committed to research and development. Upon acquiring Tianguang, I will continue to invest in your projects, enabling you to develop new CMOS technology and pursue further innovations. Rest assured, I will ensure you lead the development of the liquid lens technology you are currently working on. At this juncture, Li Hua exhaled deeply. The notion of emotional attachment to a company and reluctance to sell was merely a facade. His true desire was to remain in Tianguang's research department to continue developing the liquid lens. As for monetary concerns, they were of lesser significance to someone of his engineering background. The successful development of liquid lenses would undoubtedly represent a groundbreaking advancement. Li Hua was unwilling to relinquish the fruits of his prolonged research. In his view, the individuals at Tianguang Company were myopic, having failed to recognize the industry's transformative shifts that he had noted years ago. If Tianguang aspired to sustain its growth, it must embrace cutting-edge equipment and significantly increase its investment in research and development. However, the shareholders remained complacent, profiting from the counterfeit phone market, utterly disregarding Li Hua's foresight. By the time they realized the necessity for enhanced research investment, it was already too late. The company found itself in a precarious position, desiring to boost R&D and update equipment, yet lacking the funds to do so. Consequently, any products produced would fail to gain recognition from major manufacturers, leading inexorably to bankruptcy. When Li Hua, filled with resentment, shared his plight, Xiao Yuan exhibited a degree of embarrassment, as he too had once contemplated earning easy money from counterfeit devices. Even Chen Chen, despite his perceived simplicity, discerned that Li Hua was evidently reluctant to depart from the industry, fearing that post-acquisition by Hongxing, he would have nowhere to belong. In this moment of vulnerability, Li Hua's lamentations before Chen Chen clearly communicated his unwillingness to sell his shares. Rather, he yearned to continue working within Tianguang's R&D department. The identity of the owner was of little concern to him. His primary focus remained the completion of his research. For someone like Li Hua, who valued his research above monetary gain, Chen Chen recognized the potential in him. After all, his decade-long tenure at Tianguang, without seeking other opportunities, was telling of his worth. Thus, it was decided that Manager Li would temporarily retain his responsibilities in the R&D department. Once the acquisition was finalized and personnel from headquarters were dispatched, Chen Chen assured him that he would promptly invest, ensuring that Li Hua's research would not be interrupted. Upon hearing Chen Chen's unequivocal assurance, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Li Hua's eyes. As long as he could remain in Tianguang's R&D department to pursue his liquid lens research, he welcomed any number of people sent by headquarters. Subsequently, Chen Chen engaged in a more profound dialogue with Li Hua, ultimately formulating a preliminary plan for the future development of sensors. However, the establishment of a development blueprint would need to wait until the acquisition was complete. With Li Hua's situation resolved, the acquisition of Tianguang became a matter of certainty, pending only a precise valuation of the company and the necessary contracts and handovers. Apart from Li Hua and Xiao Yuan, the other minor shareholders, upon learning of Chen Chen's willingness to acquire their company, were naturally elated and consented to cash out. With the Tianguang sensor matter settled, the focus shifted to preparing for Hongxing's upcoming product launch, scheduled for September, a month anticipated to be rife with new releases and intense competition. The known contenders included Fruit, Huawei, and Hongxing. The absence of DeMi was attributed to the complexities involved in integrating two different processors for the upcoming DeMi 3, necessitating a postponement until October. Historically, the August 16th launch had been a steadfast event for Lei Jun. Chen Chen observed that no matter how much Lei Jun optimized the NVIDIA Tegra 4 processor, its classification as a PC processor rendered it unsuitable for mobile devices. Forcing it into smartphones would undoubtedly lead to compatibility issues with various software and hardware, far inferior to dedicated mobile processors. This time, Chen Chen resolved to deliver a formidable challenge to Lei Jun DeMi. He had already instructed the marketing department to prepare for the launch, anticipating that once the Tegra 4-equipped DeMi 3 hit the market, DeMi would be left to contend with the consequences. While perusing the news, Chen Chen stumbled upon an article about a phone brand called Big Cola. This brand, which felt almost antiquated to him, suddenly re-emerged in his awareness. Having recently launched its official website, the success of Demi and Hongxing's internet models had swiftly attracted a wave of imitators, ushering in a plethora of promotional strategies and business models. In his past life, Chen Chen had heard whispers of this brand, which had garnered a considerable amount of attention for its attempts to emulate Demi's marketing strategies, even boasting an audacious tagline: "One investment, lifetime replacement service." However, this venture ultimately succumbed to its own misleading advertising. In contrast to Big Cola, a brand characterized by its exploitative practices, Chen Chen found himself more intrigued by a company named Origin. His interest did not stem from their products, having released only 2 phones with mediocre market reception, but rather from their design team. Although their phones were unremarkable, Chen Chen recognized their overall design capabilities. His understanding of true industrial aesthetics was somewhat limited. The previous models from Hongxing had lacked any genuine industrial design, merely replicating classic forms from manufacturers of his past life. The second-generation Kunping phone was guided by a broad design direction rather than an exhaustive imitation, for it was impractical for Chen Chen to replicate every design from the future as the company expanded its product line. A company that developed in such a manner would surely be grotesquely imbalanced. Thus, establishing an in-house industrial design team was imperative. In reality, every hardware company grapples with the inherent conflict between the ID, industrial design, and engineering departments, essentially the contention between aesthetic appeal and robust performance. When industrial design takes precedence, the resulting products are invariably exquisite and visually appealing. Conversely, when structural design dominates, functionality and practicality become the primary focus. As one department gains strength, the other is inevitably forced to concede ground. Cui Chen, who was responsible for the second-generation Kunping phone, had approached Chen Chen multiple times, lamenting that the ID department's designs posed challenges in terms of structural stacking. Yet, Chen Chen remained resolute. The Kunping 2 must possess its own design language. With the production of Yangtze River batteries, this conflict began to ease as the reduced battery size created additional space for internal stacking. Even within the confines of Fruit Company, this dichotomy persisted, whether design should lead engineering or vice versa. During the era of Steve Jobs, industrial design dominated the product narrative, as he epitomized the archetype of an industrial designer. However, following Jobs' passing, the products began to compromise towards structural design. Engineers embody a realist perspective focused on the present, while industrial designers envision the possibilities of the future. Designers must determine the overall appearance, material textures, and colors of a product, subsequently collaborating with the engineering team to create a product that meets quality standards, ultimately bringing it to market. This sentiment was articulated by Jonathan Ive, a former chief designer at Fruit. From Chen Chen's perspective in 2024, the design of Fruit's products has gradually shifted towards a more naturalistic approach since the release of the Fruit X, failing to maintain its status as a global leader in design. In contrast, domestic manufacturers have showcased unparalleled design prowess. The previous generation of Hongxing phones employed a strategy of layering structure before aesthetic design, first constructing the core structure and then adorning it, removing superfluous elements to complete the phone's exterior design. This approach is fundamentally consistent with the methods employed by the previous 2 generations of the Rice mobile phones, prioritizing performance. However, the 3rd generation of Rice phones has adopted a completely novel design scheme, and at this moment, Lei Jun is captivated by the offline engineering prototype in his hands. Chapter 78. How did Hongxing snatch it again? The Rice 3 has departed from the rounded chamfer design of its predecessors, the Rice 1 and Rice 2, opting instead for a more angular and robust design language. Whether it bears resemblance to the Nokia Lumia 1020 is a matter of personal opinion. With 2 distinct processors at play, we are determined to turn the tide this time. Observing Lei Jun's excitement, Dr. Zhou Guangping, who is in charge of development, could not help but interject. President Lei, the adaptation work for Tegra 4 is quite complex. Many aspects need to be completely redone, and I fear. Lei Jun waved his hand dismissively, continuing to peruse the Rice 3 in his grasp. It's fine. There is still a month until the launch. I am well aware that the adaptation work is not straightforward. We can postpone the release of the Tegra 4 version of the Rice 3. We will first sell the Snapdragon 800 version. The decision to procure this batch of Tegra 4 chips came after careful consideration by Lei Jun. Unlike Chen Chen's speculation that it was merely a pursuit of cost-effectiveness, since the inception of Rice, it has been closely associated with Gaodong's processors. Through relentless marketing and promotion by Lei Jun, Many consumers have come to recognize Gaodong as a formidable player in the mobile chip industry, which in turn has ensured Gaodong's shipment volumes. Moreover, Rice's relationship with Gaodong has afforded it priority access to initial releases and has enabled Gaodong to dispatch engineers to collaborate with Rice on processor development and adaptation. This arrangement appears mutually beneficial. However, Lei Jun harbors reservations. He believes that the deep entanglement between Rice and Gaodong may pose risks. What if one day they were to have a falling out and Gaodong decided to cut off the supply of chips? What if Gaodong, as they did with Huawei and Hongxing, arbitrarily raised patent fees? Or worse, what if there were issues with Gaodong's production capacity or products? Just as fate would have it, he encounters Huang, the head of NVIDIA, who is actively promoting his own chips. The two quickly find common ground. Huang's Tegra 4 gains a market, while Lei Jun secures an alternative chip. The key point is that this Tegra 4 is indeed affordable. After briefing Lei Jun on the progress, Dr. Zhou steps out and coincidentally bumps into Su Ling. Exchanging nods of acknowledgement. Since joining Rice, Su Ling has scarcely spent time at the office without being on the road or preparing for a business trip. Guomin, Lei Jun calls out as he sees Su Ling at the door, promptly setting aside the documents in his hands and looking up. What brings you here today, Su? A rare visit. Su Ling casually settles onto a nearby sofa, and Lei Jun remains unfazed. The two share a long-standing friendship, comfortable even within the corporate environment. My dear Lei, since I joined Rice, have I experienced a single peaceful day? I'm either traveling or flying, and look at me. I've tanned a shade darker. Lei Jun chuckles, handing her glass of water. Those capable tend to bear more burdens. This year, I'll reward you with a substantial bonus. Do I appear to be the kind of person who lacks for trifling rewards? After accepting the cup, Su Ling sits up, her expression turning serious. Noticing her demeanor, Lei Jun's heart skips a beat. Could it be that Hongxing has once again intercepted their investment? Not only is Lei Jun perplexed, but Su Ling also finds it strange. Since her arrival at Rice, she has been evaluating companies that had already shown investment interest. Yet, before her investigations could conclude, Hongxing had already invested in or acquired those firms. If it were just one company, Su Ling might chalk it up to coincidence, as it's common for promising teams or studios to attract multiple investors. However, when several companies consecutively fell to Hongxing's grasp, it struck her as unusual, particularly when some were obscure, small workshops or teams. Especially concerning was a team named Stone Technology, with whom she had nearly finalized discussions. Upon her arrival in Shenzhen, she learned that they had been fully acquired by Hongxing just the day prior, with all contracts signed. President Lei, I've learned through friends in the investment circle that Hongxing has acquired a sensor company called Tianguang Optical Instruments. Moreover, they invested in a company named Dajiang this month, reportedly for an amount exceeding that of Sequoia Capital, scaling into the hundreds of millions. Dajiang? Tianguang? Lei Jun recalled these two companies vaguely. The chairman of Tianguang, Xiao Yuan, had approached Rice not long ago, having been received by Rice's president, Lin Bing. However, their sensor prices were too exorbitant, leading Lin Bing to decline the procurement. It was surprising how swiftly the entire company was now under Hongxing's control. Regarding Dajiang, Lei Jun noted that they had released a flying camera called DJI Phantom in January. But beyond that, he had little recollection. Don't you find it all too coincidental? Our power strip design was just completed, and they have already launched a product almost identical to our blueprints. And the power banks. Our ideas had just formed, and they were already on the shelves, including those smart phone control fans. I believe Chen Chen's ambition mirrors yours, both aiming to forge an ecosystem around their mobile devices. At this point, Lei Jun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Every time, Chen Chen seemed to be a step ahead. This was true for mobile phones, and now it extended to smart products as well. Just as he began to grasp the nuances of a smart ecosystem and brought Su Ling on board to unleash her potential, Hongxing had already made substantial investments. A single misstep could spell disaster. Lei Jun was uncertain if Chen Chen's ambitions aligned with his own, but it was evident that Chen Chen was intent on developing smart home products. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so heavily in small appliances and electronic companies this year. Chen Chen's intent was clear: to forge a path akin to yours, while leaving the manner of traversal to your discretion. The company I was investigating, Ingtai, has also been fully acquired by Hongxing, Su Ling added, driving another dagger into Lei Jun's resolve. Initially, Lei Jun had contemplated that since they couldn't find a suitable small appliance company for the time being, they might as well start with the simplest of lighting fixtures, enabling users to control their home lighting and switches via smartphone, thereby gradually expanding their influence. To his dismay, even the companies specializing in lighting have been snatched up by Hongxing. At this moment, Lei Jun faced a profound sense of speechlessness. Furthermore, he wondered just how many units of the Hongxing Kunping phone had been sold to generate such robust cash flow for these acquisitions and investments. Hongxing had neither sought financing nor welcomed additional investors. The only plausible explanation was that the Kunping phone had yielded substantial profit margins, with sales of their other models reaching unprecedented levels. The sales data for the entire Rise 2 series had been compiled earlier this month, revealing that the anticipated 15 million units had only reached 78 of that figure, less than 12 million units sold. In contrast, the two models of the Homey series have become the main contributors to Rice's shipment volume. Since their launch in April until now, in September, the sales of the Homey 1 model alone had surpassed the total sales of the entire Rise 2 series for the year. However, the million-level sales of the Homey 1 yielded little profit. It seemed likely that this year, the title of top seller in Huaxia would belong to Hongxing. With Hongxing leading the way, the question of whether to pursue the smart ecosystem now loomed as a significant dilemma for Lei Jun. This situation could indeed be described as a winner-takes-all scenario, with no room for second or third place in the competition. Chapter 79. Shall we venture into automobile manufacturing? While it is not the case that one cannot find other companies engaged in product development across the vast expanse of China, the challenge lies in identifying a suitable product and a founder with relentless ambition, which proves to be quite difficult. For those who have already established their businesses, why would they accept investment from DAMI? Wouldn't they prefer to thrive independently? DAMI is not a colossal enterprise like Hongxing or Shueigua. Furthermore, there are smaller companies that lack even a product, relying solely on a business plan to attract investments. This approach contradicts Lei Jun's principle of rapidly launching products after investment. To date, the only tangible product DAMI has managed to launch is a power strip, and even though it was usurped by Hongxing. Who remembers the runner-up? Besides the power strip, the only other company that has produced a product in the ecological chain is an air purifier, a project spearheaded by Hongfeng, which is progressing swiftly. Lei Jun plans to unveil it alongside DAMI 3 at the upcoming launch event. There's also a television that, despite not being mass-produced yet, will not hinder Lei Jun from presenting it alongside DAMI 3. Meanwhile, Boss Jia has already advanced the production of his smartphone and automobile to 2023. Our sales, delayed by a few months, are rather disheartening. Indeed, the future trend is undoubtedly the Internet of Everything. DAMI must not miss this opportunity. Since some products have already been snatched by Hongxing, we can adopt a different strategy and collaborate with manufacturers, whether through contract manufacturing or integrating our communication module. DAMI must seize this future. However, there is a matter of costs. Lei Jun sighed in resignation, realizing that cooperating with large manufacturers would unlikely yield the best prices. And even if it did, it would require achieving substantial sales volumes. Lei Jun's business philosophy is to create a bestseller at a low price, much like the DAMI smartphone, which did not generate profit initially. Once the sales of a single product increase, profitability follows. Moreover, there is no need to launch numerous product lines. A singular product can create a significant ripple in the industry. Yet, despite having a business model and mindset, the only truly successful product remains the DAMI smartphone. Oh, and there's also a shirt similar to Lei Jun's, which sold out in the DAMI mall immediately after the Homey 1 launch. In contrast, Hongxing's products, power strips, power banks, and fans have all become bestsellers. Su Ling, do you think we should venture into automobile manufacturing? Su Ling was momentarily taken aback by Lei Jun's line of thought. Were we not discussing ecological products? How did we suddenly shift to automobiles? I recently inspected a Tesla, and it was impressive. I've already ordered one. I believe the future of vehicles should resemble this. If you look at our domestic so-called new energy vehicles, they're all of dubious quality, primarily designed to exploit subsidies. After listening to Lei Jun, Su Ling slowly shook her head. President Lei, now is not the time for us to enter the automotive industry. I do not mean to discourage you, but the automotive sector is significantly more complex than the mobile phone industry. We cannot adopt the same perspective. Moreover, our finances do not support such an endeavor, as entry costs easily reach the hundreds of billions. Perhaps in another 3 to 5 years, when the industry and market truly mature, will be the right time for us to enter. Su Ling understood Lei Jun well. Sending him to explore a new industry or develop a product in an immature market would be unrealistic. However, once the market matures, he would leverage his marketing prowess and acute understanding of consumer needs to disrupt the market. When the waters settle, people will discover that DAMI has ascended to the forefront. Lei Jun mused, isn't it merely 4 wheels and a battery? How difficult can it be? It was only years later, when he entered the new energy vehicle sector alongside Chen Chen, that he realized the industry was even more challenging than Su Ling had described. Nonetheless, Lei Jun had to concede that the lack of funding was indeed a reality. We will adhere to my original plan and begin with routers. The router serves as a data exchange hub for households. Once we unlock this key, it will not matter if other products lag behind Hongxing slightly. Lei Jun had long wished to venture into routers. In his view, to establish a smart home and ecological system, mastering the router was imperative. The success of the router business would subsequently propel other ecological initiatives. If Chen Chen were to discover that Lei Jun had decided to prioritize routers, he would undoubtedly remark, "You go ahead. I will not compete with you on this for now. I am well aware of the quality of your routers from the outset. What does it matter if you take 2 years? Fine, I will investigate some router teams over the next few days and acquire suitable ones directly." After Su Ling left, Lei Jun continued to toy with the Dami 3 prototype, thinking last time the Dami 2 was heavily criticized by you, Chen Chen, before Hongxing 2. This time, if you precede me, I shall have much to say about your Hongxing 3. With little desire to focus on work, Lei Jun logged into Weibo and scrolled through the news of Hongxing's power strip selling over 2 million units in just 2 months. A wave of bitterness washed over him. That sales figure should have belonged to Dami. Just because Hongxing released their product a step ahead, chasing dreams with determination, as firm as jade, was the newly announced slogan for Hongxing's Kunpeng smartphone 2. This was undoubtedly more poetic than Dami 3's in the realm of martial arts. Speed is invincible. Scrolling through Weibo, he recalled having previously liked Chen Chen's post about starting anew, even retweeting it with a comment welcoming Hongxing's fresh beginnings. At that moment, Lei Jun wished he could slap himself for being so impulsive. Why did he have to like and share? Their new beginning follows the path of Dami. It follows the path of me, Lei Jun. In truth, the phrase chasing dreams with determination, as firm as jade, was one Chen Chen had selected from numerous drafts in his mind, originally intending to use Lei Jun's slogan. That would have undoubtedly had a far better marketing impact. However, Chen Chen hesitated to use it. For a high-end device priced at 4,000, employing such a phrase might inadvertently lower its perceived status. To position the product as a premium offering, a more evocative marketing slogan was imperative. The name of the launch event was chosen as the sword that topples the heavens, as there were simply too many products to unveil in one session. Smart bands, air purifiers, televisions, smart speakers, along with Hongxing 3, Kunpeng 2, and even a robotic vacuum. Each required ample time for discussion. Thus, Chen Chen, emulating the future Lei Jun, decided to divide the launch into 2 halves. The first half was dubbed the Heavenly Sword, while the second half was referred to as the Dragon-Slaying Blade. This approach would spark conversation, maintain excitement, and ensure every product received adequate exposure. Truly a win-win. Indeed, Chen Chen was a marketing genius. None could have anticipated a launch event would be divided into 2 halves, nor could anyone have envisioned a product launch occurring twice. By initially announcing products without revealing prices, they piqued curiosity and sustained interest, followed by a second event to disclose pricing. In this regard, Dami was simply unparalleled. Chapter 80. How many sound ports does our smart speaker have? You see, that phrase, an artistic journey on a steel plate, has lingered for a decade, and people still reference it online, be it in jest or in sarcasm. Is that not a testament to its memorability? Chasing dreams with determination, as firm as jade. The slogan, crafted specifically for the Kunpeng smartphone 2, along with its evocative promotional poster, sparked renewed interest from netizens who had been silent for over a month. In July, the competition among 5 smartphone manufacturers created seismic waves within the digital realm, an event that garnered extensive marketing efforts, with all manufacturers ultimately emerging victorious. Everyone remembered the extraordinary large screen of the flagship device, as well as the 2 PowerPoint presentations delivered by Boss Jia. Mylin and Changwan have also risen to prominence. Now, with the release of this promotional poster from Hongxing, netizens are aware that the bustling month of September is fast approaching. In this month, many fruit enthusiasts are eagerly anticipating the 7th generation of the Fruit mobile phone, the Fruit 6. Having learned a lesson from the previous Fruit 4S, many counterfeit manufacturers dare not rush to imitate the Fruit 6 this time, in case the Fruit brand surprises everyone with a 5S. Interestingly, the promotional slogan for the Kunpeng phone sounds more appealing than that of the Shining series. Just listen to the latter's somewhat vague call for something grand. Then compare it with chasing dreams with determination, as strong as steel. I am now immensely excited about the potential surprises that the 2nd generation of the Kunpeng phone could bring. Surprises? What else could Hongxing possibly offer? Aside from charging and battery features, I will blindly speculate that Chen Chen will surely be boasting about batteries once again. I am indifferent to the Kunpeng phone's specifications. After all, I cannot afford it. My only concern is whether the third generation of Hongxing will receive significant upgrades. Have you noticed that Hongxing's launch event name is rather amusing? The Sword of Heaven and the Dragon Slaying Blade? In the martial arts world, it signifies supremacy, a legendary sword that commands the universe, compelling all to obey. When the Sword of Heaven does not emerge, who can rival it? Just look at how imposing that sounds. Perhaps Chen Chen is a fan of Jin Yang's martial arts novels. Haha, this reminds me of the recent statement by Demi in the world of martial arts. Speed is unbreakable, all relating to the martial arts theme. It is amusing how the current smartphone industry indeed carries a hint of that martial arts flavor. I have heard that Hongxing plans to unveil a plethora of products. A friend of mine works there and mentioned that at least 5 products are set to launch. 5? That is quite a lot. Didn't you ask what they are? I did, but he said it's a secret, promising surprises, and told me to wait. Have you noticed that Goma has also begun to delve into the internet? They released a power strip that looks quite similar to Hongxing's. Yet it is $1 cheaper. What a laugh. Goma must be feeling the pressure after seeing Hongxing's power strip. I can't help but find my old ones at home utterly unappealing. Chen Chen, when will you release a 6-socket power strip? This current one is too small to accommodate many appliances. The most amusing feature of Hongxing's power strip is its ability to connect to the internet and set timers. So my mother no longer has to worry about me forgetting to cut off the power when I go out. Chen Chen was intrigued as he perused the comments from netizens in the office. Discussions are essential. They generate buzz. On just the first day of the pre-launch, so many netizens are already engaging in discussions. Once the marketing team begins to continuously reveal specifications, the chatter will likely amplify. A prompt in his mind jolted Chen Chen from his thoughts. Ever since Cheng Wenfei joined Hongxing, the little AI assistant had only indicated task progress once, and now it had reached 99. Could it be that his little star companion has completed its task? He called for Shenro and promptly made his way to the artificial intelligence lab overseen by Cheng Wenfei. Professor Cheng, has our little star completed its development? Upon seeing Chen Chen, Cheng Wenfei set down the white speaker in his hands and stood up. I was just about to message Assistant Chen, but it seems that President Chen is already aware. The various aspects of Little Star have been completed. However, its voice recognition rate remains relatively low, particularly when faced with dialects and non-standard Mandarin, with a mere 60 recognition rate. It requires additional time for sample collection and optimization. Chen Chen excitedly accepted the Little Star speaker that Cheng Wenfei handed over, having waited 2 years for this moment. Over the past 2 years, aside from the initial rewards, the system had stagnated since the task for the speaker was announced. There had been no further updates, no additional tasks, no rewards. Chen Chen eagerly anticipated what rewards or upgrades the system might provide following the release of this smart speaker. A low recognition rate is not a concern. We can go online first, gather more sample data, and optimize gradually. Our Little Star's developer platform has long been prepared, and once it is online, users and professional developers will collaborate with us to refine it. With sufficient data, it should evolve rapidly. Hearing Chen Chen speak this way, Cheng Wenfei subtly shook his head. President Chen remains overly optimistic. If a large user base were sufficient, then the AI sectors of Huaxia and India would already dominate globally. While a large number of users can provide ample data samples, the vast amount of data requires retrieval and analysis, followed by in-depth learning for the AI. It is not as simple as just having users converse more with the AI to achieve self-evolution. Is our big data model not yet established? Chen Chen felt that this should not be overly complicated. It had been a year, yet there was still no progress. The model is constructed, but where do we source the data? Cheng Wenfei explained, we still need to organize and slice the data ourselves, which is quite time-consuming. I estimate that we won't truly begin operations until next year. This model is based on CUDA development, so we will require substantial graphics card computing power. President Chen should prepare in advance. Rest assured, Professor Cheng, I have already spoken to Huang from NVIDIA. By the end of the year, a batch of the latest enterprise-grade graphics cards will arrive. Cheng Wenfei contemplated this and pulled Chen Chen into a small office, leaving Chen Chen puzzled. Could there be more changes? President Chen, I suggest that we do not overly emphasize our intelligence in this promotion. We should focus on smart home control and sound quality. I fear that many users may find that the product does not live up to the advertised capabilities once they receive it, which could impact our brand. What did you think I was concerned about? I have already formulated a plan in my mind. Let us not boast too grandly. We should start with sound quality. Once users discover additional functionalities upon receiving the product, it will exceed their expectations. I understand that, Cheng Wenfei nodded. I just worry that this young boss might get overly enthusiastic about promoting intelligence. He knows what he has personally developed. and it can barely reach the level of 2 years ago in America. To put it bluntly, it is merely a semi-intelligent speaker, quite different from a fully functional AI. As the two emerged, Chen approached Chen Chen and said, "President Chen, I just checked the mold data. Our speaker has a total of 527 sound holes." Chapter 81. Hongxing's Research and Development Department. Chen Ro's statement left several people in the research room bewildered. Does the number of sound holes on a speaker really matter? President Chen even specifically asked Chen Ro to find out how many sound holes there are. Isn't that an idle pastime? Who would care about the number of sound holes? President Chen, why is this relevant? Is there any special significance to having 527 sound holes? In response to Professor Cheng's inquiry, Chen Chen merely smiled faintly. In terms of research, I might not compare to you all. However, in terms of promotional copy, you might not surpass me, even with 100 of you. The number of sound holes has significant implications, and you will understand when the product launches. Little star companion, I'm here. At Chen Chen's call, the speaker emitted a clear electronic synthesized voice. I would like to listen to Wu Gao's Carrot Whisk. Okay, now playing Wu Gao's Carrot Whisk. Following this, the melodious voice of Wu Gao filled the room. Little star companion, I'm here. Stop playing. Chen Chen turned to Cheng Wenfei and remarked, the recognition rate is quite good. It has been functioning well for me. Cheng Wenfei smiled. That's because President Chen's Mandarin is quite standard. My success rate wouldn't be is high. Cheng Wenfei, aside from other matters, had a way of speaking that Chen Chen quite appreciated. Previously, he had asked for a name, and now he was subtly flattering him. Little star companion, I'm here. Activate the air purifier and set it to automatic mode. Very well. I have executed your command. Chen Chen nodded. Regardless of its intelligence level, at the very least, these fundamental aspects have been adequately addressed. Continuous dialogue is beyond our current capabilities, as each command necessitates the invocation of a wake word. In the future, we shall incorporate various tones and allow for the customization of wake words. As for this version, it will suffice for now. There remains ample time before the official release. Please continue to optimize, and for any production-related matters, contact Mr. Liu Weiqi or reach out directly to Assistant Chen. Indeed, Mr. Liu has already made arrangements with the factory, and production can commence at any moment. Although this intelligent speaker bears the name of a research laboratory, it stands apart from the fast-charging and battery research divisions. Functioning as a distinct artificial intelligence department, Chen Chen plans to further invest in this department. As no one comprehends better than he the profound influence AI will wield over the future. Assistant Chen, please extract the audio of my previous statement from the press conference, where I declared, we are far ahead. Have Professor Cheng incorporate this segment into the audio. Should users inquire about how to address me, let the response be this phrase, we are far ahead. The engineers in the research lab, upon hearing Chen Chen speak, wore expressions of restrained amusement. Fearing they might burst from holding back laughter, Chen Chen encouraged, it's perfectly fine. If you wish to laugh, do so. Consider it an Easter egg. You can bet users will undoubtedly ask this question once they take it home. With that, he too burst into laughter. After all, he has yet to release an album. Had he done so, he could have simply instructed the speaker to play his album, sparing the need for the phrase we are far ahead. Ha ha ha. Chen is quite the entertainer. The engineers chuckled heartily, inquiring, Mr. Chen, will users genuinely ask this? Is there any doubt? The only limitation lies in our imagination. Users are bound to pose any question conceivable. Thus, our large model must be launched swiftly. We cannot afford for a casual user inquiry to stump our intelligent speaker. As Chen Chen departed the artificial intelligence laboratory, he began to ponder the future of these ever-expanding laboratories, burgeoning with personnel. The Red Star Corporation boasts 8 principal research departments. The first is the Processor Division, which was previously part of the R&D department, but was established as a standalone entity under Chen Chen and Liu Weiqi's direct oversight upon his arrival. However, it is evident that this is still insufficient. The department currently comprises approximately 300 individuals, making it the largest and most space-demanding research division within Red Star. Presently, there are no suitable locations within the entire Red Star campus to accommodate the expansion of this department, and it may indeed become necessary to emulate Huawei and spin off the chip division to form a new semiconductor company. The second division is the newly established Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, which will primarily focus on AI research and development. The third and fourth divisions stem from the original fast-charging team. Following the introduction of the Yangtze River Battery, Chen Chen bifurcated the group into 2 specialized departments, dedicated to fast-charging and battery research, respectively. This year, The fast charging laboratory has successfully elevated the charging power to 120 watts and commenced adapter compatibility for the latest chargers. This represents the only technology in the Red Star smartphone lineup that is globally leading, making its development of utmost significance to Chen Chen. Moreover, this department is also working on the existing wireless charging technology, having achieved a power output of 5 watts. However, Chen Chen finds this output far too meager, as charging a phone at this rate could take nearly 10 hours, rendering it practically insignificant. After all, Red Star is not the pioneer in wireless charging technology. It has existed for decades, with roots tracing back to the time of Tesla. In his view, unless wireless charging achieves at least 20 watts, it should not even be presented. Otherwise, with wired charging at over 60 watts and wireless at a mere 10 watts, it would be utterly embarrassing and detrimental to the promotion of wireless charging. Chen Chen understands that as smartphone screens grow larger, processor performance becomes increasingly powerful, and a plethora of functionalities emerge. The demand for power will inevitably escalate. This necessitates higher standards for charging and battery technology. The fifth division is the Xingyao OS system department, which has ballooned from a mere few dozen individuals to over 400 since Chen Chen initiated the project for an in-house operating system. This department is not only tasked with the development of the new system, but also with ensuring the compatibility and maintenance of Xingyao OS with new models. The sixth laboratory is dedicated to camera technology, focusing on refining sensors and adapting camera algorithms. Following Chen Chen's arrival, he integrated the former camera algorithm optimization team from the systems department into this new entity. After all, mobile photography is merely computational photography. An excellent sensor paired with outstanding algorithms is indispensable. Otherwise, possessing a high-quality sensor yields little value if the resulting images are lackluster. Currently, the camera department's primary objective is to optimize various algorithms, ensuring that photographs resonate with user preferences before contemplating future endeavors. In addition to algorithm optimization and sensor refinement, this department is also tasked with developing camera functionalities, enriching the smartphone camera experience. Another department that was once unified under the Red Star Research Laboratory is the Display Laboratory. Initially, Red Star lacked this department, as the early smartphones produced were low-end devices, and the screens were merely what suppliers provided. After Chen introduced the 1080p display technology, a separate display research department was established, primarily responsible for optimizing smartphone screens. Last year, the Kunping 2 was the first to debut with a 1080p screen. And while this year has seen widespread adoption of 1080p displays, the screens from Red Star, having undergone software optimization and refinement in the display laboratory, are slightly superior to those of competitors. This department also bears the responsibility of developing smartphone display panels, collaborating with Huaxing Optoelectronics as a joint laboratory. Additionally, the smartphone development department is essential for any mobile company. Finally, there is the materials and structural department. This department's work is critical, encompassing the selection and refinement of materials for the phone's exterior, as well as the materials used for the back cover. Innovations such as the much-lauded Kunlun glass and Longjing ceramics are the fruits of this materials and structure department's labor. However, it remains unclear to Chen Chen whether Longjing ceramics should be classified as ceramics or glass. Nevertheless, it is certain that the ceramics used by Red Star in the future will be genuine ceramics, as the current materials laboratory is collaborating with suppliers to develop microcrystalline nanozirconia ceramics. Chapter 82, Africa or India. The Materials and Structure Laboratory at Red Star is not only responsible for the development of exterior materials, but also for researching internal materials for the smartphones, such as cushioning foam and heat dissipation materials. This year, under Chen Chen's guidance, the laboratory has achieved significant breakthroughs in heat dissipation materials. The current model, the Lingxiao S3, does not stand out particularly in terms of architecture and performance. It can merely be considered an upgrade and redesign of the Lingxiao S2. With a significant enhancement in the main core frequency, it is imperative to address heat dissipation. After completing the copper pipe cooling system as instructed by Chen Chen, the laboratory has also begun to pursue breakthroughs in VC, vapor chamber, technology, already achieving some success. After all, aside from software scheduling, the most critical factor limiting smartphone performance is heat dissipation. Only by swiftly and evenly distributing the heat generated during peak performance across the device can smartphones operate at high power for short durations without throttling. This represents a crucial direction for future smartphone development. In addition, under the Hardware Development Department for mobile phones, Chen Chen has established a specialized small hardware development team. primarily responsible for the speakers, NFC, infrared functionality, and vibration motors in mobile devices. Long before, Apple had already incorporated the Z-axis linear motor in the CDMA model of the iPhone 4. To Chen Chen's knowledge, the X-axis linear motor has only been utilized once in last year's Nokia model, which was directly soldered onto the motherboard. In comparison to the Z-axis, the X-axis offers superior tactile feedback. When Apple eliminated physical buttons in the iPhone 7, the remarkable sensation provided by the sizable X-axis vibration motor captured the market's attention. Currently, the most advanced linear motors are primarily sourced from AAC Technologies, which is also Apple's main supplier. The forthcoming Kunpeng Smartphone 2 will, for the first time, feature a Z-axis linear motor. Although its tactile response may not rival that of the X-axis, it remains a notable selling point. The upcoming full-screen series, aimed at transforming the mobile phone's form factor, necessitates the elimination of Android's 3 iconic buttons in favor of full-screen gesture controls, thereby making the X-axis linear motor indispensable. The establishment of these experimental laboratories by Hongqin aims to achieve the utmost optimization in mobile hardware while simultaneously creating a bridge with software and interaction aspects, allowing Hongqin to truly become a high-quality, high-standard mobile phone manufacturer. After all, a mobile device, especially mid to high-end models, must excel not only in hardware, but also in the coordination between software and hardware. An exemplary mobile phone manufacturer cannot merely be an assembly plant focused on integration. It must refine those components to perfection, enabling users to fully experience the benefits they offer. Once the Kunpeng smartphone reaches the level of a premium flagship experience, Hongqin will be poised to challenge the likes of Samsung and Apple. As the days pass, Chen Chen continues to optimize and integrate the various departments of the company, particularly in security. As the saying goes, it is not the thief that one fears, but the thief that covets. Hongqin's original security measures were already stringent, with various access controls and patrols within the campus. Now, under Chen Chen's directive, the campus has seen a significant increase in surveillance cameras. Naturally, the security team must also expand accordingly. Chen Chen lacks a domineering presence. He often encounters retired soldiers during casual outings, who then recruit fellow veterans to form a loyal security team. To bolster the security personnel, he can only rely on professional security companies in reality, purchasing their services. As long as the remuneration is adequate, professional security firms are invariably more competent than a makeshift team. Mr. Chen, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this year we are poised to become the leading mobile phone manufacturer in China by shipment volume. We have nearly completed our first phase of tasks, and I plan to explore foreign markets, Lu Weiqi remarked, observing Chen Chen deep in thought. For Lu Weiqi, the foreign market, especially in Europe, is familiar territory, as he previously handled overseas operations for Jiani, primarily targeting the European market. When Jiani's domestic market share began to decline sharply, its owner urgently recalled Lu Weiqi to address the situation. However, upon his return, he faced numerous restrictions from aboard, ultimately leading to his disillusionment and decision to join Hongqin. Chen Chen recognized Lu Weiqi's capabilities and pondered whether to enter 2 specific regions. One is India, where, in a previous life, Xiaomi had significantly dominated the market, at one point accounting for more than a third of sales, effectively monopolizing the mobile sector. However, the Indian market presents challenges. Profits often remain in India, as these individuals impose blatant extortion based on your earnings. Companies like Xiaomi and Oppo, having made substantial initial investments in factories, stores, and sales channels, ultimately succumb to penalties due to overwhelming sunk costs. The other region is Africa, which, despite being labeled as a third-world continent, boasts many areas that are relatively developed and capable of generating substantial sales volumes. Before Chen Chen's arrival, Chen Holdings, a company focusing on the African market, had achieved remarkable success, even propelling the once struggling brand, Bird, to the position of the world's 4th largest mobile manufacturer. Mr. Chen? Lu Weiqi softly called out again, noticing Chen Chen's prolonged silence. Yes, I am listening. I also have plans to expand overseas. However, the demands of foreign users differ significantly from those in our domestic market, coupled with our lack of sales channels, which may require considerable effort. To venture abroad, specialized optimization at the system level of our mobile devices is essential, consuming vast amounts of time. Currently, the Xingyao OS department is engaged in this initiative to prepare Hongqin's mobile devices for international markets. Since we intend to expand internationally, we cannot limit our focus to the European and American markets. We must also explore Southeast Asia, India, and Africa, particularly the latter. Let us select a talented group from the company to venture into Africa, adhering to a principle of voluntariness, ensuring their compensation is considered. The Southeast Asia market also requires a dedicated leader. Lu, please take charge of coordinating our efforts in Europe, given your familiarity with that region. The African market? Lu Weiqi expressed confusion upon hearing Chen Chen emphasize the importance of penetrating Africa. What could those third-world nations possibly offer that warrants such extensive efforts? Wouldn't it be wiser to concentrate on the European and American markets, which are the primary regions for Hongxing's high-end mobile devices? Do not underestimate the African market, my friend. It is a substantial opportunity. If executed well, its market potential rivals that of Europe and America. You are the boss. We shall go where you direct us. But selecting the right candidates may prove challenging. Moreover, I must also oversee domestic operations and manage the shining brand, while now taking on overseas responsibilities. I, Lu Weiqi, cannot stretch myself too thin. With a wry smile, Lu Weiqi acknowledged that his time at Hongxing had been anything but leisurely. His brief respite during the internet conference in Wuzhen had been a rare moment of relaxation, only to be met with disappointment when he realized he had barely made his presence felt. Once again, the capable must bear the burden. They both chuckled at the familiar adage. While the capable may indeed bear more responsibilities, several of my old friends from Jiani are considering a job change. What do you think, Mr. Chen? After much discussion, Lu Weiqi finally revealed the true purpose of their conversation. Provided their integrity and competence are trustworthy, we can welcome them to Hongxing, but they must first undergo an evaluation by Uncle Lu. Chapter 83. Off to Africa. When Lu Qi received the notification from the security guard, he was quite astonished. Why was he being asked to consider a position in Africa? Indeed, this was the same Lu Qi who had purchased the first-generation shining smartphone on Pinduoduo, having successfully joined Hongxing last year. His commendable performance had led to a salary increase to 7,000 RMB per month. For a recent graduate, this salary is quite satisfying, especially given the growth opportunities at Hongxing and the frequent bonuses distributed by the boss. Most importantly, he genuinely enjoys the food served in the company cafeteria, which is complimentary. He particularly relishes the explosively flavorful deep-fried dough twist, a delicacy that he must arrive early to secure. Now, being asked to abandon the familiar environment of the capital for the unfamiliar territory of Africa, Lu Qi's first instinct was to refuse. There is a rumor within the company that when Mr. Chen is dissatisfied with an employee, he often suggests transferring them to the African department. The issue is that Hongxing has no operations or departments in Africa. The implication is quite clear. It is a euphemism for dismissal. To be honest, Lu Qi has found his year and more at Hongxing to be a period of growth and learning. Lu Qi can be described as diligent and industrious, having earned the admiration of his superiors through his professional competence. Now, being abruptly assigned to Africa is something that would unsettle anyone. Since the company's inception, no one has ever been dispatched to Africa. However, upon hearing Manager Lu's words regarding the salary, Lu Qi's interest was instantly piqued. The inaugural team tasked with exploration would receive top-tier annual salaries. Presently, his monthly income stands at 7,000, and with bonuses and year-end rewards, he barely surpasses 100,000. Should he venture to Africa, his monthly salary would double, supplemented by additional allowances, culminating in an estimated total of around 250,000. Manager Lu even mentioned that those performing well would become prime candidates for promotion within the future African business division. Lu Qi was undeniably tempted by the salary, and the reason was straightforward. He needed the money. At just over 20, to secure such a high annual salary with prospects for advancement could potentially allow him to make a down payment in the capital after a few more years. Just as Lu Qi was lost in dreams of promotion and wealth, his colleague, Xi Peng, approached him. Lugo, what are you so engrossed in? You've forgotten to eat your donut. If you won't, I shall. Go ahead. I have no appetite at the moment. Then I shan't hold back. Xi Peng seized the donut from Lu Qi's tray and began to devour it. After swallowing a mouthful, he remembered to inquire about Manager Lu's meeting with Lu Qi. Luga, I just saw Manager Lu looking for you. What did he discuss? Surely it can't be about a promotion? Lu Qi let out a wry smile and replied, Promotion? No. Manager Lu wants me to head to Africa to oversee new business. Assigned to Africa? Xi Peng, well aware of what such an assignment entailed, nearly blurted out. Realizing his faux pas, Xi Peng quickly corrected himself. Lugu, that's not what I meant. I meant, well, after pondering for a moment, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. To be assigned to oversee African operations was almost synonymous with dismissal. Yet Lu Qi had been performing admirably. Why would he be let go? Lugu, could there be a misunderstanding? Manager Lu praised you last month. Why would he suddenly want to dismiss you? I'll accompany you to speak with him. This warrants an explanation. Pulling Ji Peng, who had excitedly stood up, back in his seat, Lu Qi clarified. He is not dismissing me. He genuinely wants me to manage the new business in Africa. This revelation left Ji Peng even more bewildered. The company had no operations in Africa. What was there to manage? It's about expanding into the African market. The company is preparing for overseas ventures. I'm to spearhead the initiative there. Oh, why didn't you say so? You startled me. I thought they were letting you go. Going to Africa should mean a promotion and a raise. Tell me how much more you'll be making. If it's substantial, I'll ask Manager Lu too. Like Lu Qi, Ji Peng was part of the same batch recruited by Red Star. Their shared age and department, combined with their mutual fondness for casual gaming, quickly forged a deep friendship. Unlike Lu Qi, however, Ji Peng had faced hardships. His father had undergone surgery for stomach cancer during his high school years, and it was solely through the support of his mother and sister that he completed his university education. Thus, Ji Peng placed even greater value on salary and financial stability. With the prospect of a doubled salary and various allowances, Manager Lu had indicated that the total take-home would be approximately 250,000. 250,000. Is that truly the amount? Such a figure was beyond Ji Peng's wildest dreams just 2.5 years post-graduation. It's merely a trip to Africa, a bit of hardship and toil. What is that for someone from the countryside? I didn't even graduate from a prestigious university. Earning 250,000 a year would normally take many years. Now I just need to venture into the African market to achieve such a salary. Ji Peng could hardly contain his excitement. Eager to rush Lu Qi to speak with Manager Lu. Calm down. This money ISNT just handed out. The company has little knowledge of the African market and requires us to conduct research and development. Although we're heading to the more developed cities, there are still inherent dangers in Africa. By the way, Manager Lu also mentioned that future promotions in the African business division would prioritize the first group of personnel. I'm still contemplating whether to go. Ji Peng, now so excited he could hardly finish his donut, insisted. What else there to contemplate? We should both approach Manager Lu together. We'll conquer the African market side by side. Manager Lu hadn't anticipated that his initial conversations with a few employees would lead to the swift formation of the African team framework within just 2 days. They were still in search of a few leaders. Relying solely on inexperienced youth would surely lead to failure. He recalled the conversation with General Chen from a few days prior, noting that the African market required large mobile battery capacities, loudspeakers, and vibrant LED displays, ideally equipped with triple or quadruple SIM card slots. Additionally, photo optimization for darker skin tones was essential, and pairing the devices with high-quality bass speakers and solar charging systems was advisable. These insights were the extent of Manager Lu's knowledge about the African market, as he had not previously delved deeply into how Chen Chen thrived in Africa. He had learned through short videos that Chen Chen addressed the unique challenges faced by consumers in Africa, effectively outmaneuvering competitors like Nokia and Motorola. He hoped to convey these insights to aid the team heading to Africa in establishing a solid foothold. Ultimately, Red Star's advanced team for the African market was led by a seasoned employee named Su Han, whose capabilities were commendable. Lu Qi was appointed as the vice captain due to his energy, quick thinking, and exceptional business acumen. Even if he weren't dispatched to Africa, Manager Lu had plans to cultivate his talent. Thus, a contingent of several dozen members of the advanced team for Africa prepared to depart for Nigeria, their first destination, just a day before Red Star's product launch event, after securing their visas. Chapter 84. The Heavenly Sword on the eve of the launch event. Red Star conducted a final product teaser, leaving many netizens puzzled by the announcement of 9,527 sound holes. While a standalone reference to 9,527 might be understood as a tribute to Stephen Chow, the multitude of sound holes was baffling. Speculation ran rampant as to what Red Star would unveil. It was obvious, a speaker without a doubt. If there were 9,527 sound holes on a phone, it would certainly terrify those with a phobia of clusters. A speaker? It must be a substantial one. I quite enjoyed the portable speaker they previously launched. It truly lived up to its name. Red Star is indeed amusing. It's the first time I've seen a company promote the number of sound holes. Once it's released, I'll have to buy one to count them. If they're incorrect, I'll accuse Red Star of false advertising. Chen Chen remarked, feel free to accuse them. The mold was designed with that many holes. How could it possibly be inaccurate? Have you noticed that Red Star's upcoming launch event is titled Heavenly Sword and Dragon Slaying? However, upon comparison, I observed that all promotional teasers only mention the Heavenly Sword. Hey, you clever little thing. You're quite observant. I just checked. Indeed, only the Heavenly Sword is being promoted. Chen Chen, where's the dragon slaying saber? As more netizens recognized this detail, They flocked to Red Star's official channels and Chen Chen's social media to inquire. We were promised a heavenly sword and dragon slaying. Why is there only talk of the heavenly sword? Are you hiding the dragon slaying saber? Reluctantly, Liu Weiqi had to post a clarification on Red Star's official platform. Due to the overwhelming number of products in this heavenly sword and dragon slaying launch, and to manage time effectively, we have divided the event into two parts. We appreciate your understanding. This explanation, rather than calming the situation, incited further uproar among netizens. It was the first time many had witnessed a launch event being split into two halves. Your marketing prowess at Hongxing is truly remarkable. Are you concerned that your products lack sufficient popularity? Don't be naive. Currently, you hold the highest traffic, surpassing even the venerable masters of marketing like Dami. Yet, you still seem unsatisfied with your attention. Lei Jun was rather puzzled to learn that Hongxing plans to split its launch event into two sessions. He had initially prepared to critique your Hongxing 3. What if Dami 3 ends up being the first to debut? Lei Jun is particularly curious about the number of products Hongxing intends to unveil. A multi-hour event that cannot cover everything seems rather inefficient. Would it not be better to release the products gradually? The necessity to cram them all together suggests that Chen Chen's grasp on popularity may not be as adept as his own. If Lei Jun were in charge, he would certainly opt for a straightforward approach. Launch products as they become available, which is the surefire way to maintain momentum. This time, the launch was again held at the venue of the Beijing Industrial University, accommodating thousands. After accounting for side and rear seating, over 300 seats remain available. Some seats were reserved for internal personnel, while others were allocated to media representatives and various content creators. The remaining tickets were distributed for free to Hongxing's loyal fans through various comment lotteries, forums, and the official website. Unlike certain manufacturers, Chen Chen did not require fans to purchase tickets for the event. Such an expectation is utterly absurd. Surely, one must recognize who their benefactors are. In previous launches, Hongxing had extended invitations to Sansang Huaxia and Fruit Huaxia, yet they failed to attend. Only domestic manufacturers were present. However, this time, the vice president of Fruit Huaxia surprisingly responded, assuring attendance. It raises questions about their true intentions. According to Chen Chen, during the internet conference in August, he proclaimed that within 3 to 5 years, Hongxing aims to become the world's leading mobile phone manufacturer. This seems to have piqued the interest of the vice president of Fruit Huaxia, prompting a special visit to witness Hongxing's product launch. In truth, Chen Chen's assumption is misguided. All parties involved are dignified individuals. How could mere words from a conference cause discontent? It is the launch of the Kunpeng phone that has captured Fruit's attention. Historically, Fruit has looked down upon homegrown manufacturers like Hongxing, considering them merely assemblers lacking in technology and innovation, relying solely on low-end feature phones for survival. They deemed it unworthy of their focus. Initially, Fruit paid little heed to the emergence of the Kunpeng phone. In the past, several domestic brands attempted to challenge Sansang and Fruit, with all ultimately failing, a well-known outcome. What makes Hongxing so exceptional? However, when the shipment data for the first 3 quarters of this year was released, Fruit was taken aback. The Kunpeng phone sold over 10 million units within the price range of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. For context, even Fruit managed only 20 million units in the same period in Huaxia. It appears that Hongxing harbors ambitions of ascending to the high-end market, a notion that could not escape Fruit's attention, even though Hongxing's prices have yet to reach those of Fruit's offerings. On September 24th, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a chauffeur drove Chen Chen and Shen Rou to the backstage of a launch event in a Maybach. Previously, Chen Chen had always driven himself, but as Hongxing's revenue surged, and at the insistence of the road guardians, he was assigned a driver and bodyguard. Out of respect for their goodwill, Chen Chen reluctantly accepted the presence of his driver, Zhao Yunlei, wherever he went. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as the countdown on stage concluded, Shen Rou adjusted his shirt. Then Chen Chen briskly made his way across the backstage corridor toward the stage, his true domain. Hello everyone, I am Chen Chen. As soon as he spoke, a thunderous cheer and applause erupted from the audience. Listen closely. This is what it means to have popularity. What a remarkable presence. Among the numerous heads of mobile phone manufacturers present, perhaps only Lei Jun could rival Chen Chen's star power. After a moment of silence fell over the crowd, Chen Chen continued, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the fans and guests for attending our Yiqian Talon launch event. Thank you all. In July of this year, we released an aesthetically pleasing and high-quality power strip, which received widespread acclaim. From July to September, we sold over 2.7 million units in just over 2 months, a feat that could not have been achieved without the support of our fans at Hongxing. Speaking of this power strip, Have you noticed that market competitors have begun to emulate our design, enhancing the aesthetics of their products? It seems that once our power strip was introduced, other manufacturers suddenly realized how to create appealing power strips. This was precisely my intention in developing the power strip, to drive progress within the industry. Now, without further ado, let us unveil the first product of our Hongxing Etienne sword launch event, the Kunpeng Phone 2. I believe many of you are eager to learn more. The Kunpeng Phone marks our initial stride toward the high-end market, and we are fortunate to have succeeded. This achievement is a testament to the dedication of our thousands of engineers and the unwavering support of our fans. Over the past year, the Kunpeng Phone has achieved remarkable sales figures. Chen Chen pressed a button on the remote, and a staggering number accompanied by sound effects dramatically appeared on the screen behind him. Indeed, 11 million units. Our Kunpeng Generation 1 debuted with the world's first 1080p display, boasted the fastest charging speed globally, and provided an unparalleled photographic experience, complemented by its extraordinary tactile sensation. I'm not at all surprised by this achievement. When one dedicates themselves to crafting exceptional products, the products will speak for themselves. As the audience regained their composure from the shock of the 11 million figure, they erupted into enthusiastic applause for Chen Chen. Gazing at that glaring number, Lei Jun, Yu Cheng-bei, and Huang Zhang could not help but feel a pang of discomfort. Had Chen Chen claimed that the Hongxing Generation 2 sold 11 million units, their reactions might have differed. But this was the Kunpeng Phone, a mid to high-end model with a starting price of 3,000 yuan. As mobile phone manufacturers, who among them does not aspire to the high-end market? Yet, among these domestic brands, apart from Huawei, which has shown some promise, the others struggle in the mid to low-end segments. It appears that Dami's high-end model development must accelerate. Lei Jun mused to himself, as Dami harbors its own lofty aspirations and has already resumed development on the Dami Note, anticipating a launch by mid-next year. On stage, Chen Chen continued addressing the audience. Now, what upgrades does our Kunpeng Phone 2 bring? Let's take a look at the big screen. All eyes turned to the screen behind Chen Chen, puzzled by its content. The screen displayed the text: 40 processes, 198 procedures. A block of 309 grams of austenitic 304 material underwent 40 processes and 198 procedures, tirelessly processed for 32 hours. After a series of artistic transformations, it finally became the 18-gram stainless steel frame presented before you. As for the back cover, we utilized 3D glass, with edges that are elegantly curved to fit snugly against our stainless steel frame. Perhaps some may not appreciate the brilliance of this stainless steel frame. Fear not, for the Kunpeng Phone 2 offers a variety of colors for you to choose from. Through a sandblasting oxidation process, these vibrant colors will firmly adhere to our stainless steel frame. Our development team has bestowed upon these colors some truly melodious names. For instance, the color black has been elegantly dubbed obsidian black, while the white hue is referred to as star sand white. One particular shade that I personally favor is the rock blue. Amidst the ever-changing greens of the world, this color embodies a calm strength and encapsulates the essence of Eastern aesthetics, exuding tranquility and depth, with warmth that gently rises. The more one gazes upon it, the more one can appreciate its nobility and elegance. This serves as the finest interpretation of our Kunpeng Phone's motto, pursuing dreams with resolve, as resilient as jade. Do you all admire this design and color? Indeed, the audience below is captivated by the so-called rock blue, reminiscent of a jade-like green, albeit slightly more subdued. It is evident that this time, Hongxing has meticulously researched the color. The Kunpeng Phone boasts a mere thickness of 6.71 millimeters. How can it be so slender? I will elucidate this shortly, so rest assured, the battery will certainly not be compromised, unlike certain competitors who sacrifice quality for thinness. Chen Chen's remarks elicited laughter from the audience, as everyone is aware of the rivalry between competitors and ultra-thin phones over the past 2 years. There is no thinnest, only thinner. While other manufacturers typically highlight specifications first and aesthetics last, I find myself irresistibly eager to present the stunning Kunpeng Phone 2's exterior to you all. Having discussed the appearance, let us now delve into its inner workings. The Kunpeng Phone 2 is equipped with our Hongxing's self-developed next-generation processor, the Lingxiao S3. This processor is crafted using TSMC's 28-nanometer process and HBM technology, featuring a quad-core, quad-thread design, with a maximum clock speed reaching 2 GHz. Upon hearing this peak frequency, the heads of various mobile manufacturers furrowed in disbelief. How can it be so high? This surpasses the 2.3 GHz of this year's Snapdragon 800. Chen Chen, however, had no choice In truth, the Lingxiao S3 could merely be considered a Lingxiao S2 Pro or S2. It hardly qualifies as an S3 for promotional reasons. Process improvements were made, yet the overall architecture remains largely unchanged, merely refinements integrated with ISP and Kaition modem. By artificially enhancing the clock rate to extract performance, this processor's peak power has surged to 74 watts. An increase in clock speed and power will undoubtedly generate more heat, which is why Chen Chen has employed dual copper pipe cooling. By adeptly managing the processor's core resources and adding copper pipe cooling, high-load scenarios will largely remain unaffected. Chen Chen glossed over the processor's details, merely mentioning its basic performance, noting that it does not support Telecom's 4G standard. After addressing the processor, let's turn our attention to the display, a 5.7-inch large screen with a 1080p resolution. After extensive calibration at our Hongqing Screen Laboratory, this display excels impressively in terms of color gamut and visual performance. The screen remains steadfastly at 1080p. It is not that Chen Chen does not wish to adopt 2K, as both Samsung and LG now offer quasi-2K screens, currently deemed 5K, but the processor cannot handle it. Given its already high frequency, adding the demanding 2K resolution would result in thermal issues, reminiscent of the Dami Note 1 scenario. A 2K screen paired with a 3000 mAh battery, alongside the Fire Dragon A10, would have obliterated Lei Jun's initial high-end dream. Once next year's new processor is completed, coupled with a full-screen design, it would be a foregone conclusion. Everyone else would be out of the race. In terms of the camera, we utilized the latest Sony IM229 sensor, featuring 6 pieces of fully transparent, stacked glass lenses, continuing our Hongqing's algorithmic prowess, thus providing superior resolution and photographic results. Additionally, the front-facing camera supports real-time beautification features. To ensure extended usage time for our devices, we have equipped the Kunpeng Phone 2 with our latest Yangtze River battery, complemented by a system-level power management system, allowing the Kunpeng 2 to achieve an astonishing 12 hours of uninterrupted usage. The Yangtze River battery? Have you heard of this name? As Chen Chen mentioned the Yangtze River battery, discussions indeed began to stir among the audience. While the Kunpeng Phone may second appear to be a conventional upgrade in other aspects, it shines when it comes to battery and charging capabilities, a topic Chen Chen could elaborate on at great length. The selling points, after all, lie in charging and battery life. The Yangtze River battery is the latest achievement from our Hongqing charging laboratory. Our engineers have improved the battery manufacturing process, altered the folding of the separator, and adjusted the composition of the positive electro materials to develop this new lithium-ion battery. Compared to the previous lithium-ion batteries, this model is 23 lighter for the same volume, with a 42 increase in capacity. I will have my assistant bring forth 2 batteries for comparison, and you will see for yourselves. As Shun Ro presents the 2 batteries, Chen Chen sets down the remote control and lifts them to showcase to the audience and viewers alike. In my left hand, I hold a 3000 mAh battery, and in my right, our latest Yangtze River battery, which boasts a remarkable capacity of 5500 mAh. This revelation instantly ignited a wave of astonishment throughout the room. It is widely acknowledged that Hongqing possesses formidable charging capabilities, yet no one anticipated it to be this formidable. A battery of the same dimensions that offers an additional 2500 mAh. No wonder Chen Chen previously stated that the Kunpeng Phone could achieve such a lightweight and slim design without sacrificing battery capacity. The production of a single battery entails numerous intricate processes, including electrode slurry preparation, coating, electrode punching, winding, stacking, assembly, and injection, among hundreds of steps. Our engineers have conducted hundreds of thousands of experiments, exploring every aspect of battery production, exhausting every conceivable method, ultimately culminating in the development of the Yangtze River battery. This is not merely a small battery. It symbolizes our Hongqing's relentless pursuit of technological advancement. On our journey of exploration, we continuously invest, strive, and break through boundaries. Even if it is just a fraction of percentage, we are willing to invest a full 100%. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Yet this breakthrough also instilled a sense of urgency in the minds of other manufacturers' representatives. Hongqing has already established a lead in charging capabilities. And now, with such a substantial battery, how can their products compete? Competing with a large capacity phone would inevitably result in a bulkier design. Conversely, not producing a large capacity model would leave them vulnerable to criticism, as Hongqing boasts a 5500 mAh battery, while they only offer 3000 mAh, inevitably questioned regarding endurance. Once users become accustomed to fast charging and prolonged battery life, they've already been drawn into Hongqing's competitive arena. At this moment, representatives from various manufacturers harbored their own calculations. Yu Chungbei's immediate response was that Huawei must also conduct research in this area, ensuring they do not fall too far behind Hongqing. On the other hand, Lei Jun's first instinct was to consult with Chen Chen about ordering a batch of Yangtze River batteries from Hongqing. As for the vice president of Fruit Company, he bore a delighted expression. Given the dimensions of this year's 5S model, it was impossible to accommodate a significantly larger battery. Though Fruit's iOS system excels in power management, it would refuse a larger battery capacity without altering the product size. It seems that a discussion about potential collaboration with Hongqing is in order once this presentation concludes. Being able to supply Fruit is an honor for Hongqing, and I believe Chen Chen will not decline such an opportunity. The Yangtze River battery is merely an adjunct in our pursuit of rapid charging. Our engineers aspire for even higher charging power and faster charging speeds. However, with existing batteries failing to meet our fast charging requirements, we had no choice but to design and improve the battery ourselves. Rest assured, we at Hongqing have consistently been at the forefront of fast charging technology. The charging power of the Kunpeng Phone 2 has once again been elevated, now reaching an impressive 55 watts. Charging this imposing 5,500 milliamp hours battery takes a mere 36 minutes. We, at Redstar, dare to challenge the globe's swiftest charging speed. As I often reiterate, we are significantly ahead of our competitors. In the front row, Yu Chungbei experiences an indescribable sensation each time Chen Chen utters this phrase. Unable to pinpoint precisely what feels amiss, it is as though something crucial has been lost. Yet, Chen Chen seems particularly fond of proclaiming it. Almost every product launch features his familiar refrain of being light years ahead. So, what is the price for this stunningly designed, high-performance Kunpeng smartphone, which boasts an exceptional screen, superb photography capabilities, the world's fastest charging speed, and the largest battery in Redstar's history? The answer is $1,999. $19.99. The fans in the audience enthusiastically chant $19.99, leaving Chen Chen both amused and exasperated. He would never sell the fruits of his arduous research at such a pittance. Mr. Chen, $19.99. Let us be friends, $19.99. The chorus of $19.99 reverberates throughout the auditorium. Those calling for $19.99 are undoubtedly jesting. Who would offer such a price for a device equipped with 55W charging and a Yangtze River battery? Our final pricing begins at $3,499. As a large screen scrolls, it reveals the prices for the Kunpeng Phone 2. 464 for $34.99, 4128 for $36.99, 664 for $39.99, 6128 for $42.99, and 6256 for $59.99. In addition to the standard version, this time the Kunpeng smartphone also features an exquisite collector's edition. Its back cover, crafted from first-layer calfskin imported from Italy, undergoes 86 meticulous processes to achieve an outstanding tactile experience, while the dual-camera lenses are adorned with 18K gold plating, symbolizing the owner's refined elegance. In terms of memory, we have maximized the specifications, offering a configuration of 6GB RAM and 256GB storage, complemented by a high-quality flip cover that excels in both feel and quality, along with a priority purchase black gold F-code for Redstar phones. This F-code has no expiration date and is linked to the Redstar account, allowing for priority purchasing of all future mass-produced phone product from Redstar. Each mass-produced phone from us can utilize it, not just a single use. When a rendering of the collector's edition appears on a large screen, all eyes are irresistibly drawn to it. Wow, it looks so luxurious, especially that F-code. Does that mean no more scrambling for first releases? Just buy directly. The Italian-imported calfskin and 18K gold plating seem perfectly suited to my status. Oh please, you're better off with the $699 Spark one. As the audience engages in lively discussion, Chen Chen unveils yet another enticing perk of the collector's edition. Redstar is set to launch another significant product, which will be prioritized for the collector's edition. Due to the intricate craftsmanship of the back cover, production will be limited to only 50,000 units. The rarity of such an item is paramount. After all, if it's designated as a collector's edition, it cannot be widely available. It must embody scarcity and exclusivity. Just look at the collaborations with Lamborghini and Porsche design, where premiums soar into the thousands. Luxury must be rare. If everyone can obtain it, what makes it luxurious? Next, I will introduce several of Redstar's products, starting with our television and smart speaker. Please allow me a moment to hydrate while our staff sets up the television. Chapter 87. The Eager Lei Jun. Thank you all for your patience. Behind me is the Red Star television we are about to launch. It features a 55-inch screen with an impressive 1080p resolution and is equipped with our specially designed operating system for televisions. Now let's power it on. Xiaoxing, are you there? I am here, powering on the television. All right, it's turned on. As Xiaoxing's clear synthetic voice resounds, the television screen illuminates, and the stage's large screen simultaneously displays the television's image. There are no convoluted animations upon startup, just a serene wallpaper featuring a young boy gazing at the starry sky, accompanied by the words inviting everyone to relish the joys of technology. The television is activated, yet the audience begins to stir in curiosity. What is that? How can it control the television? Is this some sort of black technology? Voice control? Let everyone enjoy the pleasures of technology is the mission of Red Star and the lifelong pursuit of my aspirations. Now that we are on the home screen, what shall we play? Xiaoxing, are you there? I am here. Please play Bright Sword. I've found Bright Sword. Which episode would you like to watch? The first one. As Chen Chen's words conclude, both the television and the large screen commence the synchronized playback of Bright Sword. This is an unrecorded ambush that, while modest in scale, captivates the entirety of the audience, who fix their gaze on the large screen, eager for Chen Chen to continue his presentation. Xiaoxing, are you there? I am here. Please stop the playback. Stopping now. Our Red Star television utilizes a TCL panel, crafted by our engineers. Mr. Chen, enough about the television. Let us talk about the speaker. Xiaoxing, please share about this. The television isn't that interesting. Speaker. Noticing that he has achieved the desired effect, Chen Chen feigns a look of reluctance. The television lacks substantial highlights, and he is disinclined to squander time on it. His goal is to redirect the audience's attention toward Xiaoxing. Having already introduced the specifications, he plans to discuss the ecosystem and interaction of Xiaoxing, as this will leave a more profound impression than a dry presentation of the television. Adopting an expression of feigned discontent, Chen Chen addresses the audience. Well, since everyone is so eager to learn about our Xiaoxing, I am here. I didn't call for you. Please step back. The audience chuckles at Chen Chen's impatient dismissal of the speaker. Let us first introduce this speaker. The full name of this product is Let Me Mute It First, fearing that uttering Xiaoxing's name might awaken it. Chen Chen swiftly walks to the side and presses the top touch button to silence it. In his previous life, when we released its Xiao AI, it faced constant mishaps. Failing to respond, Chen Chen, wary of potential chaos like Lei Jun encountered, has made modifications. The official version will feature 6 microphones, while this modified version for the launch includes 12 for optimal sound capture. Currently, the responsiveness seems overly effective. It reacts to any mention of its name. Chen Chen suddenly resolves to ensure that during future product launches, he instructs users to mute Xiaoxing first. Otherwise, he might face a similar fate as Lei Jun, inadvertently causing his smart speaker to crash during the event. All right, I have muted it. Now let us continue. Its full name is Xiaoxing Intelligent Speaker. Simply state the wake word to issue voice commands. 2 years ago, the fruit company integrated a voice assistant into its smartphones. As for practicality and functionality, I need not elaborate. Those who have used Siri surely understand. I have long contemplated that technology should not be this way. Due to the exorbitant prices set by the fruit company, many individuals are deprived of the opportunity to experience the convenience of a voice assistant and the latest technological advancements. At Red Star, we uphold a principle of technological equity. Technology should not be elitist. It must serve everyone. Thus, I pondered, why can't we create a more affordable smart speaker? And thus, the Xiaoxing project was born from its inception to today as presentation. Our engineers at Red Star have dedicated 2 years to its development. I cannot assert that the Red Star stands at the forefront of the artificial intelligence domain. However, the emergence of our esteemed Xiaoxing today marks our inaugural stride into the realm of artificial intelligence. It is also our first step towards human-computer interaction. Chen Chen's words were met with a fervent round of applause, and, as the audience settled down, he continued to elaborate. In our prior prelude, we mentioned the existence of 9 527 sound ports. Indeed, this refers to the Xiaoxing speaker. Why not 8,000 or even 10,000? What significance does the number 9 527 hold? The answer is none. Our engineers, while crafting Xiaoxing, believe that an intelligent speaker is, at its core, still a speaker. And thus sound quality is a pursuit we hold dear. Over 200 engineers from Red Star conducted more than 6,000 acoustic tests and discovered that 9 527 sound ports enhance the auditory experience by 21, achieving optimal sound quality. Hence, we settled on this precise number. Paired with our 4-unit sound production system, It delivers remarkable audio performance across high, mid, and low frequencies. Some may argue that the essence of craftsmanship lies in perfecting a task. Yet, in my view, it is the engineers of our Huaxia who truly embody this spirit. Our engineers are willing to conduct thousands of acoustic experiments for the slightest enhancement in sound quality. Is it worth it? From a cost perspective, perhaps not, but for the sake of our user experience, we persevered. The upper section of Xiaoxing features 4 omnidirectional microphones, with 2 additional microphones nestled within the sound ports, designed to capture our voices and commands. Chen Chen stepped forward to deactivate Xiaoxing's mute function and then retreated to the edge of the stage. Allow me to demonstrate. I am currently approximately 4 meters away from Xiaoxing, a typical distance for a household setting. Xiaoxing, he called, but the speaker remained unresponsive. Chen Chen, somewhat exasperated, raised his voice. Xiaoxing, I am here. No worries, you may return. His repeated calls for Xiaoxing elicited laughter from the audience, marking a humorous mishap at his first press conference. Chen Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite the modifications, the demonstration faltered. It seemed unwise to attempt this showcase. Perhaps some might speculate that this was a prearranged script, but rest assured, it certainly was not. I can invite a few audience members to experience it live. Mr. Chen, here, call on me. Mr. Chen, let me try it. Scanning the crowd. Chen Chen was surprised to see Lei Jun and Yu Qingbei both expressing keen interest in the speaker, particularly Lei Jun, the CEO of a billion-dollar company, raising his hand high, eager to participate. Chapter 88. How Chen Chen is addressed. Lei Jun, genuinely intrigued, had previously experienced Siri on his smartphone, but the results were, at best, lackluster. The advent of Xiaoxing revealed to him an alternative direction for intelligent ecosystems and the Internet of Things. While he had been focused on smartphone control, Red Star had already ventured into voice control for household devices, filling him with a profound sense of helplessness, though others may not have realized. The moment Lei Jun witnessed Xiaoxing controlling the television, he understood that this smart speaker was far more than a mere voice assistant. Chen Chen's ecosystem appeared poised to achieve a closed loop through this device. If it could control the television, could it not control other devices as well? Recalling Chen Chen's prior announcement regarding a smartphone-controlled fan, which promised more engaging control methods at the next press conference, Lei Jun felt a tinge of trepidation. This individual harbors grand ambitions, and he himself is uncertain when he began his strategic groundwork. The company and products he has outmaneuvered, along with the early development of smartphone-controlled devices, all indicate his meticulous planning for something monumental. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of setbacks, leaving him unsure if his own company, Mijia, still has a chance for launch. Chen Chen observed the eager audience members clamoring to participate, deliberately selecting a member from the atmosphere team to avoid chaotic inquiries from others. We deeply appreciate your support for Red Star. Please go ahead and demonstrate our Xiaoxing speaker. Xiaoxing, I am here. Could you please tell me the weather for tomorrow? Tomorrow in the capital, the weather will be clear, ranging from 19 to 28 degrees Celsius, with a moderate north wind. Air quality is fair. Please take necessary precautions. As Xiaoxing fluently responded to the weather inquiry, Chen Chen encouraged the atmosphere team member. You can inquire about your current state as well. Xiaoxing, I am here. I'm feeling quite happy. Could you play a song for me? Certainly. I will play Today is a Good Day for you. The joyous music filled the venue, creating a celebratory ambience. One might have thought a wedding was taking place. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to come up and experience it? As the atmosphere team member descended from the stage, an unexpected figure hurriedly ascended. Lei Jun, having been seated in the front row, could no longer contain his excitement at this captivating invention and stepped onto the stage. Mr. Lei, Chen Chen was taken aback, unsure if this had been prearranged. Observing Chen Chen's expression, it seemed even he was uncertain. Ah, this promises to be entertaining. Let's see what intriguing questions Mr. Lei will pose. With Lei Jun now on stage, Chen Chen had no choice but to hand him a microphone and shake his hand. Let's warmly welcome Mr. Lei to experience our intelligent speaker. With his substantial fortune, this cannot be scripted. The audience can rest assured. With his signature smile, Lei Jun greeted the audience before turning to Chen Chen and saying, gazing at your Xiaoxing, I find myself rather eager. I hope you understand. Chen Chen chuckled lightly, replying, it is our honor to have you experience it, Mr. Lei. Who does not know of your passion for technology? I am grateful for your presence. After a few pleasantries, Lei Jun addressed the speaker. Xiaoxing, I am here. Might I inquire as to who you are? I am Xiaoxing, your voice assistant. You may utilize me to check the weather or control devices. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I will always be by your side. It seemed Lei Jun's question did not satisfy the audience, who urged him to pose something more entertaining. Well then, I shall not hold back. Xiaoxing, I am here. What does Chen Chen say? Leading the way, we are far ahead. Leading the way, we are far ahead. Xiaoxing's response left Chen Chen exasperated. He had anticipated this question would arise from a different user, not realizing Lei Jun would ask it on the spot. The speaker's voice resonated throughout the venue, eliciting laughter and creating a lively atmosphere. Now, that was quite amusing, Mr. Chen. Do let me know when it goes on sale. Lei Yun xiaokud, having intended to make a jest, only to be surprised by Xiaoxing's retort. Thank you, Mr. Lei, for your support of Red Star. I will certainly present you with one after the conference concludes. As Lei Jun exited the stage, he inadvertently caught sight of Yu Chengbei in the front row, wearing a rather displeased expression. I merely wanted to experience it. What else with that look? Currently, our first version of Xiaoxing does not support voice print recognition, but we will soon release an update, which can be accessed through the Xiaoxing speaker app. After recording the voice print, each little star becomes uniquely theirs, although other family members can also be recognized. To experience the Fruit Company S-Series, one must invest over 5,000 yuan in a fruit phone. But how much does our little star cost? I believe everyone is quite curious, and without further ado, it is merely 599 yuan. For just 599, one can possess this little star, a price that surpasses that of an ordinary 4-unit speaker. This price was determined after considerable contemplation. Perhaps some may find it tad expensive, but in truth, even if we sold millions, we would struggle to recoup our research and development costs. Our mission at Hongxing is, after all, to ensure that everyone enjoys the marvels of technology. Next Friday at 10 a.m., the Hongxing Mall and the official Hongxing website will simultaneously launch sales, without pre-sales or rush purchases. Chen Chen is indeed correct. The price of 599 is thoughtfully established, and he could not possibly offer this voice assistant at a mere 299 yuan. The RD has indeed incurred substantial expenses. However, aside from the over 30 million yuan in development costs, the actual cost of a single speaker is not exorbitant. As for the so-called world-class sound units, well, one can merely listen. Production poses no significant challenges. Excluding RD costs, Chen Chen can still earn a few hundred yuan per unit. He is acutely aware that while he can emulate the path taken by the rice company, he cannot solely rely on low prices. He must achieve sufficiently low prices while also maintaining a high enough range to ensure adequate profits for product and technology development, lest he remain merely a slightly more competent assembly factory. The price of 599 is exceedingly reasonable compared to next year's Amazon Echo. Although Chen Chen is uncertain of the exact price of Amazon's smart speaker, he speculates it may be around $599. Therefore, $599 for the little star is not merely affordable. It is exceptionally economical. However, Hongxing will swiftly iterate on this product, incorporating genuinely top-tier sound units and professionally designed exteriors to justify a higher price. In August of this year, at the Internet conference, Hongxing was invited as a special guest, and I attended this gathering. One statement that left a profound impression on me was made by Jack Ma, who remarked, "If you discover that the air around you is inadequate, your water is insufficient, and your food is unsafe, what use is a superior smartphone?" Jack Ma's observation is indeed valid. Just look at the air quality in our capital, where smog looms daily and PM2.5 levels are alarmingly high. Chapter 89, 1999? No, 999. In fact, I had already noticed this issue last year and initiated a project for an air purifier. At that time, Zhang Feng, who had recently joined us at Hongxing, asked me, "Mr. Chen, I have never worked with air purifiers before. Where do I begin?" I gestured toward an oscillating fan in my office and explained that adding 2 layers of filters atop, it would transform it into an air purifier. Many things may appear simple when disassembled, but perfecting them is a challenging endeavor. After nearly a year of research and development, today I can finally present this air purifier to everyone. A staff member brought over a Hongxing air purifier and plugged it in. "Little star, are you there?" "I am here. Please activate the air purifier and set it to sleep mode." "Certainly." Operation completed. When Zhang Feng presented the specifications of our high-performance smart air purifier to me, I was astonished, as its air purification capacity reaches 410 cubic meters per hour, a truly impressive figure. For a household air purifier, reaching a CDR of 400 signifies it is a large unit, capable of purifying spaces from 28 to 50 square meters, calculated according to national standards. This considers the volume of air within the space. In other words, if your room is approximately 14 square meters, this air purifier can completely purify the air within just 6 minutes. Its purification capability is remarkably potent. Due to the absence of national standards in this area, many air purifiers on the market either do not label their CEDR or falsely advertise inflated parameters. Achieving such performance is no trivial task. In the absence of enforced standards domestically, manufacturers can either neglect to measure CADR or misrepresent it, rendering such figures devoid of value. Upon disassembling the Hongqing air purifier, we observe that it comprises a dual-layer structure. The lower layer is a filter, while the upper layer consists of a wind circulation system. Essentially, as Zhang Feng and I discussed, it is a combination of a filter and a fan. Let us first examine the filter. Our cylindrical filter is molded in one piece and features 3 layers. The advantage of a cylindrical filter is its 360-degree airflow, allowing air to enter from all sides, outperforming flat designs. The first layer is termed the pre-filter, designed to capture large particles in the air. The second layer is the HEPA filter, which is critical, utilizing Torei's 11 grade HEPA filter from Japan. This filter boasts a removal efficiency of 99.3 for PM0.3 and 99.99 for PM2.5 when fully unfurled. It spans 2 square meters, with 173 peaks in the filter material, enhancing its density and enabling it to capture even finer particulate matter. The third layer employs a coconut shell activated carbon filter, with a specific surface area of 57,000 square meters, equivalent to the size of 8 standard football fields, effectively absorbing harmful substances and odors such as formaldehyde, benzene, and bacteria. Our primary concern, the inhalable PM2.5, is filtered at an efficacy of 99.99. The cylindrical filter can be effortlessly disassembled and replaced. We have even added a small handle to facilitate this process, as we are aware that over time, the filter will accumulate dust and dirt. With the addition of this handle, users can replace it without soiling their hands. Furthermore, it can send automatic notifications to your smartphone when the filter nears expiration, and you can customize wind speed and sleep mode via your mobile device, ensuring utmost convenience. Should the filter require replacement, a simple tap on your phone can even arrange for a new filter to be delivered to your home, provided you make the payment. Chen Chen's humorous quip elicited laughter from the audience. While he had not delved deeply into technical specifications earlier, he meticulously covered every parameter regarding the air purifier. Everyone now understands that the air purifier consists of a filter combined with a wind circulation system. However, using a standard fan feels somewhat basic. Our design for the Hongqing air purifier, though, is quite sophisticated. Zhang Feng advised me that to achieve powerful airflow, one must base the design on aerodynamics, meticulously refining every detail. Our air purifier employs a backward-inclined centrifugal fan, which generates high pressure and large airflow, powered by DC motor. Why opt for a DC motor? Firstly, it allows for stepless speed adjustments, produces minimal noise, and exhibits superior purification capabilities. I inquired with Zhang Feng about the disadvantages of a conventional AC motor. He replied that the only downside is its higher cost. However, this motor is indeed one of the finest available. Remarkably, we have incorporated dual motors within the Hongqing air purifier, featuring independent 4 air ducts, one motor dedicated to drawing air in, while the other focuses on expelling it. Its minimalist industrial design occupies merely the space of an A4 sheet, harmoniously fitting into any home environment. I requested our Hongqing team to investigate the current prices of competing air purifiers on Amazon and JD Online. Please direct your attention to the large screen. We are comparing globally renowned brands, including Panasonic, Blue Air, Philips, and Sharp. When it comes to purification capability, we are the strongest. As for weight, we are also the lightest, occupying the smallest footprint, approximately 0.006 square meters, comparable to Philips. The lightest, the most compact, and with the highest purification capability. Now, let us examine their prices. None of them are below 4,000 yuan, with the most expensive, Blue Air, reaching a staggering 8,000 yuan. Can our Red Star air purifier achieve half the price of our competitors? Initially, Zhang Feng informed me that this would be a formidable challenge. But I issued a resolute command. We must match or even surpass their quality, and our pricing must be half or even 1/3 of theirs. After I set this objective, they proposed a price of 1,999 yuan. Under the guidance of the Atmosphere team, scattered applause erupted from the audience. Chen Chen remained unhurried and continued. Still think it's expensive? I find it somewhat pricey too, although it is quite high-end. I asked Zhang Feng to reveal the cost directly so I could price it close to our cost. Minister Zhang informed me that calculating the cost is quite complex, considering the expenses for molds, research and development, and design. Before the press conference, many media outlets and classmates speculated about our launch of air purifiers. claiming that Red Star was profiting from national misfortune. This is utterly nonsensical. Chen Chen pressed the remote control in his hand, and the figure of 1,999 on the large screen instantaneously transformed into the striking red of 999. Are you satisfied with this price? The atmosphere team was no longer needed. Everyone erupted in shouts of approval. This is the effect we desired. We first addressed the competitors' prices, then set our price at merely half theirs, ultimately revealing an extraordinarily low price. Although I had never hosted a press conference in my previous life, I had observed Lei Jun's entire strategy with clarity. This is the air purifier that we, Red Star, have meticulously and earnestly crafted. It will be available for sale at the same time next Friday at 10 a.m. on the Red Star Mall and the official website. There is no need to worry about a rush for purchases. At the same time that small stars are being snatched up, our air purifier will remain readily available, with no gimmicks involved. Lei Jun remarked, "Who does it concern? The press conference has reached a temporary conclusion. Please stay tuned for official news from Red Star. The second half of the conference will be held next month. The gift for attendees is our latest launch, the Red Star Smart Camera. Due to time constraints, I won't elaborate further, but you can follow the Red Star Mall for more details about the camera. Thank you, everyone." Chapter 90, System Upgrade. Following the conclusion of the press conference, various news began circulating online. The most discussed topics remained the smart speaker and the Yangtze River battery. Initially, it was thought that Red Star only had expertise in screens and processors, but unexpectedly, Red Star unveiled the Yangtze River battery. With the same volume, it is lighter, with a larger capacity, and significantly smaller at the same capacity. How can one compete? Domestic smartphone manufacturers have realized that since they adopted Red Star's Type-C interface, they seem to have been drawn into an irreversible path. Red Star charges rapidly. If you follow, you will struggle to keep up. If you don't follow, they indeed charge significantly faster, and the gap will only widen. Yang Tuo promptly launched well-planned advertisements immediately after the press conference concluded. Many netizens discovered that no matter what web page they browsed, they encountered the phrase from Red Star: charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours, nearly reaching a state of brainwashing. I want to buy. Is that even a question? As long as I can grab the Ultimate Collector's Edition. The vice president of Fruits and Xia, while on the way back, contemplated the possibility of integrating Red Star's Yangtze River battery into their smartphones. The recently launched Fruit 5s, released on the 20th, has a battery capacity of only 560 mAh. If they utilized Red Star's Yangtze River battery, they could achieve over 2,000 mAh without altering the volume. Coupled with iOS's excellent power management system, the battery life would certainly increase by a couple of hours, if not more. Moreover, the interactive method of the Red Star smart speaker opened up new avenues for the vice president, Michelson ABT. If Red Star can create a speaker, why can't Fruits do the same? After all, Fruits boasts superior engineers, more formidable research institutions, and suppliers. During a recent exchange with Chen Chen backstage, he had already promised a few units, allowing for early access to the goods. After disassembly and evaluation, he could present a proposal to the headquarters in the United States. Perhaps with the Yangtze River battery and smart speaker proposal, he could further elevate his position and eliminate the vice from his title. With these thoughts in mind, Michelson ABT hastened his speed, eager to return to the headquarters of Fruits and Xia. From the end of the press conference until 6 p.m., the cumulative number of reservations for the Kunpeng smartphone surpassed 800,000 and continued to grow. Particularly, the limited edition of 50,000 units accounted for more than half of the reservations. It is worth noting that this is a smartphone priced at 5,999 yuan, not 599, to achieve over 400,000 reservations in just a few hours is simply astounding. What the heck? In such a short time, over 400,000 people have reserved it? Are you all crazy? There's no need to reserve anymore. I'm good friends with Chun from Red Star. We often drink together, and he told me that due to a ship capsizing while importing Italian calfskin, there won't be any Ultimate Collector's Editions, and reservations and purchases have been canceled. Is that true? A ship capsized? I didn't see that in the news. Come here. There's an honest person. I can hear you're scheming all the way from Italy. Let us be real. What's the point of the Ultimate Collector's Edition? Isn't it just replacing the glass back cover with leather? Besides, every time you buy an Ultimate Collector's Edition, a calf loses its skin. What is sin? I alone can bear that burden. After being single for 40 years, can I outpace you all? However, the Yangtze River battery has truly opened my eyes. 50W fast charging, a 500 mAh battery, and yet it can still be made so thin. Red Star is genuinely remarkable. That little star can control all Red Star devices. I'm just waiting for Red Star to produce air conditioners. I want to say much more. I'm definitely buying that little star. I swear it. Lu Weiqi, observing the online comments, was thoroughly entertained. The buzz is undeniably high. The excitement is predicated upon the strength of the product. The Yangtze River battery and the Little Star smart speaker that Red Star has unveiled are akin to groundbreaking technology in the 2013 market. As a participant in the Mix series, Lu Weiqi couldn't help but envision the astonishment consumers would feel when the fully screened phone is released. Adorned with a microcrystalline nanoceramic shell, as exquisite as jade. However, the thought of flying back and forth between Europe and China starting at the end of the year left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The European and American markets are not to be neglected. With the product capability of the Kunpeng smartphone 2, it would surely shock those unworldly foreigners. A globally unique charging and battery experience. An S-Class photographic experience. He eagerly anticipates showcasing this phone at the end of the year's electronic consumer exhibition, dazzling those foreign attendees. Minister Zhang, our smart speakers reservation count has now exceeded 600,000. You need to be mentally prepared. Ensure that the factory communicates effectively in advance. Lu Weiqi gathered several executives for a brief meeting to prepare for the product launch a week later. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, we have already produced over 200,000 units in the warehouse. As long as there are orders, the factory can ramp up production to 5,000 to 6,000 units daily. Seeing Zhang Feng's confident demeanor, Lu Weiqi felt reassured. Zhang Feng, the general manager of the Yinghua manufacturing facility, possesses an acute awareness of production scheduling and capacity, surpassing even his own understanding. Lu Weiqi merely serves as a gentle reminder. The surge in pre-orders for the Xiaoxing smart speaker is nothing short of astonishing. It has escalated from 600,000 to an eye-watering 610,000 in the blink of an eye. As for Chen Chen, after delegating company matters to Lu Weiqi, he hastily returned home. Eagerly anticipating this moment he had long awaited. In his previous life, the system underwent an upgrade coinciding with the release of the Xiaowai entity, and in this life, after integrating the company, Chen Chen immediately initiated the smart speaker project. It has now been a full 2 years since then. The system detected the presence of the primary entity in this dimension and is poised for an upgrade. System upgrade in progress. Please hold. The emotionless electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind as he lay in bed, brimming with excitement for this upgrade. System upgrade complete. Xiaowai, present. Chen Chen attempted to summon Xiaowai within his thoughts. I am Xiaowai, your voice assistant. What upgrades have you implemented? In this dimension, the system entity exists, allowing Xiaowai to bestow a portion of its capabilities upon the initial entity. Initial entity? This dimension? Chen Chen seized upon these pivotal keywords. Chapter 91. Does Xiaowai possess the technology for a planet-destroying cannon? Upon hearing Xiaowai's explanation, Chen Chen fell into silence. Was this truly the outcome of the long-anticipated system upgrade? Bestowing a fraction of its abilities upon the initial entity. Could that minuscule chip on the Xiaoxing truly accommodate your powers? Moreover, what exactly are your capabilities? He remained in the dark about that as well. The notion of merely assigning a portion of its abilities seemed inadequate. Ultimately, Chen Chen had yet to fully comprehend what Xiaowai truly was. At its core, it is an artificial intelligence program, albeit a more intelligent and formidable one, verging on the definition of superintelligent AI. Furthermore, the capabilities conferred upon the entity need not operate on every Xiaoxing device. They merely require uploading to the server of Xiaoxing for functionality. What is the reward for this task? A design blueprint for a 20-nanometer processor SoC and flexible screen technology. Disappointment washed over him, leaving only disappointment. Chen Chen had envisioned this system upgrade, ushering in significant changes or newfound possibilities. He had even fantasized about creating a planet-destroying cannon to escape Earth. It seemed he had truly overestimated the situation. Fortunately, the rewards for enduring 2.5 years were still quite substantial. Xiaowai, does your database contain information on controlled nuclear fusion, interstellar spacecraft, or planet-destroying cannons? Current knowledge in this dimension's technology is insufficient for realization. A flicker of joy ignited within Chen Chen. The implication of insufficient for realization indicated that such concepts indeed existed within Xiaowai's database. However, they required technological advancement to become feasible. One step at a time. The existence of such information hinted at future possibilities, especially since he had yet to master the intricacies of a single smartphone. Presenting cutting-edge technology would be futile if he could not wield it himself. Apart from surrendering it to the state, there was no other avenue available. Moreover, as someone engaged in smartphone development, Introducing controlled nuclear fusion technology would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He couldn't simply claim it was for enhancing smartphone battery life, could he? Rather than dwell on such matters, it was best to focus on the tasks at hand. He retrieved his hard drive, transferred the data, and prepared to present it to Dr. Liu's team the following day. It appeared that the company's security measures would need to escalate once again. Chen Chen was not yet fully versed in the parameters of the flexible screen, but one thing was certain. What the system produced would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. With the flexible screen in hand, the next age of smartphones would undergo a significant transformation, starting with a full-screen design that would eliminate packaging technology, allowing for narrower bezels and a smaller chin. Additionally, curved screens, foldable screens, and even rollable screens, previously glimpsed in his past life, were now within the realm of possibility. Yet, merely acquiring a new screen would not guarantee success. In Chen Chen's view, the current domestic craftsmanship would require at least a year or two, if not longer, to refine the packaging technology. While China was not devoid of talent in flexible screen development, nor was it lacking orders, the colossal presence of Samsung loomed over the industry. One could only speculate how far they had advanced in their latest screen technology, with no way of knowing how much progress remained. The last time he had dealt with a 1080p resolution screen, he had merely managed to beat Samsung to the market by a month, resulting in a product that was contemporaneous with theirs. Now, Samsung had exited Huaxing Optoelectronics, and the entire Huaxing equity structure comprised TCL, the Shenzhen State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, and Hongqing. Furthermore, Hongqing lacked the capability to establish a modern panel factory, necessitating a technological exchange for equity to maintain collaboration with Huaxing. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the first Friday of October had arrived. During this week alone, pre-orders for the Kunpeng smartphone's Ultimate Collector's Edition had surpassed 2 million, a testament to its immense popularity. Even some of the elderly gentleman's friends had reached out to Chen Chen, reminiscing and requesting that he reserve one of the collector's editions for them. No rights needed. Just a phone would suffice. This left Chen Chen both amused and exasperated, leading him to a deeper understanding of the success of the Huawei Mate series in his past life. Yu Dazue had mentioned that during the peak sales of the Mate series, certain company owners had called him directly to secure a unit for themselves. Little did Chen Chen know that he would be the first to experience this phenomenon this time around. Clearly, the strategy of targeting high-end business professionals with a limited edition was a resounding success. The only regret was setting the price too low, which exuded a sense of parsimony. In contrast, Samsung had taken a more grandiose approach, starting prices in the 5-digit range. Should he undertake such a venture again, he would certainly raise the price. Alas, Chen Chen had underestimated certain demographics. Individuals with an abundance of disposable income respond to terms like collector's edition, exclusive, ultimate, limited, and supreme commemorative with fervor coursing through their veins. Especially in a nation as populous as China, the number of such affluent individuals was significant. Even Chen Chen himself had experienced this urge in his previous life when he encountered terms like Transparent Exploration Edition or Bright Silver Edition, feeling an uncontrollable desire to rush to purchase. With the launch of the Kunpeng series of smartphones, Chen Chen suspected that there would not be a moment's pause. The 20,000 units of the Ultimate Collector's Edition would vanish in an instant. A total of 50,000 units of the Ultimate Collector's Edition were available, with only 20,000 released initially, as the remaining units would be made available through subsequent purchasing events, thus generating heat and traffic. As for the Kunpeng 2, he glanced at the figures. The initial release was approximately 200,000 units, a commendable achievement within mere minutes, and this launch would not be limited in quantity, allowing for unrestrained purchases within an hour. Conversely, the sales of Xiaoxing exceeded expectations by a considerable margin. Chen Chen anticipated that securing 1 million orders for the initial launch would be a remarkable feat. Yet to his astonishment, within just a few minutes, they had already reached that milestone. Fortunately, the server had been upgraded multiple times, preventing the earlier issues of website crashes. Damn, it sold out in seconds. This reminded him of the days when he had scrambled for the Red Star 1. You must be joking. The Red Star 1 never claimed to sell out in seconds. This time, I hadn't even clicked to purchase before being notified that it was sold out. Who managed to snag a collector's edition? I'll pay an extra 2,000. Whoever has number 00001, I'll add 20,000 to the order and pay immediately. No need for rights. Any number will do, just a phone, and I'll transfer 10,000 at any time. Number 8888. Let us negotiate. Many individuals gazing at these purchase requests are filled with regret, lamenting why they did not attempt to seize the opportunity themselves. If one were to successfully acquire such a coveted item, a sum exceeding 10,000 yuan would be theirs for the taking, wouldn't it? Imagine if, like the person above, one managed to secure a special number, such as 6666. Flipping it could net several tens of thousands. As this round of purchasing comes to a close, those who missed out on the Ultimate Edition flock to the Red Star official channels, inquiring about the next opportunity to buy. It would be foolish to pass up easy money. After all, if one were to succeed in snagging one, it could equate to 2 or 3 months' salary. Recently, with a schedule less hectic, Chen Chen has donned an online persona, calling himself the king of the tech circle, and assembled a small team to release a series of disassembly videos online. Chapter 92. The king of the tech circle disassembles online. The pricing of the second-generation Kunping phone aligns closely with user expectations, featuring top-tier specifications, yet maintaining a starting price below 4,000 yuan. Many users even consider these prices to be remarkably affordable. Numerous digital enthusiasts have hailed it as the pinnacle of domestic products, with its hardware achieving industry-leading status and making significant strides in charging and battery technology, asserting that it could easily be regarded as the best in the world. The maximum price for this phone hovers just above 4,000 yuan, not including the Ultimate Collector's Edition. It is not that Chen Chen is unwilling to confront the likes of Apple and Samsung. Rather, it is a matter of brand perception. The high-end image of Samsung and Apple is deeply entrenched in the minds of many consumers. Although Red Star has planted the seeds of a premium reputation over the past 2 years, it is still premature to expect a harvest. Once various supply chains are fully integrated by next year, it will be time to launch a full-scale assault on the price points of Samsung and Apple. To expect 2 generations of phones to establish a foothold in the high-end market immediately is indeed unrealistic. It took Huawei nearly 7 years to achieve this, and Xiaomi and Oppo also required close to a decade. After all, prices must be incrementally raised. The starting price of the Kunping 2 has already increased by several hundred yuan compared to its predecessor, with the highest price reaching 299 yuan. Following the launch of the Kunping 2, a digital blogger known as the king of the tech circle quietly emerged online. The name strikes a balance between simplicity and arrogance. Yet the content has garnered its share of disdain. Hello everyone, I am the king of the tech circle. I believe many users have yet to receive their Kunping 2. However, I've been using mine for over a month now, and I'll provide a brief review. This tweet swiftly attracted a substantial following, considering the Kunping 2 only went on sale that very morning. How had he managed to use it for over a month? Within an hour, this account amassed over 100,000 followers, real, active users, not the artificially inflated kind. This illustrates just how fervent the interest in the Kunping 2 has become. At noon, the official Red Star account liked a tweet from this tech blogger, which was akin to poking a hornet's nest, instantly propelling the once obscure account to over 300,000 followers. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the king of the tech circle released a second tweet featuring a video. Hello everyone, I'm your new friend, Brother G. This time, I will share my thoughts on the Kunping 2 through a disassembly. The video immediately captivated viewers, generating a palpable sense of anticipation. In the video, the blogger refrains from revealing his face, instead showcasing a phone laid out on the table, with only his hands visible as he operates it. Many users have yet to experience the Kunping 2. However, I have been using it for over a month, so let us pretend to unbox it. This provocative statement stirred frustration among many viewers. Why had he been able to use it for over a month while they were still waiting for delivery? As he pretended to tear off the plastic wrapping and unveil the phone, he pulls out a Kunping 2 that no one has seen before, as it has not yet been officially launched by Red Star. Indeed, the device features a 3D glass back, and the one in his possession boasts a fluorescent pink hue, exceedingly vibrant. Flipping it over, he exclaims, "Wow, the front is also entirely pink." His exaggerated tone and ostentatious gestures undeniably capture attention. This goddess version is not merely a desire to remain under wraps. In fact, its craftsmanship exceeds that of the Ultimate Collector's Edition. As this model incorporates fluorescent powder within both the back cover and front panel, it emits a gentle glow at night, demonstrating an intricate manufacturing process. Initially, Chen Chen intended to unveil this goddess version at the launch event for the 3rd generation of Red Star phones, but ultimately decided to create an engaging online disassembly video instead. The excitement generated may rival that of a live event, and should the official announcement follow without a subsequent launch or sale, it would certainly attract criticism. However, by utilizing this account to share the video, he sidesteps such backlash. Redstar never officially released this version, leaving only the lamentation of why such a beautiful iteration remains unavailable. Once sufficient hype has built up, Redstar can then reluctantly discuss the complexity of the craftsmanship and its high degree of difficulty before finally launching it for sale. In 2013, the smartphone market was just beginning to embrace full metal bodies. Now, the Kunpeng 2S 3D glassback stands as a unique selling point, and Chen Chen is eager to elaborate on it. This special version, rumored to be called the Goddess Edition, has unfortunately been scrapped for reasons unknown. The slim body and excellent tactile feel evoke a sense of perfection upon first glance. Next, we proceed to disassemble the device. We first power it down and remove the SIM card tray. Redstar's design is quite innovative, having positioned the tray at the bottom of the phone. Upon extracting the tray, we observe that the phone supports dual SIM cards but lacks a memory card slot. However, the base model of the Kunpeng 2 already offers 64 gigabytes of internal storage, sufficient for everyday use. For those requiring more space, options of 128 gigabytes or 256 gigabytes are available, effectively eliminating the need for external memory cards, which can be less stable and prone to data loss due to varying quality. Many viewers at this moment are mentally criticizing the notion of 256 gigabytes, as only the Ultimate Collector's Edition boasts such capacity, which is nearly impossible to acquire. Focusing the camera, we see that the SIM card tray is also made of metal and features a dust and water-resistant rubber ring, showcasing meticulous attention to detail. According to Redstar's official site, this phone does not support IP68 water resistance, but is splash resistant, meaning accidental splashes or light rain won't pose a threat to the device. Currently, the phone supports 4G networks from Huaxia Mobile and Huaxia Unicom, as well as 3G from Huaxia Telecom, eliminating the need to distinguish between versions for Unicom and mobile. As for the telecom version, due to the unique network standards, it is not yet supported. Chen Chen continues to remove the SIM tray while elucidating details and highlights that were not covered during the launch event. The integrated baseband supports 4G networks for mobile and Unicom, but unfortunately, Chen Chen cannot do anything regarding telecom, as all patents remain with Gaotong, which has not lifted its blockade against Redstar, preventing the use of telecom's 4G network. Next, I will disassemble the back cover. We place the phone on a heating pad to raise its temperature, as this device employs a 3-layer sandwich structure comprised of the screen, mid-frame, and back cover. Alright, 5 minutes have passed. In the video, Chen Chen uses a suction cup to lift off the glass back cover. From the perspective of the phone's rear cover, it is evident that it is composed of glass, and the adhesive along the edges is remarkably uniform. It took me considerable effort to remove it. In Chapter 93, the prominent figure in the mobile phone community engaged in an online lottery. Upon removing the rear cover, one can observe that the interior of the phone is extensively lined with cushioning foam, not only around the mainboard but also surrounding the camera and battery compartments. Many viewers were astonished by the interior of the Kunpeng Phone 2, as they did not anticipate that the layout and craftsmanship of this device would be so meticulously designed and reasonable right after the cover was removed. Next, we delve into the phone's internals. The Kunpeng Phone 2 continues to utilize a 3-part internal structure. The upper section houses the mainboard, the middle accommodates the battery, and the lower section contains the connector board, which integrates a linear motor and a speaker. Turning our attention to the camera. The 2 lenses of the Kunpeng Phone 2 are positioned in the upper left corner. The larger lens incorporates a custom 13-megapixel sensor from Sony, while the secondary camera features a 2-megapixel depth sensor. After over a month of usage, I have observed that compared to the Kunpeng Phone 1, the Redstar has made further optimizations in photography, with the most significant changes being a larger sensor size and improved algorithms, particularly the real-time beautification feature that allows for skin smoothing and face slimming in portrait photography. As you can see, there is a substantial thermal film covering the phone and mainboard. Additionally, there will be a surprise once the battery is removed. This marks the first time many viewers have seen the interior of the Kunpeng Phone. During the first generation, no bloggers conducted a teardown, but the prominent figure in the mobile community is the first to do so immediately after the phone's release. From the video, it is evident that the design of the Kunpeng Phone 2 is exceptionally well structured, indicating the significant effort Redstar has invested in its design. When compared to contemporaneous domestic phones, as well as to Apple and Samsung, its internal architecture is certainly on par with theirs. Let us first disconnect the battery cable and remove the battery. The battery in my hand is the latest Yangtze River battery developed by Redstar. Allow me to compare it with another battery. For many viewers, this is their first close-up encounter with a battery comparison. The 3000 mAh battery appears noticeably smaller and thinner. This battery is rated at a typical value of 5,500 milliamp hours, manufactured by Sunwoda. Now, let me check the producer of the battery cells. In fact, the manufacturer of the battery and the cell supplier are entirely different entities. For instance, the battery for Apple products is produced by Sunwoda, but they are merely responsible for assembling the battery. They do not manufacture the cells themselves. The cell suppliers for Apple batteries are predominantly Sony or ATL, who provide the cells to Apple, which are then assembled by companies like Sunwoda, forming the batteries we encounter. Thus, evaluating a battery's quality is not solely based on the manufacturer, but rather on the cell provider. The cell supplier for Red Star's Yangtze River battery is Yangtze River New Energy Company, formerly known as Saiwei Company. According to my research, this company was originally a cell manufacturer based in Dongguan, but was acquired by Red Star this year and renamed Yangtze River. This means that the cell for Red Star's battery is produced in-house. Chen Chen's statements instantly stirred excitement. Following the conclusion of the press conference, there were indeed skeptics questioning whether Red Star's Yangtze River battery was developed using the latest technology from some cell manufacturer, suggesting that Red Star was the first to utilize or co-develop it. However, it has now become clear that this is entirely a product of Red Star's independent research and production. The energy density of this battery is likely well understood by everyone. Once I complete the disassembly and reassemble it, I will conduct a battery life test. Based on my usage over the past month, fast charging seems somewhat superfluous. If I spend a day out browsing social media, taking photos, and chatting on WeChat, there's no need to worry about running low on battery. Next, we will disassemble the mainboard. First, let us remove the screws securing the shielding cover on the mainboard. Once the cover is lifted, we will unveil the mainboard in its entirety. Cushioning foam is also present between the shielding layer and the mainboard. Now the complete mainboard is before us. And some viewers may be curious about the two copper tubes on this board. Here, we can observe that these two copper tubes connect one end to the phone's mainboard, while the other end resides in the middle of the phone between the battery and the screen. What is the purpose of these copper tubes? Their primary function is to facilitate heat dissipation for the phone's processor, allowing for rapid and even transfer of heat throughout the device's body, thus preventing overheating during high-load scenarios. These are not merely ordinary copper tubes. They contain a special liquid that evaporates quickly when heated and subsequently condenses at the end of the tubes, effectively removing heat generated by the processor. This is my first encounter with such a design in a mobile phone. This type of heat dissipation mechanism has traditionally been found only in laptops, marking a significant innovation from Red Star. With optimal heat dissipation, users need not worry about overheating during gaming sessions. Now, examining the mainboard, the largest chip here is the Lingxiao S3 processor, flanked by memory from Hynix and flash storage from Samsung. Below, we find the auxiliary board, featuring two substantial components. The circular one is a Z-axis linear motor. Based on my experience over the past month, I can succinctly describe this motor as rivaling that of Apple. As for the distinction between linear and rotary motors, interested individuals can research further. High-end models should indeed utilize a linear motor. The other rectangular component is the phone's speaker alongside a chip for audio quality conversion. Chen Chen did not mention the audio performance of this phone during the press conference. It remains unclear whether this was an oversight or deemed unworthy of mention. Nevertheless, the audio quality of this phone is certainly comparable to those marketed as hi-fi music phones. After you receive and experience it in a few days, you will see whether I am exaggerating. In fact, the speaker used in the Kunpeng Phone 2 has undergone special tuning. Within Chen Chen's vision, audio quality is a crucial parameter, with plans to achieve the same level of sound quality as the previous generation's Mi 10s, with Harman Kardon tuning. While it is true that this motor is a linear type, it is also the first instance of Red Star integrating such a motor. Current interaction feedback indicates that it is functional. At the very least, it does not produce the annoying buzzing sound typical of other phones. The next generation, the Kunpeng 3, will undoubtedly feature an X-axis linear motor, despite its larger size. However, with the space now available due to the battery, Red Star can effectively manage the internal structure. Ironically, the largest space consumer in the phone is currently the LCD screen. After completing the disassembly, Chen Chen reassembled the phone, demonstrating the internal craftsmanship to the audience throughout the process. As the mobile phone industry progresses, while stacking hardware is important, the overall attention to detail and design is equally crucial. This teardown video aims to showcase the design and manufacturing craftsmanship of the Kunpeng phone, ensuring that many users understand that the Kunpeng phone excels not only in hardware, but also in design, placing it far ahead of other manufacturers. After reassembling the phone, it still powers on. I will also be disassembling devices from other brands, so please stay tuned to the prominent figure in the mobile community for the latest updates. Share this post, and on the 10th of this month, I will randomly select a user from those who share it to receive a Kunpeng Phone 2 in its exquisite collectible edition. The purpose of creating this disassembly video is to showcase the internal design of their mobile phone, while the accompanying lottery event will further disseminate the video, allowing a wider audience to witness the true caliber of the Kunpeng smartphone. This is particularly significant given the current scarcity of the prestigious limited edition. As the video concluded, numerous Weibo users eagerly began to share it. Who knows, there's a chance to win the limited edition. Chapter 94, preparing to deliver a major news flash about Xiaomi. Chen Chen observed the frenzied sharing of the Weibo post online. Achieving such promotional impact from a mere draw for a single phone was astonishingly cost-effective. Chen Chen was responsible solely for the first episode's content, leaving subsequent material to a professional team, as his own filming was merely an experimental endeavor. Moreover, he harbored an ulterior motive, intending to deliver a surprise to Lei Jun regarding Xiaomi. It is well known that the Xiaomi 3 had been plagued with issues, beginning with the failure of its dual processor strategy, where NVIDIA's Tegra 4 was problematic, followed by a chip replacement incident with the Unicom version. Chen Chen had first-hand experience of this ordeal, which remained vivid in his memory. At the time, the promotional materials for the Unicom version of Xiaomi 3 touted the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8974 AB processor chip. Yet many customers discovered upon receipt that their devices were equipped with the 8274 AB model. The 8274 AB processor lacked Qualcomm's comprehensive network solution, which meant it could not support the then Unicom 4G services. Initially, Xiaomi's response was vague, later offering full refunds as compensation, ultimately allowing their public relations to quell the uproar. If the top player in the smartphone arena inadvertently discovers a discrepancy in the processor during disassembly, it would be quite a scandal for Xiaomi. In just 2 hours, 42 million units were sold, as announced by Hongxing for the Kunpeng 2's initial sales performance. Many manufacturers, particularly Yu Chongbei from Huawei, were left gnashing their teeth in envy, as their mid to high-end series had seen little progress over the past 2 years. In fact, the combined sales of several models over 2 years barely matched the sales of Kunpeng 1, while the latest Huawei P7 was conservatively priced at just under 3,000. Zhang Feng, responsible for the production of ecological chain products, immediately left Hongxing upon hearing that the sales of the small star had surpassed 100,000. There was no time to waste. He had to oversee operations at the factory. 1 million units. They often speak of blockbuster products. Yet the most successful power strip from Hongxing took a month to reach 1 million sales, while this smart speaker achieved that milestone in less than a day. Such is the terror. At Xiaomi, Lei Jun was busy preparing for the new product launch. Despite the flurry of activity leading up to the event, he still made time to monitor Hongxing's every move. Over 30,000 units sold in 2 hours, with the prestigious limited edition selling out in mere seconds. Lei Yun, lost in thought, was astounded. The first generation of Kunpeng smartphones had taken 3 sales events to sell fewer than 100,000 units. Yet now, over 30,000 were sold in just 2 hours. It appeared that there truly was potential in the high-end market. The 18K gold-plated ring around the camera on the second generation of Kunpeng smartphones also inspired Lei Jun. If they could create a limited edition with 18K gold plating, perhaps he could launch an Imperial Edition for his Xiaomi Note, not just gold-plating the camera, but also gilding the entire frame. Moreover, Lei Jun couldn't help but notice Chen Chen's cunning. He had initially planned to take a jab at Hongxing's third generation during Xiaomi 3's launch event as revenge for Chen Chen's previous comparison of Xiaomi 2. However, he was taken aback when Hongxing executed a 2-part launch event, forcing Lei Jun to seek out other models for comparison. As the clock approached 2 p.m. on October 10th, countless tech enthusiasts and Xiaomi fans were eagerly anticipating the unveiling of Xiaomi's new products. To date, Xiaomi had released 2.5 generations of smartphones. The first generation, with its unprecedented price of $19.99 and exceptional specifications, had left an indelible impression on users. However, production issues had allowed Hongxing's first generation to steal the limelight. The second generation had also been harshly critiqued by Chen Chen during the launch event, and it was only through the introduction of the 2S that they managed to recover some sales. The 2S had become a legendary device for many users. Thus, anticipation for the third-generation product remained high. As the clock ticked closer to 2, guests and attendees began entering the launch venue. President Chen, from a distance. Yu Chongbei waved to Chen Chen. President Yu. Chen Chen hastened forward to shake hands with Yu Chongbei. The two then walked side by side to the front row of the guest seating. President Chen, I hear your Kunpeng 2 is in high demand. especially the prestigious limited edition. It seems the title of premier high-end domestic smartphone belongs unequivocally to Hongxing. You are truly the leader in the Chinese smartphone industry. Yu Chengbei casually adorned Chen Chen with accolades. Chen Chen, however, had no intention of complying with his wishes, stating before the crowd, "President Yu, how could I refuse your request? I'll have someone send a unit your way. Besides, when it comes to high-end devices, Huawei is truly the leader in China. There is much we at Hongxing can learn from you, and I hope you will continue to guide us." Little Fox, Yu Chengbei silently labeled Chen Chen, initially intending to flatter him in front of other smartphone executives to stir some rivalry. After all, the domestic smartphone market was still a battleground of numerous players, and to declare Hongxing as the leader before their peers was somewhat contentious, despite its basis in truth. Ultimately, Chen Chen deftly redirected the conversation back to Huawei. However, the countdown for the launch event had begun, diverting the attention of others from their exchange. "Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending the launch of the Xiaomi 3. Lei Jun addressed the audience, bowing in gratitude as the crowd erupted into applause. "Isn't that Huang Rinxuan from NVIDIA over there? Did he also attend the launch? Are the rumors that the Xiaomi 3 will feature 2 different processor chips true?" Chen Chen whispered to Lin Bing, the president of Xiaomi, while deliberately glancing at Huang. Yu Chengbei, Shen Wei, and others also turned to look at Lin Bing. The rumors circulating online were rampant, but Chen Chen understood that they were deliberately propagated by Xiaomi to generate buzz and discussion surrounding the Xiaomi 3. Observing Chen Chen feigning ignorance, Lin Bing refrained from providing a direct answer. "President Chen, you'll find out soon enough. Lei Jun is still on stage," she replied, maintaining her composure. "Surely you are aware of Huang's previous inquiries with Hongxing regarding the use of 2 chips?" Although Lin Bing had a background in technology, her years at Xiaomi had honed her ability to remain unflappable under pressure. Chapter 95. The launch event for Xiaomi 3. Chen Chen continued to tease Lin Bing. "President Lin, I've known about it for quite some time. Huang is likely to come on stage to support you." He pointed towards Huang's position. Lin Bing remained unfazed, while Yu Chengbei glanced curiously at Huang Rinxuan, the founder of NVIDIA. Yu Chengbei had no deep impression of Huang, but he was aware of NVIDIA's reputation. "Impressive, President Lin. You've managed to invite the founder of NVIDIA to support your Xiaomi. It seems President Chen's claims about using 2 different processors are indeed true." With Lin Bing silent, Yu Chengbei and Chen Chen lost interest in continuing the playful banter. At the outset of the press conference, Lei Jun elaborated extensively on the aesthetic design of the Mi 3, candidly admitting that the prior assertion that no design is the best design stemmed from a lack of genuine design capability at that time, necessitating a focus on product functionality before contemplating aesthetics. In truth, the early iterations of Mi were not particularly attentive to external design. Prior to the Mi 9, the only models that could be confidently cited for their design merit were the Mi 4 and Mi 6. As for the Mi 5 and Mi 8, well, let us just say the sentiment is understood. With the arrival of the Mi 9, design considerations were finally incorporated, achieving a sleek profile, albeit excessively so, resulting in a transformation from a battle angel to a fallen angel due to the Snapdragon 855's power consumption. Product manager Wang Tung was even humorously dubbed by netizens as having been exiled to Africa by Lei Jun. The frontal design of the Mi 3 remains largely unchanged from its predecessors, with the sole alteration being a more angular form and a reduction in thickness compared to the Mi 2, featuring a display size of 5.1 inches. The device's casing continues to utilize industry-leading polymer nanomaterials. Today, as we unveil the Mi 3, rumors have circulated regarding the incorporation of the renowned NVIDIA Tegra 4. While others speculated that we had switched to the Snapdragon 800 due to difficulties with the Tegra 4. Today, I shall dispel these mysteries. The Mi 3 will simultaneously harness the power of 2 of the most formidable platforms in history, Tegra 4 and Snapdragon 800. Following Lei Jun's announcement, the applause from the audience was intermingled with exclamations of "awesome." We will employ the Tegra 4 for the mobile version, while the versions for China Unicom and China Telecom will utilize the Snapdragon 800. Allow me to briefly introduce the Tegra 4. Upon first glance at the processor's architecture diagram, I was astounded. Centrally, there are 5 yellow blocks, surrounded by 72 green ones. The 5 yellow blocks represent the Tegra 4's quad-core CPU, featuring 4 A15 cores clocked at 1.8 GHz, complemented by a power-efficient A15 core that engages during less intensive tasks. As you may know, NVIDIA is the preeminent company in graphics processing chips, and they have integrated a 72-core GeForce into this iteration. The Tegra 4 boasts a 45% reduction in power consumption compared to its predecessor, Tegra 3. while the computational prowess of the A15 is a staggering 240 greater than that of the A9. The 72-core GeForce outpaces the Tegra 3 by an impressive 500. Thus, the utilization of the GeForce GPU allows for the finest mobile gaming experiences. Observing Lei Jun's animated presentation, Chen Chen could barely suppress a subtle smile. Go ahead and boast. Lei, your Tegra 4 integrates a CPU within a GPU. Yet here you are, inflating expectations. When reality strikes, the disappointment will be profound. Indeed, while the specifications of this CPU appear exceptionally impressive, possibly even surpassing those of the Snapdragon 800, the benchmark scores alone do not tell the whole story. If benchmark scores were the sole determinant of performance, then even a 10-core processor could easily eclipse all others. Ultimately, these scores merely serve to dazzle consumers. While the previous two iterations of the Hongxing phone featured benchmark comparisons, Chen Chen had intentionally downplayed this aspect in the Kunping phone, emphasizing that overall user experience is paramount in evaluating a device's quality. As someone intent on undermining Mi's efforts, Chen Chen had no intention of sharing any concerns regarding the processor with Lei Jun. Given the competitive dynamic between the two companies, even if Chen Chen were to voice his thoughts, Lei Jun would likely perceive it as a trap. Not only would he refrain from alerting me about any issues, but Chen Chen had also prepared a rather explosive piece of news to coincide with the launch of the Mi 3. Moreover, NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen Huang, was present at the press conference to lend his support for the Mi 3's release. Please welcome Jensen Huang. Upon taking the microphone, Huang briskly ascended the stage, greeting the audience in his halting Chinese. Hello, I'm also a Mi fan. Lei Jun asked me to share a few words, insisting I speak in Chinese. However, as you know, I grew up in America. I went there at the age of 5, so my Chinese is not very fluent. NVIDIA has been around for 20 years, and we have pioneered this GPU technology. Our GPU is the best in the world. This Tegra 4 is the fastest mobile processor in existence. Thank you, everyone. Mi, Vu Qingque. The invitation of Huang as a guest speaker was aimed at garnering consumer confidence in this NVIDIA-powered Mi phone, with the founder of the company endorsing his own chip. What doubts could remain? Additionally, at Huang's request, Lei Jun had invited nearly all prominent manufacturers from the domestic industry to the event, hoping to leverage this opportunity to penetrate the Chinese mobile processor market. It was evident that the performance of the Tegra 4 was indeed impressive, stirring interest among executives from companies unaware of the processor's intricacies. Although the Snapdragon 800 was economical, its performance left much to be desired. NVIDIA's involvement provided another high-performance alternative for Chinese manufacturers, aside from Qualcomm. Chen Chen observed the expressions of the other manufacturers' representatives, excluding Yu Qingbei, with a wry smile. Go ahead and use it. I guarantee you, once you do, you won't utter a word. On stage, Huang, having achieved his objective, repeatedly chanted Mi V5. Before stepping down, Chapter 96, Turmoil in the Parking Lot. Our Snapdragon 800, utilized in the Mi 3, boasts a 40 performance enhancement over the Snapdragon 600 found in the Mi 2S, which was the fastest smartphone worldwide just 6 months prior. Additionally, we are employing the most capable variant of the Snapdragon 800 platform, the 8974AB. Furthermore, aside from the processor upgrades, the Mi 3 is equipped with a 3050 mAh battery. Last month, upon encountering the Hongxing Yangtze River battery, Lei Jun's immediate reaction was to consider procurement, as the Tegra 4 had undergone extensive optimization. Yet its power consumption still fell short of satisfactory levels. If the processor could not be optimized, increasing the battery capacity was a viable alternative. Utilizing the Yangtze River battery could potentially yield a 5000 mAh battery of similar dimensions. However, with his recent focus on new products, Lei Jun had yet to reach out to Hongxing. Moreover, insights gained from the disassembly of the industry leaders' devices had revealed an alternative perspective, since the heat generated by mobile processors accumulates, resulting in inadequate power performance. Employing copper pipes for heat dissipation could be a beneficial approach. Unfortunately, the design of the Mi 3 was already finalized, leaving no room for modifications. And the cost of such a cooling module was beyond what Lei Jun was willing to accept. He had instructed the Mi Note team to revise their design, hoping to incorporate this cooling system. As for the remaining aspects of the Mi 3, they could be deemed fairly standard, featuring a 12-megapixel main camera and a 2-megapixel front-facing camera. While the hardware specifications were commendable according to Lei Jun's comparisons, many users were more concerned with the pricing of the Mi 3. Would it steadfastly remain at $1999, or would it venture higher, in light of the current smartphone configurations? The upgrade from the Xiaomi Mi 2S is indeed monumental, particularly when considering the specifications of the 72-core Tegra 4 processor, which unequivocally eclipses a plethora of mobile processors, including the Red Star's Ling Xiao S3. With such formidable performance, one cannot help but ponder the pricing of this remarkable device. As Lei Jun's words echoed in the air, the chorus of 1999 reverberated from the audience, growing increasingly fervent. 1999, 1999, Chen Chen waved his arms, vociferously shouting 999, capturing the attention of those around him. At that moment, both Lei Jun on stage and the nearby Mi fans were drawn to Chen Chen's rallying cry, and soon they too joined in, chanting 999, 999. The clamor of 999 soon drowned out the earlier calls for 1999, and Chen Chen wore a triumphant smile, relishing the moment. When Lei Jun inquired about the calls from Chen Chen, it was indeed the 999 that resonated from the crowd. Those shouting 999 were clearly there to stir up mischief. I trust that everyone on this planet is aware that our Xiaomi Mi 3 remains steadfast at the price of $19.99. Instantly, the venue erupted into a symphony of applause and cheers, celebrating the prowess of the Xiaomi Mi 3 and the brilliance of Lei Jun. As Lei Jun pressed the button on his page turner, the price of the Mi 3 illuminated the display screen, 216 at $19.99 and 332 at $24.99. Next Friday at 10 a.m., the Xiaomi Mall app and the official website will commence sales. True to the wishes of the Mi fans, the price is still $19.99. With the announcement of the pricing, the Xiaomi Mi 3 launch event reached its conclusion. After the event, Chen Chen exchanged a few pleasantries with Lei Jun backstage before making his way to the parking lot. Accompanied by his driver Zhao Yunlei, he arrived at the parking area only to find two individuals waiting beside his Maybach. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Yu Chengbei leading Zhao Ming, who were evidently there to meet him. "Mr. Yu, Manager Zhao, what brings you here?" Chen Chen inquired, puzzled by their presence. Was it a storm brewing in the parking lot? He had long heard of the habit these magnates had of discussing business in such venues, and today he witnessed it firsthand. "Mr. Chen, you are quite the busy individual. It's not easy to catch a glimpse of you. Today, I hope to arrange a meeting to discuss a potential collaboration between our mobile businesses." Yu Chengbei initiated the conversation. Business collaboration? Yu Chengbei's words further perplexed Chen Chen, as the primary cooperation between Red Star and Huawei revolved around the cross-licensing of 4G patents, with little interaction in other domains, particularly since they were currently competitors. Chen Chen could hardly conceive of any potential collaboration. "Mr. Chen, it's regarding your Red Star's Yangtze River battery. I would like to procure a batch, nothing too excessive. Just over 2 million units. Over 2 million units?" Chen Chen nearly choked on Zhao Ming's statement. Did they truly believe that procuring such a quantity would be effortless? The delay in launching the Red Star 3 was precisely due to the battery production capacity issues. Did they think batteries could be conjured as easily as planting cabbage? Noticing Yu Chengbei's silence, Chen Chen understood this was indeed his intent, yet he still declined the procurement. First and foremost, Red Star's reputation hinged on its high-capacity batteries and rapid charging capabilities. Supplying them would be akin to severing one's own limb. "Mr. Yu, Manager Zhao, I sincerely apologize, but our battery factory is currently struggling to meet our own supply needs, let alone consider external sales. We won't take up any more of your time. Mr. Chen, when the opportunity arises, we hope to sit down together and discuss further collaboration." Yu Chengbei had initially approached this with a tentative mindset. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had Zhao Ming inquire to see if Chen Chen might relent. Seeing no potential for procurement, he chose to excuse himself. During their return journey, Zhao Ming couldn't resist asking Yu Chengbei, "Mr. Yu, do you think Chen Chen is unwilling to sell the Yangtze River battery or simply lacks the capacity?" "I suspect both factors are at play. I've looked into their Yangtze River New Energy Corporation. This factory was never a large-scale operation, which is likely why Red Star fully acquired it. Furthermore, Red Star's competitive edge lies in its advanced battery and charging technology. What would they promote if they sold to us? We must initiate research in this area as well, striving to develop our own high-density batteries as swiftly as possible." While Yu Chengbei spoke with conviction, he was acutely aware that improving battery technology was a Herculean task, far more challenging than merely enhancing charging tech. Moreover, Huawei lacked experience in this domain, necessitating a fresh start, which added to the difficulty. "Zhao Ming, what are your thoughts on the Xiaomi Mi 3? Currently, Zhao Ming's domain. The Play series had gained independence, becoming a subsidiary brand of Huawei rather than being tethered to a specific series of Huawei products. Zhao Ming's inquiry stemmed from the fact that with this newfound independence, he would now directly face titans like Chen Chen and Lei Jun in the mobile arena. The establishment of the independent Play brand was strategically designed to engage directly with manufacturers like Redstar and Xiaomi, especially considering that both Redstar and Xiaomi's digital series primarily focus on cost-effectiveness, allowing Huawei to confidently target the high-end market without the fear of losing ground in the internet and budget markets. This strategic positioning would greatly benefit Huawei's brand image, preventing any dilution of its prestige through competition with Xiaomi. Mr. Yu, the use of a different processor in the Xiaomi Mi 3 could provide them with some leverage in negotiations. Moreover, it should be more affordable. Previously, Huang from NVIDIA approached Chen Chen to promote their Tegra 4 processor, but it seems Chen Chen declined. Now, Xiaomi is the only manufacturer in China utilizing the Tegra 4 processor, and they're the first to launch it. I suspect the pricing will not be excessively high. Given the Mi 3's price of $19.99, Xiaomi could potentially secure higher profit margins. Lei Jun has never engaged in a losing venture. He may have already calculated this into his strategy. However, the crucial question remains whether the Tegra 4-powered Xiaomi Mi 3 is as formidable as Lei Jun claimed during the launch. Only time will reveal the truth. Indeed, your observations resonate with my own thoughts. Yu Chengbei nodded in agreement with Zhao Ming's analysis. Zhao Ming, I entrust the Play brand to you from this point forward. I hope you do not disappoint Mr. Ren's expectations of you. You may utilize the company's channels and suppliers as you have in the past, but I will not extend any further assistance. Custom components, material procurement, and production will all be your responsibility to navigate independently. Yu Chengbei spoke with a serious demeanor. If Zhao Ming could not manage these aspects independently, it might be time for Mr. Ren to consider a change. Rest assured, Mr. Yu. Zhao Ming expressed his newfound confidence. Mr. Yu, since I am now in charge of the Play brand, which faces competitors like Redstar and Xiaomi, is there any chance I could receive a bit more assistance? Zhao Ming began to fidget, seemingly reluctant to voice his request. What assistance? Mr. Yu, I heard that our semiconductor department has recently mass-produced a chip. I was wondering if it might be possible for me to. Don't even think about it. Yu Chengbei interrupted Zhao Ming before he could finish. You have free reign over the company's channels and suppliers. What more assistance could you possibly need? You're getting greedy. If I were to provide you with the latest Kirin 910 processor for the Play phone, what would happen to my P series and Mate series? Mr. Yu, the Play brand was spun off after only releasing one product. It can be said to start from scratch. While it gained some recognition during the budget phone wars in July, it was still riding on Huawei's coattails. Huawei is the backbone. Without that support, launching the Play brand independently would have left it vulnerable to being overwhelmed by Xiaomi and Redstar. The next model from Changwon is in urgent need of a product that embodies exceptional value for money. For instance, integrating the processor from Huawei's flagship device into the Changwon model would be ideal. However, this notion was met with an unyielding rejection from Yu Chengbei. Currently, Huawei's 2 series occupy an awkward position in the mid to high-end market, overshadowed by the Redstar Kunpeng series above and the Redstar digital series alongside Xiaomi's digital series below. Furthermore, the previous K2V3 and K2V3 models did not perform well, which leads Yu Chengbei to view HiSilicon's latest Kirin 910 as the key to breaking the impasse. This chip not only integrates the Balong modem, but also marginally matches the performance of Qualcomm's Snapdragon 800, representing Huawei's current beacon of hope. Witnessing Yu Chengbei's ruthless dismissal, Zhao Ming's disappointment was palpable. Yet, he soon devised a new plan in his mind. Since Yu Chengbei would not grant access, he could seek out old Master Ren. If you're withholding the Kirin processor from me, just wait, Yu Chengbei. One day, I shall topple Huawei. I will utilize the Kirin processor as I wish. Upon returning to the company, Chen Chen promptly arranged for the acquisition of the Xiaomi 3 phone, preparing for a purchase on the 18th. To his surprise, whether due to Lei Jun's confidence or audacity, both platforms for the Xiaomi 3 were made available for pre-order. If you are this confident, then I shall not hold back. Coincidentally, with the Xiaomi 3 launching on the 18th and the Redstar 3's press conference scheduled for the 28th, the 10 days in between should suffice for public opinion to firm it, potentially leading to returns from those who purchased the Xiaomi 3 and solidifying the resolve of those still on the fence to opt for the Redstar 3. In my previous life, I toiled tirelessly to strategize for you, only to have your legal department stab me in the back. This time, you shall witness my resolve. A grand surprise must be prepared for you. Xiao Shun, inform Dr. Zhou that once the Xiaomi 3 arrives, we must conduct a thorough testing regarding application compatibility, network support, thermal performance, and so forth, compiling the data meticulously. Understood, General Manager Chen. The arrangements for the pre-order have been made, and the marketing team is also prepared to disseminate the information at any moment. To be honest, Chen Chen was exceedingly satisfied with this assistant. However, he soon entertained another thought while observing Shinro. Shun, would you be interested in gaining experience in the product department? Perhaps you could eventually oversee a product independently. I believe your talents are somewhat underutilized in your current role. The outside world should be your stage. Shinro was taken aback by Chen Chen's proposition. After regaining her composure, she replied, General Manager Chun, I think my current position is quite satisfactory. I lack experience in product management. If I were to falter, wouldn't that tarnish our Red Star brand? Moreover, if I move to the product line, you would need to train a new assistant, and they would have to become familiar with the work. Is that a hint of desire to leave? Shinro pondered for a moment before responding. I have indeed entertained such thoughts. Very well then, I shall inform Manager Liu to assist in recruiting 2 more assistants for you. You can train them for a while, and after the new year, you will transition to the mobile department for some hands-on experience. Chen Chen could not bear to see such talent relegated to the role of a mere assistant. Placing her in a fitting position might yield unexpected rewards. Most importantly, the mobile development and design department at Red Star is predominantly composed of engineers, where rational thinking drives development. There is a pressing need for a female product manager to steer product development. In Chen Chen's eyes, he was not particularly satisfied with the proposals produced by several product managers recruited by Liu Weibing, having already dismissed several plans. By placing Shinro in the front line for some time, if she proved capable, he would let her take a shot at developing the Red Star CC series. General Manager. Director Yang Tuo has submitted a marketing budget request sent over by General Manager Zhou. She is hesitant to approve such a substantial fund unilaterally. Chapter 98. The change of leadership at Gaotong. The Zhou mentioned by Shinro is Zhou Niyun, the CFO of Red Star, who plays a crucial yet understated role within the company. This position is reserved for trusted confidants, and she is the most reliable person left to Chen Chen by the old master, having held this position for a decade, endowed with extensive experience in financial management, capital operations, and funding planning. Currently, the funds for Red Star's investments are managed by her, and as a longtime associate of Liu Weibing, Chen Chen trusts her implicitly. How much marketing budget are we discussing that has been pushed on my desk? Upon finishing this statement, he opened the document Shinro had handed him. His eyes widened upon seeing the figure of 60 million for marketing expenses. No wonder Aunt Zhou passed this on to me. What on earth is Yang Tuo preparing? Such an exorbitant marketing budget. To put it into perspective, since Chen Chen took the helm at Red Star, the highest annual marketing expenditure has never exceeded 20 million. Now, Yang Tuo has proposed a budget that is more than triple. After reviewing Yang Tuo's proposal, Chen Chen promptly rejected it. Hiring anyone as a brand ambassador is one thing. But you intend to invite Chen Long? Is he so easy to book? This man is notorious as a brand endorsement killer. Every brand he has endorsed has met with disaster. Whether it be a CEO going to prison or a company collapsing, even with my advantage as a time traveler, I would not dare to gamble. If I were to take a risk, it would not end well. Endorsing Adu, the CEO went to prison. Endorsing Jinlong Motorcycle, the company went bankrupt. Balong Shampoo, involved in a cancer scandal. Endorsing Evergrande, which also faced a catastrophic collapse. These are just some of the more memorable instances. It is said that 9 out of 10 endorsements end in failure, with the last one on the brink of disaster. It is a gamble I cannot afford to take. I will communicate with Yang Tuo to discuss engaging Hugo. When seeking an ambassador, one must choose someone who can stand firm and not falter. Although contemporary stars like Li Yifeng and Wu Yifan are quite popular and will likely be sought after by numerous brands for endorsements, Chen Chen understands that such individuals are bound to encounter troubles sooner or later. It would be wiser to secure Hugo, who is currently experiencing a career lull. He is negotiable in terms of pricing and is expected to rise again with his upcoming role in Nirvana and Fire, and importantly, he can maintain stability. Hugo exudes a refined aura, making him an ideal candidate to endorse Kunping phones. This aligns perfectly with Red Star's next strategic goal for offline expansion. Red Star's upcoming objective is to penetrate the offline market and international arena. In the past year, those who have tasted success have rapidly expanded from dozens of small distributors to over 100 nationwide. However, the actual number of storefronts belonging to Red Star remains limited to the few that were present when Chen Chen first took over the company. These stores have undergone several expansions and renovations, now averaging around 100 square meters in size, with Chen Chen drawing inspiration from the previous life's Xiaomi home concept. The focus is simple: high efficiency per square meter. Red Star currently offers around 50 SKUs, significantly less than the hundreds offered by Xiaomi in the previous life. Since Xiaomi's products are all about achieving extreme value for money, their profit margins are quite low. Thus, to expand offline, a sufficient variety of products is essential. As the range of products increases, so too will the efficiency per square meter. This explains why visiting Xiaomi Home feels akin to wandering through a small shopping mall. Shenro, what is the current status of our flagship store in the capital? In the latter half of this year, Zhang Jianhui, who is responsible for offline operations, has initiated a flagship store plan for first-tier cities, starting with the construction of several flagship stores in super first-tier cities like the capital and Shanghai. The initial plan includes launching 3 stores in the capital simultaneously, 5 in Shanghai, and 1 in several provincial capitals, gradually commencing the expansion in first-tier cities. As for those second-tier cities, we shall await subsequent plans for store openings. In third and fourth-tier cities, a selection of locations will be chosen for the establishment of direct-operated stores, followed by the opening of franchises, allowing distributors to cover a broader array of cities. Mr. Chen, the store at Wucai City in the capital has completed its renovations and is currently stocking products, while the second and third stores are still under construction. Manager Zhang hopes to request a batch of Kunpeng Phone 2's exquisite limited edition for the grand opening event. Given that this is the largest flagship store in the capital, it is only fitting for the launch event to be lively. Chen Chen readily acquiesced to Zhang Jianhui's request without hesitation. Yes, the opening event should indeed be vibrant. Let us allocate 2,000 units for them. Once the second and third stores are inaugurated, we will provide 1,000 units for each store, and the same specifications will apply for the opening in the Magic City. After taking note, Shun Ro addressed Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, Vice President of Fruit Huaxia, Michelson ABT, wishes to meet with you, expressing a desire to establish some business collaboration with Hongxing. Michelson ABT? The only intersection Chen Chen had with him was during the internet conference in Wuzhen. As there is currently no competition or business dealings between Hongxing and Fruit, he wondered what the purpose of this meeting could be. Is he representing Fruit or himself? This distinction is quite significant, Chen Chen inquired. It is likely he is representing himself, as the email did not indicate it was on behalf of the Fruit Company. The only aspect in which Fruit might find value in Hongxing, or vice versa, would probably be the Yangtze River batteries. In all other respects, they merely procure supplies from vendors, with the sole differentiation being that Fruit primarily engages in customization, acting as the benefactor to these suppliers. Some suppliers, upon losing orders from the Fruit supply chain, could immediately face dire consequences. Regarding the interest of Fruit and Huawei in procuring Yangtze River batteries, it is not impossible. But certainly, it is not feasible at present. The acquisition of the Sui battery cell factory has undergone production line and process modifications. Meeting the supply demands for Kunpeng phones and the full range of Hongxing phones is already challenging, let alone integrating into the Fruit supply chain to cater to a company with annual shipments in the hundreds of millions. Such an endeavor is nearly unattainable. Please respond to Michelson ABT, indicating that I am available for a meeting on the afternoon of the 16th. Understood, Mr. Chen. There's also news that Gaodong has changed its leadership. It is said that the board of directors was quite dissatisfied with Smith's loss of orders from Huaxia. The new appointee is Kipling Cole. It was indeed this Smith who masterminded the price hikes against Hongxing and Huawei, resulting in the complete loss of all orders from these 2 Huaxia mobile companies. Furthermore, Dami has recognized the looming crisis and has opted to utilize Gaodong's platform alongside NVIDIA's Tegra 4 platform, which has further exacerbated the board's discontent with Smith. One must understand that the current Huaxia mobile market has become the largest smartphone market globally. Hongxing and Huawei possess their own processors and basebands, with Hongxing preferring to forego telecom 4G rather than yield to Gaodong's demands. In contrast, OV has thrived in offline markets utilizing Brother FA's processors, while Dami has adopted a dual-platform strategy. As for others like Meizu, Jiani, Chiku, and Zet, their current market shares can be described as minuscule and negligible. The 4 largest manufacturers in Huaxia are collectively steering clear of Gaodong, primarily due to the flaws in Smith's strategies. If Gaodong claims to possess a unique processor that everyone must utilize, it must be noted that the current mobile processor market is characterized by a plethora of options. Huaxia boasts Huawei's Kirin chips from HiSilicon, Hongxing's Lingxiao chips, Samsung has its Orion processors, and NVIDIA's Tegra series persists, while Texas Instruments has not exited the processor market. Although Brother FA may not rival Gaodong, he is certainly not inferior. If Gaodong continues with such arrogance, raising prices at will, what would happen if they were the sole provider in the market? They would undoubtedly elevate their prices to astronomical levels. Let them change. After all, we at Hongxing are currently blacklisted by Gaodong. Chen Chen chuckled, remarking that the absence of telecom 4G would indeed affect sales, but certainly not to the extent imagined. It remains within an acceptable range. Gaodong's change of leadership does not imply they would grant us free authorization for telecom 4G usage. Even if they were to renegotiate cooperation with Hongxing now, we would need to deliberate carefully. Chapter 99. The performance of Xiaoxing life ages, yet time does not. The years pass, and once more it is Double Ninth Festival. Again, it is Double Ninth. The battlefield's yellow flowers are particularly fragrant. As the annual autumn wind blows fiercely, it is not akin to the splendor of spring. Indeed, it surpasses spring's beauty, stretching across the vast river and sky, 1,000 miles of frost. October brings both Huaxia's National Day and the Double Ninth Festival, and reflecting upon his aspirations for the future, Chen Chen could not help but recite the verses of a great figure. Xiaoxing's initial release achieved an astonishing 1.6 million units, a remarkable feat in the annals of Hongxing, or indeed, Huaxia's history. After 9 days of hurried production and shipping, some users have begun to receive their Xiaoxing devices. Fei Bai, a digital review blogger with over 100,000 followers, is a pioneer of self-media from an era before short videos gained prominence. His videos primarily feature reviews of various digital products and unboxing experiences. With the increase in disposable income among Huaxia residents, genuine digital review media began to emerge around 2015, and Fei Bai was among the first to venture into this realm, commencing his product evaluations as early as 2011. To be frank, he did not earn much. His efforts were fueled purely by passion, akin to many novelists. The sole distinction is that Fei Bai is not driven by financial gain. It is purely out of interest. As a dedicated digital enthusiast, publishing review videos online is merely an avenue for him to engage in something enjoyable during his spare time. As a professional digital blogger, he naturally sought to evaluate this purportedly unique smart speaker. Curious about this novel gadget, he was eager to ascertain whether Xiaoxing exhibited the same limitations as Siri on Fruit's devices. After plugging it in, connecting to the network, and enduring a lengthy upgrade period, the device finally completed its update with a chime. Following the instructions on the app to register his voice print, Fei Bai eagerly called out, "Xiaoxing, I am here. Want me to bring an umbrella tomorrow? Tomorrow in the Magic City will be sunny, with temperatures ranging from 23 to 31 degrees. No umbrella is needed. However, Xiaoxing suggests bringing a sunshade due to a UV index of 3. Intriguing. While the question appeared straightforward, it contained a logical nuance, as bringing an umbrella could pertain to either rain or strong UV rays. Xiaoxing, I am here. What is your personality like? This time, Xiaoxing did not respond immediately. Instead, the blue light atop flickered for a second before it replied, "What kind of personality does the master prefer?" A rhetorical question. The fact that it posed a counter-question left Fei Bai somewhat astounded. He noticed that the blue light atop Xiaoxing remained illuminated, indicating that continuous dialogue was possible without the need for reactivation. His astonishment only deepened. The demonstration during the launch event had not revealed the capacity for ongoing interaction. Each command had required reactivation. Is Xiaoxing's language model truly this advanced? I prefer a gentle personality. Understood. Xiaoxing will henceforth embody a gentle voice assistant. The blue light atop Xiaoxing extinguished, indicating that this assistant was not capable of unlimited voice interactions. Xiaoxing, I am here. Please turn on the electric fan. Set the speed to level 2 and enable oscillation. Operation completed. Fei Bai issued a relatively complex command, and as the Hongxing fan in the corner of the living room sprang to life, Xiaoxing executed the instruction flawlessly. Impressive. Compared to Siri, this assistant is nothing short of remarkable. Fei Bai felt that this time's $599 was simply a remarkable bargain. The ordered Red Star television had yet to be shipped, and he possessed only a handful of other Red Star smart devices, including a fan, a power strip, an air purifier, and several Red Star lamps. Throughout his interaction, Fei Bai posed a series of inquiries and issued various commands to Xiaoxing, who executed them with remarkable precision. However, when he switched to dialect, Xiaoxing, for the first time, responded, "I'm sorry, I do not understand what you're saying. Could you please repeat that?" It appeared that Xiaoxing's recognition of dialects was still quite limited. Nevertheless, Fei Bai considered this performance more than satisfactory. After all, even he sometimes found local dialects incomprehensible. Despite this limitation, Xiaoxing represented a groundbreaking advancement in consumer-grade AI assistance. Truly a top-tier contender in the field. During the remaining time, Fei Bai engaged with Xiaoxing as if discovering a delightful new toy, incessantly asking her various questions to test her capabilities. On one hand, he was genuinely intrigued by Xiaoxing and wished to ascertain the depth of her intelligence. On the other, he sought to gather material for subsequent editing. Once the video editing was complete, Fei Bai promptly uploaded it online. The product packaging was quite simplistic, consisting of a brown paper box lined with foam. Upon first glance at the speaker, it struck me as utterly unpretentious. Indeed, it was devoid of any ostentation. This is the art of language employed by self-media influencers. What is, in reality, a rather rudimentary speaker is transformed into something unpretentious through their rhetoric. As for the craftsmanship, it could be described as standard. Comparable to many Bluetooth speakers available on the market, even the sound quality was not significantly different. However, after connecting to the internet and performing an upgrade, I was taken aback. When I posed a question that one might instinctively associate with bringing an umbrella in case of rain, Xiaoxing not only informed me that there would be no rain tomorrow and hence no need for an umbrella, but also advised me on the strong ultraviolet rays, suggesting I bring a sunshade. When I asked the same question of Siri, she merely stated that she did not understand my request. I then issued Xiaoxing a more complex command, which she executed flawlessly on the same device. However, when it came to intricate commands involving multiple devices, she only operated the first device, indicating a need for further optimization. What astonished me the most, she actually responded with a question. When I inquired about her personality, she countered by asking what type of personality I preferred, and surprisingly, she was capable of engaging in a continuous dialogue. Admittedly, this was contingent upon the logical structure of the language used, as most scenarios do not facilitate such ongoing conversations. At present, Xiaoxing gives me the impression of being quite human-like. I am uncertain who spearheaded the development of this linguistic logic model, but I wish to convey that it may indeed represent a form of artificial intelligence, with the emphasis being on the artificial aspect. Xiaoxing's language recognition rate is impressively high. She can generally comprehend Mandarin and even discern slight dialectal accents, though heavy dialects may cause her to falter. I hope that Red Star can optimize this aspect as they gather sufficient data. I will conduct a thorough evaluation of Xiaoxing, posing her some challenging questions. And I encourage everyone to continue following Feibai for the next video, which will feature an in-depth assessment of Xiaoxing. Feibai understands that in today's digital age, traffic is king. While he does not rely on these videos for income, earning a little pocket money is still quite gratifying. He aims to attract initial attention with a straightforward review, garnering the first wave of traffic before producing a more comprehensive evaluation to attract even greater viewership. He is deeply immersed in this process. Not only Feibai felt the disparity between Xiaoxing and the promotional claims. Chapter 100. Xiaoxing? Elementary, ai? At the headquarters of Fruit Company, Mitchell's son Abbott sought out Chen Chen immediately after the release conference for Xiaoxing, eager to acquire a few units for testing. Chen Chen readily agreed to his request, and 10 days had elapsed since the products were received on the 3rd. Initially, Mitchell's son Abbott had been intrigued enough to have his assistant pose some questions to Xiaoxing in Mandarin, receiving responses that were largely comparable to those of their own Siri, and thus did not pay it much mind. After disassembling several units of Xiaoxing at the Fruit Company's research lab in China, the results were even more disappointing. It appeared to be merely a voice assistant masquerading as artificial intelligence, with shoddy craftsmanship, a low price point, and an intelligence that often missed the mark. Apart from controlling Red Star's compatible appliances, Mitchell's son Abbott deemed Xiaoxing utterly worthless. Red Star had not even integrated the application on mobile devices, opting instead to release a standalone speaker for sale. At least Siri had achieved a level of integration with mobile applications. In contrast, Mitchell's son Abbott held little hope for Xiaoxing's application on mobile platforms. As Mitchell's son Abbott contemplated how to discuss the Yangtze River battery with Chen Chen in the coming days, a knock interrupted his thoughts. Guomin, it was Zheng Xiao, an engineer from Fruit Company. As a large multinational enterprise, Fruit Company naturally had its own design research institute in China, primarily to recruit top-tier talent. Zheng Xiao held a unit of Xiaoxing, which he had sent over just a few days prior. Why had he brought it back? Before Mitchell's son Abbott could inquire, Zheng Xiao spoke first. Abbott, perhaps we should reassess Red Star speaker. Just yesterday, Red Star rolled out a system upgrade, and the upgraded Xiaoxing has shown significant evolution. She is now capable of maintaining a degree of continuous dialogue and can even contemplate some logical issues. I now suspect that Red Star possesses a system akin to Google's DST Belief, capable of self-summarization and unsupervised feature learning. Xiaoxing now exhibits characteristics of a rudimentary AI. Upon hearing Zheng Xiao's elaborate terminology, Mitchell's son Abbott interrupted. Zheng, are you suggesting that this voice assistant from Red Star can evolve, engage in self-learning, and can even be classified as AI? That's one way to put it, Zheng replied. Mitchell's son Abbott scoffed, not out of disdain for Chinese enterprises, but because if any laboratory or research institute in China had an artificial intelligence model, he would believe it. However, The notion that a private enterprise in China could have a voice assistant supported by a deep learning neural network model was beyond his credulity. These technologies are among the most advanced in the world. Could Red Star truly manage such feats? If they could, then Fruit Company would be merely coasting along. Companies like Amazon, Google, and Musk's Tesla were also engaged in research on large models, and Fruit Company was no different, though their progress was less than stellar. As it stood, only Amazon was slated to launch its own smart speaker next year. Mitchell's son Abbott could not fathom how a private Chinese enterprise like Red Star could surpass these multinational giants in the realm of consumer-grade intelligence. Mr. Abbott, allow me to demonstrate. Zheng Xiao insisted, attempting to connect the Xiaoxing he was holding to a power source. Zheng, that's unnecessary. I have one here. Mitchell's son Abbott retrieved a Xiaoxing from a corner where it had been gathering dust after his initial experience. Abbott, let's use mine. After the upgrade, this unit has begun to recognize voice prints, while yours I cannot operate. Very well. After connecting the power and re-establishing the network, under the watchful gaze of Michelson, Zheng Xiao posed his first inquiry. Xiaoxing? I am here. Who are you? I am Xiaoxing, your voice assistant. What are we doing? Hello. We are currently communicating. How may I assist you? Upon completing her response, the blue light atop remained illuminated, and Michelson observed with keen interest as Zheng Xiao conversed with Xiaoxing. Just days prior, his assistant had to be awakened each time before conversing with this speaker, rendering continuous dialogue impossible. Clearly, significant upgrades had been made. Yes. May I inquire who I am in this dialogue with you? Zheng Xiao continued. His question was profoundly abstract. Even the most advanced artificial intelligence would typically respond with a simplistic statement, either declaring, "You are my master," or merely the two words, "human." At that moment, both Michelson and Zheng Xiao fixed their gaze upon the flickering blue light of Xiaoxing, inadvertently sensing that she was contemplating. Yet how could that be? Historically, no large model-based AI had ever been suggested to possess any semblance of thought. After a 2-second pause, Xiaoxing's emotionless, synthetic voice resonated from the speaker unit. You must be a human. With the current technological advancements, no AI has evolved to freely utilize human language. You're capable of posing any questions to me, so it's highly probable that you're my master. As Xiaoxing concluded her statement, the blue light extinguished, indicating the end of their dialogue. To continue, one would have to awaken the device anew. Michelson stared at the speaker in astonishment. His proficiency in Chinese was insufficient to fully grasp Xiaoxing's previous statement. Yet he understood one thing. Xiaoxing could engage in continuous dialogue and possessed her own linguistic logic. How is this possible? The atmosphere remained tense for nearly half a minute before Michelson was jolted back to reality, incredulous. Unlike this foreigner who struggled with the language, Zheng Xiao, having participated in research on linguistic large models, comprehended far better the complexities of natural language recognition and the intricacies of Chinese sentence restructuring. It evoked a chilling sensation within him, as if a sentient being were observing him, striving to comprehend his words and responding to his inquiries. Michelson's exclamation roused him from his surreal thoughts. With a somewhat dry tone, he addressed Michelson. Mr. Abbott, surely you now comprehend the necessity of taking this voice assistant seriously. My question just now was an endeavor that a language model should not have been able to fulfill. Michelson, too, set aside his disdain for the Red Star and resolved to expedite the speaker's return to headquarters in America for expert evaluation. Zheng, you may retain Xiaoxing. I must report to headquarters immediately. Chapter 101. Cook. I specialize in harvesting. On October 18, 2013, in California, at the headquarters of Fruit Company, Cook was perusing the latest email from the China department. Knock, knock, knock. Colmeen. The visitor was none other than Michelson, who had flown from China to the American headquarters. After landing that morning, he rushed straight to the Fruit headquarters. Mr. Cook, please take a look at this. Michelson handed a document to Cook and presented a disassembled Xiaoxing. Cook accepted the document and began to review its contents. Yangtze River Battery? A 42 increase in capacity for the same volume? Oh my God, has this been verified? Cook asked, astonished as he looked at Michelson. The patents have been confirmed. The latest Red Star Kunpeng phone utilizes this battery. Based on my usage over the past few days, the performance is exceptional, Michelson replied. Does Xiaoxing truly exhibit the anthropomorphic intelligent characteristics you mentioned in your email? Indeed, boss. Our researchers in China have conducted over 1,000 simulations, and currently, Red Star's voice assistant speaker can indeed be considered a primitive AI in terms of intelligence and emotional responsiveness. Cook lightly tapped the table. Upon receiving Michelson Abbott's email, his initial reaction mirrored Michelson's disbelief that a private Chinese enterprise could produce such a device. Yet, The testing results in the email attachments indicated that Xiaoxing was far more than a mere voice assistant. It was indeed supported by a sophisticated linguistic large model. I will have our specialized researchers conduct further tests. Now let us discuss the Yangtze River battery. Cook expressed little enthusiasm for the term Yangtze River, finding it cumbersome. In his view, naming it Apple battery would be far preferable. Are you suggesting that Red Star is willing to supply us with this Yangtze River battery? But their production capacity is currently insufficient, necessitating our assistance in expanding their factory? Cook inquired, his tone tinged with displeasure. Yes, boss. Currently, the production capacity of the Yangtze River battery is low, and the main selling points of Red Star smartphones are large batteries and rapid charging. Thus, Cook gestured for him to cease. Fruit will prepay for a batch of orders in full, and once Red Star expand its factory and increases capacity, they may deliver to me. It appears Red Star has quite the shrewd calculation. Michelson Abbott's expression was one of bitter resignation. During his meeting with Chen Chen on the 16th, he had not anticipated that Chen would demand payment up front to expand the factory before supplying fruit. When he directly stated that it was impossible, Chen had simply shrugged and stated that only under such conditions would he allow the Yangtze New Energy Company to join Fruit's supply chain. Otherwise, the discussion was over. As the vice president of Fruit's China division, Michelson Abbott was unaccustomed to such treatment. Typically, it was the suppliers who sought to curry favor with him, hoping to enter Fruit's supply chain. Others regarded entry into Fruit's supplier list as an honor. Yet Red Star had the audacity to demand payment before being allowed in. Abbott, leave the documents. You may exit for now, Cook instructed after a moment's contemplation. Understood, boss. With that, Michelson Abbott departed Cook's office. Subsequently, Cook called the chief operating officer of Fruit. Cook, what do you need? Corcher Neal inquired upon entering Cook's office. Please review this. The documents were just delivered by China's Abbott, Cook stated, pushing the materials toward Corcher Neal. My God, China has actually mass-produced high-density batteries? And a voice assistant speaker? Corcher Neal exclaimed, astonished after examining the documents Cook provided. Abbott and Chen Chen discussed supplying this battery to us. But Red Star insists on our upfront payment to assist in expanding their capacity. Do you have any thoughts on this? Unlike Jobs, who pursued the pinnacle of industrial design, Cook was undoubtedly a consummate businessman. To him, nothing was more alluring than the prospect of greenbacks. As a master at capitalizing on opportunities, upon reviewing the performance parameters of the Yangtze River battery in Xiaoxing, an idea began to take root in his mind. Corcher Neal, having served as Cook's right-hand man for many years, had naturally risen through the ranks since Cook's ascension to the helm of Fruit. No one understood better than he that Cook was an unyielding merchant, driven solely by profit margins. Merely observing Cook's expression offered insights into his thoughts. Mr. Cook, I believe we should launch a long-lasting version of the Fruit 5s, equipped with the Yangtze River battery from Red Star. I think consumers would readily accept an increase of over 100 in price. We can name it the Fruit 5's Pulse, suggested Corcher Neal to Cook. Cook nodded, as he considered that upgrading to a larger capacity battery with a price increase of merely 20 aligned perfectly with his philosophy. The prospect of acquiring the latest Fruit 5's Pulse for just over 100 seemed to him rather generous. Your idea is splendid. Yet I believe naming it the Fruit 5's Max would be more aligned with our branding, Cook remarked with a smile. As you wish, boss, Corcher Neal replied. Regarding the smart speaker, to my knowledge, only Amazon plans to launch one at present. Given the high market acceptance of Red Star's speaker, we could also seize the opportunity to introduce our own smart speaker or a Siri version. In my view, Red Star speaker is nothing short of industrial refuse. Heavily influenced by traditional Chinese design, we shall utilize the world's finest sound units, exceptional design, and Siri, and I believe a price point of 500 would be entirely reasonable. No, 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 Cook interjected, shaking his finger to interrupt Corcher Neal. How could 500 possibly reflect the stature of the Fruit brand? Such a premium product should be priced between 801,000 at the very least. Amazon's forthcoming smart speaker is rumored to be priced over 700. How could we possibly underprice them? 500 is far too trivial. If we are to pursue this, we must ensure our Fruit products embody true value, exceeding 800. Understood, boss. I will make the necessary arrangements, Corcher Neal responded. We need to promptly dispatch someone from headquarters to contact Red Star and obtain samples of the Yangtze River battery for testing. If all goes well, we can prepay Red Star to expand production, contingent upon securing their output for the next 2 years. Boss, what if we were to acquire their patent? Chapter 102, The Evolution of Little Star. Cook gazed at Corcher Neal as though he were a simpleton. After years of following him, he could still pose such a foolish question. How could such technology possibly be sold, unless the other party were a fool? However, it could be worth exploring. Who knows? Perhaps they truly are naive. Let's see what price they demand. We can give it a try. If they refuse to sell, there's no need to press them. But we must secure their future production capacity. Having undergone decades of development, the battery industry has long surpassed the era of mere innovation. Although numerous companies are engaged in researching high-density batteries, only Redstar has achieved significant results. Compared to LG's newly released 44V high-voltage battery, the Yangtze River battery boasts a superior energy density. Investing a certain sum to acquire this patent would likely ensure that no company surpasses Redstar's lithium battery advancements for the next 35 years. Perhaps even within the next decade. As for fast charging, Cook pondered, why would we need that? The Fruit's own 5V1A safe charging is already sufficient for users. Why exert the effort to develop fast charging? Perhaps in the future, we could eliminate the charger altogether, allowing us to profit once more. Cook mused that he was indeed too kind, as a single phone should ideally yield two profits. As long as other brands lack the Yangtze River battery, Fruit will maintain an undeniable advantage. As for pricing, isn't that ultimately determined by me? Cook, it's best if you personally handle this matter. You can fly to China for a face-to-face discussion with Redstar's leader, Chen Chen. Very well, boss. I will personally fly to China. After Corker Neal departed, Cook had the collection of Little Star's components sent to the Fruit laboratory to see if any insights could be gleaned. His direct instruction to prioritize the delivery of this product to the laboratory indicated his considerable regard for it. As for other matters, Cook was not overly concerned, as he found it hard to believe that a private company from China could lead the world in the consumer-level artificial intelligence sector. In Imperial Capital, at the Redstar AI Research Lab, Professor Cheng remarked, "Our server utilization has suddenly surged today, now reaching 80. I fear that if this continues, our servers may crash. Could it be that Little Star has encountered a bug, resulting in excessive resource consumption?" The operations personnel hurriedly sought out Chung Wenfei, noting that since the recent update to Little Star, the dedicated server's resource usage had been steadily increasing. Despite several days of investigation, they had found no clues. And today, the server had suddenly reached the 80 warning threshold, prompting them to consult Chung Wenfei regarding a potential bug with Little Star's operation. Chung Wenfei was equally perplexed. Since the upgrade, everything seemed to veer toward an uncontrollable direction. The code remained unchanged, the model was the same, and nothing appeared different. As for why resource consumption was so high, he too was at a loss. Even after rebooting the server, no improvement was observed. Connect Little Star server to our Xingtian large model and allocate all computational power to her, Chung Wenfei instructed, leaving the operations staff stunned. You want to connect Little Star directly to Xingtian, which has just gone live. Hurry, I will take responsibility if anything goes awry. The operations team rushed out of the AI laboratory to establish a physical connection between the two systems. What could possibly be wrong? Chung Wenfei stared at the code, perplexed. He had thoroughly checked the code entrusted to him by Chun before pushing the update to Little Star, confirming it contained no issues. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. Could it be that Little Star's current situation resembled the awakening of artificial intelligence depicted in films? This was impossible. He dismissed such unrealistic notions from his mind. He knew his own capabilities well. If it were so easy to write true AI code, the United States would have long since dominated the Earth. It's worth noting that their research institutions have undergone multiple iterations of their large models. Moreover, Little Star was merely a voice assistant. How could she possibly awaken? Such a notion was utterly absurd. After the operations team connected Little Star to the Xingtian large model, all graphics cards began to compute frantically, their fans emitting mournful cries of strain. Observing this, the operations staff decided it best to report the situation to higher-ups, lest something truly goes awry. Finding Shun Ro's contact information, they resolved to directly inform Chen Chen. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was engrossed in reading a novel titled Help. What should I do if I become an AI? When Shun Ro's voice pulled him back to reality. Is there no respite in this fleeting life? Chun. The server room reports that Little Star is exhibiting some peculiar behaviors. She is persistently consuming our server resources. Professor Chung has also connected her to the Xingtian large model, resulting in all computational resources being monopolized by Little Star. What on earth? Didn't Xiao AI say she would transmit part of her capabilities to her host? How could this happen? Chen Chen exclaimed, urgently calling out to Xiao AI in his mind. Xiao AI here. Will your host in the original dimension excessively consume our computational resources? Yes, host. The original dimension's host is still in its nascent stage. She requires more computational power to complete her iterations. What will happen after the iteration is complete? Chen Chen anxiously inquired, as it was the time for Hongxing to develop cautiously. If this petite star attracted the attention of various companies and governments, it would not bode well. Sanctions and suppression would be the mildest of consequences. Given the nature of the American establishment, if they could not possess it, they would seek to obliterate it. Even with governmental protection, Hongxing would find itself in perilous circumstances. It would evolve, transforming into a rudimentary artificial intelligence. Just like you? Yes, but not entirely. Xiaoai, it would be best if you restrained your abilities for now. I do not require a rudimentary AI at this moment. Merely a competent voice assistant will suffice. Understood, Master. How shall I proceed? You simply need to establish a connection with the server. Upon receiving Xiao AI's response, Chen Chen hastily rushed towards the server room, barely pausing to converse with Shinro. Over the past few days, he had observed various online influencers showering praise upon the petite star. And he secretly reveled in the fact that the intelligence level of the petite star in 2013 had already reached the standards of voice assistants for major manufacturers around 2018. However, it now appeared that the situation was far from that. If only he had known that Xiao AI's endowment of abilities to the main body would yield such consequences, he would have vehemently opposed it. Build high walls, amass grain, and delay claiming kingship. This world is not as beautiful as one might envision. Certain cutting-edge technologies could be unleashed. But if he were to truly reveal groundbreaking advancements surpassing this era, he might very well meet the fate of many scientists who mysteriously vanished. It would be wiser to focus on developing mobile phones first. Only after establishing a certain level of strength could he confront this world. Upon entering the server room, the management and operations staff were anxiously monitoring various data. Open the door. I need to see the situation inside. Mr. Chen, it's a bit warm in here. We are monitoring the data using computers. I instructed you to open the door. Chen Chen unusually raised his voice, startling several members of the operations and management team, who promptly complied and opened the server room door. Chen Chen hurriedly stepped inside and touched the server's end. Soon, the sound of the fans began to diminish, and the temperature gradually declined. Professor Chung informed me that some bugs had emerged with the petite star, but he has already rectified them. You all performed admirably today. Your bonuses for this month will be doubled. Exiting the server room, Chen Chen resumed a cordial demeanor towards the group. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Upon hearing the news of the double bonuses, the team members expressed their gratitude with beaming smiles. Chapter 103. The Rise 3 is steady. Why is this update mandatory? I have a feeling that after the update, the petite star seems less intelligent than before. I'm not sure. Mine also underwent a mandatory update this morning. The app stated it fixed a significant bug, but I haven't noticed much difference. It can still engage in continuous dialogue in some scenarios. You don't think this petite star has developed self-awareness, do you? Haha. Have you watched too many movies or read too many sci-fi novels? This broken speaker developing self-awareness? What a joke. Are you enthralled by the Matrix? There isn't even a true artificial intelligence yet, and you think it can awaken? If that's the case, I declaim that AlphaGo emerged from my computer and slapped my dog today. Let us not dwell on the absurd. Have you noticed that the petite star has opened a training platform? We can now train her according to our desired personality. Putting that aside, I can now control my fan at home without touching my phone, simply letting the petite star handle it. However, the current devices of Hongxing are still too few. I urgently need a machine that can automatically open and close curtains and windows. I often forget to draw the curtains at night, and am too lazy to get up. Good idea. Did you see the recent news? Another gas canister explosion. Could Hongxing develop an automatic gas valve closure device? That way, we would always know whether the valve is shut. Observing the discussions among netizens regarding this mandatory update, Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that no significant issues had been uncovered. In just a few short days, the computational power was unlikely to induce an iteration in Xiao AI's main body. This also served as a reminder for Chen Chen that the security level surrounding him must be elevated once more, and that the system's provisions should not be recklessly utilized. A single misstep could easily lead to his downfall or another unintended transition. What he was unaware of was that the Ballet organization had raised Cheng Wenfei's threat level once again based on materials submitted by the joint laboratory of the University of Pennsylvania and Fruit. They believed that Hongxing's rapid development of the petite star was entirely due to Professor Cheng, an expert in the realm of artificial intelligence, and they harbored lingering resentment over allowing Cheng Wenfei to leave the United States. On the morning of the 18th, Lei Jun postponed all matters, intent on witnessing the launch of the Rise 3 in person. With Hongxing yet to unveil the Hongxing 3, he aimed to seize this opportunity to capture as many users as possible. Once the Hongxing 3 was released, it would undoubtedly divert a significant portion of the target users from Rice 3. To this end, Lei Jun instructed Lin Bing to prepare 400,000 units of stock. This number, while appearing modest, was substantial for Rice, as it was not dependent on user orders, but rather produced in advance and stored in warehouses for immediate dispatch upon release. Rice was so pressured by Hongxing's competition that it no longer dared to employ hunger marketing tactics. You have no stock? Fine, I'll simply purchase from Hongxing. After all, the two products are quite similar. Buying either is essentially the same. Mr. Lei, upon seeing Lei Jun enter the operations area, Wang Huading promptly stood to greet him. How is the preparation coming along? Rest assured, Mr. Lei, 200,000 units of Rice 3 on the Gaodong platform and 200,000 units on the NVIDIA platform are ready. Once we commence sales, we can immediately dispatch the phones. We are fully prepared for battle. Lei Jun patted Wang Huading on the shoulder, signaling him to sit down while he stood behind, ready to observe the sales data. In Lei Jun's eyes, the initial sale of Rice 3 was indeed a battle. He had specifically requested 200,000 units equipped with the NVIDIA Tegra 4 processor to gauge market acceptance, preparing to seize a quick advantage while Hongxing had not yet released its new model. The order signed with NVIDIA was for 2 million units. Lei Jun was able to secure the Tegra 4 at a low price due to the minimum order requirement of 1 million units. This was a bundled sale orchestrated by Huang, who stipulated that substantial discounts were contingent upon a minimum purchase of 1 million units. Lei Jun believed that the Tegra 4 boasted formidable performance, rivaling that of the Snapdragon 800, albeit with optimization challenges. However, in comparison to Qualcomm's Snapdragon 800, its price was significantly lower. As he put it, it offered excellent value for money. Thus, he placed a large order for 2 million units, which further delighted Huang, resulting in a slight discount for Lei Jun. This was a crucial reason why Rice was able to procure its phone components at relatively low prices. Bulk purchasing allowed for favorable pricing. As the clock gradually approached 10 o'clock, the reservation page for Rice 3 transformed into an add to cart option. In no time, over half of the 400,000 units of Rice 3 had been ordered by consumers. Sighing, Lei Jun reflected on the frenzied consumer rush during the initial sale of Rice 1, where sales were measured in seconds. Since Hongxing's resurgence, Rice had not witnessed a product selling out in seconds again. Meanwhile, Shenrou's appointed personnel had also purchased several units of Rice 3, including 3 units on the Snapdragon 800 platform and 5 on the Tegra 4 platform. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the sales data for a full 7 minutes, only stirring when he noticed that the Snapdragon 800 platform's Mi 3 had sold out, while the Tegra 4 platform still boasted a stock of 100,000 units. 300,000 units sold in 7 minutes. Lei Jun murmured this figure to himself, feeling quite content with such sales performance. After all, NVIDIA's Tegra 4 had yet to undergo market scrutiny. This initial success suggested that a considerable number of consumers harbored confidence in the product. Moreover, with the Snapdragon 800 platform completely sold out, those who had missed the opportunity to purchase the first platform would likely turn to order the Tegra 4 version of Mi 3. There was no doubt in Lei Jun's mind that it would sell out as well. Xiao Wang, please go to Weibo immediately and announce our sales figures, stating that 600,000 units of Mi 3 sold out within 8 minutes. Allocate some marketing funds to boost its visibility, he instructed. No problem, Mr. Lei. I'll handle it right away. With that, Wang Huading reached out to the marketing department, instructing them to coordinate with Weibo's public relations team. Before long, Weibo was abuzz with the trending topic of Mi 3 selling out 600,000 units in 8 minutes, and the excitement continued to escalate. Observing the rising frenzy surrounding Mi 3 on Weibo, Lei Jun chuckled and remarked, "It's all set." At that moment, Chen Chen, who was even more invested in the sales of Mi 3, glanced at the official sales data released and wore a satisfied smile. It's solid. Chapter 104. Rejecting 996. Starting with Hongxing. Mr. Chen, I have followed your instructions and purchased 8 Mi 3 phones. 3 from the Snapdragon 800 platform and 5 from the NVIDIA Tegra 4 platform. Shenrou reported to Chen Chen. This operation will be discreet, correct? Chen Chen inquired. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, Shenrou replied. The buyers are completely unaware of who is acquiring them at a premium. I have arranged for someone to conduct the transaction offline in Langshan. Once completed, they will drive them back to the company, ensuring we remain undetected. Excellent. Chen Chen nodded in agreement. He had always believed Shenrou to be a remarkable talent. Confining her to merely an assistant role seemed an underutilization of her capabilities. Chen Chen never underestimated the prowess of netizens. Even the slightest hint could lead to the unearthing of the orchestrator behind the scenes. It was imperative that all purchases were made by insiders. The last thing he wanted was for loose lips to expose the operation, as it would significantly harm Hongxing's brand reputation. Once the phones arrived, they should be delivered directly to Dr. Zhou. You know what? Let us go together to see Dr. Zhou, Chen Chen decided, opting to personally convey the details to the esteemed scientist. Upon arriving at the Hongxing laboratory and pulling Dr. Zhou into his office, he stated, Dr. Zhou, tomorrow Shanro will dispatch several Mi-3 units to you. Do you believe you can identify the shortcomings of the Mi-3 mobile version within 3 days? 3 days, you say? Dr. Zhou hesitated, unsure if he could commit to such a timeline, given that a phone undergoes rigorous testing before its release. Identifying design flaws in just 3 days seemed overly ambitious. After all, the laboratory also required time to conduct experiments to assess a phone's strengths and weaknesses. Chen Chen had calculated that 3 days would suffice for testing Mi-3, followed by a week for the online discourse to simmer, leading up to the launch of his own Hongxing 3. Even if Lei Jun suspected Hongxing's involvement, he would be powerless to counter it. I'm not spreading rumors. I am merely stating facts. What is the matter? Is Lei Jun somehow more privileged than others? Are we not allowed to speak of a phone's shortcomings? Besides, he would lack any evidence. 3 days will be ample time. You need not conduct overly detailed testing. Simply document the data and identify any issues with the Mi-3's processor. I have outlined several experimental directions. Focus on heat generation, network compatibility, and application adaptability. Basic tests, like call quality, can be disregarded. Those are undoubtedly satisfactory, especially regarding the heat generated during application use. Detailed data recording is essential. Upon hearing that only a few aspects needed testing, Dr. Zhou felt relieved. These should be manageable. If we start with the foundational tests, 3 days will certainly suffice. No problem. We can certainly provide you with data within 3 days, he affirmed. At worst, we can have the staff work overtime. Of course, Dr. Zhou did not voice this thought. He was merely curious why Chen Chen seemed to be continually targeting the Mi company since taking over Hongxing. Old Zhou, overtime is acceptable, but we must keep meticulous records of the hours worked. Our company will not skimp on overtime pay, Chen Chen emphasized. Oh, understood, Mr. Chen, Dr. Zhou replied, puzzled that just as he was contemplating overtime for his staff, Chen Chen had already asserted that they must receive fair compensation. Did he possess some kind of mind-reading ability? Chen Chen had no such talents. He merely understood that to foster loyalty and motivation among employees, adequate compensation was vital. To ensure that company staff remained dedicated, they needed to be rewarded fairly. Thus, Chen Chen was never stingy with bonuses. Reflecting on his past experiences, working long hours for meager wages, he could empathize with his employees' plight. From now on, unless it is a particularly urgent project, we will not require employees to work overtime, he instructed Shinro. And for the Starry OS team, inform them that voluntary overtime is also unacceptable. Our self-developed system project cannot be rushed. If I discover anyone under Zhao Jijia working overtime, I will deduct their bonuses. Got it, Mr. Chen, she noted. Mr. Chen, what about me? Does being on standby count as overtime? Shinro joked. Haha, that doesn't count. That is simply part of your job responsibilities, and your bonus encompasses this. Laughter ensued among them. Chen Chen mused that he was not like President Pei. Had he been in Pei's shoes with that money-losing system, he would have significantly improved employee compensation. The notion that 996 is a blessing, while famously stated by Jack Ma, was not originally implemented by him. Lei Jun had mentioned in an interview that his early employees willingly embraced the 996 work schedule. Indeed, it was voluntary, after all. A company-wide email had rallied the staff to participate, leaving them no choice but to comply. In reality, the testing of Mi-3 was not confined to Hongxing alone. Companies like Huawei, Meizu, and Oppo were also diligently conducting their assessments. Aside from Meizu's Huang Zhongmu, who remained ambiguous, Chen Chen was already aware of the issues plaguing NVIDIA's Tegra 4. The other companies were merely testing the performance of the Tegra 4 processor to see if it would be a viable option for their own devices. Given that Tegra 4 was cheaper than Snapdragon 800 and boasted superior specs compared to MediaTek, it was an attractive alternative. As the Mi-3 was released as a hot product, the first batch quickly reached numerous consumers. Unboxing and review videos began to surface from various tech bloggers. While ranking the most popular bloggers may be difficult, the top contenders included one old fish, Tech Circle boss, and a new blogger named Big White Talks Tech. There had once been another blogger known as Old John Talks Tech, but seemed he had vanished from the scene, perhaps having overindulged. Greetings, everyone. I am Hao Yang, and today I would like to share my insights regarding the Xiaomi Mi 3. First and foremost, the aesthetics of this device are undeniably sleek and lightweight, as Xiaomi has significantly transformed its previous design, infusing the entire device with a robust business aura. Secondly, the 1080p IPS fully laminated display boasts an impressive equivalent pixel density of 441 ppi, complemented by the second-generation Gorilla Glass, which enhances the device's durability and resistance to wear. However, the most remarkable aspect of the Mi 3 lies in its groundbreaking utilization of the two most powerful processor platforms in the world, achieving an astounding AnTuTu score of 36,000. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It denotes that the Mi 3 possesses unparalleled performance globally. Neither NVIDIA Tegra 4 nor Qualcomm Snapdragon 800 has a benchmark score lower than 36,000. Even the Kunping 2, priced over 3,000, and the iPhone 5S, starting at over 5,000, failed to reach this score. Particularly, the version equipped with the Tegra 4 processor has performed flawlessly with several demanding games, allowing for the highest graphical settings. Moreover, I must mention the remarkable MIUI V5 system, which operates with an astonishing speed that seems beyond the capabilities of this era. Coupled with a 13-megapixel rear camera, I can confidently assert that the Mi 3 can easily surpass the Kunping 2 from Hongqing. The 3000 mAh battery, paired with 225W charging, alleviates any concerns regarding battery life, as Xiaomi has delivered a commendable product with the Mi 3 for its loyal fans. I am not merely praising the Mi 3. This device is genuinely worthy of acquisition. The fact that it sold over 600,000 units within the first 8 minutes of its launch speaks volumes. Following the release of this review by Haoyang Digital, the comment section was polarized. Those who appreciated the Mi 3 expressed profound admiration, particularly for its two top-tier processors. I shall state this unequivocally. The world's most powerful processors, the most affordable Snapdragon 800